I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a rock
win.
star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga.
Sebelum kita bermula minggu ini, marilah kita saksikan recap terakhir sebelum kita maju ke peringkat playoff. MLBB Esports cuba melakukan kejutan, tetapi TODAK mempunyai dorongan daripada Sailor Moon untuk memperoleh kemenangan 2-1.
Dia akan mendapatkan on-one. Lot telah tidak dijatuhkan.
Dengan persembahan X-Slash yang cukup baik, MLBB Esports akhirnya memecah rentak kekalahan mereka dan menewaskan RSG Malaysia.
QT terima banyak sangat damage tapi unstoppable diberikan kepada X-Slash. X-Slash
Double
pergi ke
kill.
depan. X-Slash
Triple kill.
mengejar Islami. Target seterusnya.
Seterusnya, HomeBois masih mendominasi, manakala Geek Fam telah tersingkir dengan kekalahan ini.
Hanif akan diserang, kemudian Tempest of Blade telah digunakan. Tetapi damage yang besar dikeluarkan oleh Saiful. Maimah target seterusnya dan mereka akan endkan game ini dalam 11 minit.
Menentang Red Esports, tim SMG berjaya clean sweep 2-0 dan membuktikan bahawa mereka adalah pasukan yang lebih mantap sekarang.
Pertama tapi terus saja pasukan SMG mendapatkan mount. Hornbeast berjaya mendapatkan 1 kill. Mencari yang seterusnya. Ogi sedikit telah dilepaskan dan Zai menjadi crossbow yang dilepaskan double kill.
Triple kill.
Mungkin maniak tapi Winter Trancher tidak akan bermana lagi. Pasukan Red Esports dalam bahaya. Red
Slain
ditumbangkan.
an enemy.
Akhirnya, RSG Malaysia melakukan rotasi konsil yang mantap di game ketiga dan dapat membuka war yang padu untuk menewaskan HomeBois 2 berbalas 1.
Di base pasukan HomeBois sekarang ni akan diserang. Akif menembak-nembak saja.
Inilah kedudukan selepas minggu ke-7. Perjuangan belum selesai untuk pasukan-pasukan MPL Malaysia yang tetap mengejar mata. Pasukan manakah akan mara ke playoff dan pasukan manakah akan disingkirkan?
Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera. Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9 di minggu yang terakhir, iaitu minggu ke-8 hari yang pertama MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9 dikuasai oleh Munton, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery, Samsung sebagai telefon pintar rasmi, raikan bersama Nescafe dan tak dilupakan gaming dengan Cadbury Zip. Jadi anda bersama saya Syamilo dan di sebelah saya kita ada Abeja ataupun Jal Suzuran dan kita ditemani oleh dua orang lagi kawan kita. Bukannya kita dua saja, iaitu Gideon dan juga Aiman Lafel.
Apa khabar korang berdua?
Tak masuk kamera ke? Tak masuk kamera. Tak masuk kamera. Okey.
Right, so kita minggu yang terakhir, hari yang pertama. So kita boleh lihat kat sini dan kita dapat rasa dia punya vibe tu Lafel kan? Gideon? Betul tak?
For sure. I think everybody is going to be feeling a lot of pressure, especially since relegations is on the line and hopefully they don't have to go through qualifiers. You know, stock of the day coming from me is going to be Pac-Man, making sure that everybody is understanding that they're chasing to get out of these groups and make it to playoffs.
Ya, dekat sini pun rasa serang-serang sejuk sebab here's the thing, sebab bila kita tengok sebelum kita masuk dekat dalam cast, kita nampak all of the standings and untuk group A yang tempat kedua pun masih boleh kena keluar daripada playoff, kena relegated. So, seram-seram sejuk.
Tempat kedua sampai tempat kelima boleh dikatakan agak bahagia sebab untuk minggu yang terakhir ni saya dapat rasakan macam-macam boleh jadi Syamilo.
Betul, sebab game yang hari ni pun bukan calang-calang game. HomeBois lawan dengan pasukan TODAK. Jadi itu agak sedikit kita nak rasalah apa yang berlaku hari ni. Kita akan lihatkan jadual penuh untuk hari ini di mana HomeBois akan menentang pasukan TODAK seperti mana kita bincangkan sebentar tadi, dan match yang kedua kita ada pasukan SUHAZ Esports menentang pasukan Red Esports pada pukul 8.45. Kedua-dua match hari ini adalah merupakan match yang penting untuk pasukan A dan juga untuk pasukan B.
Jadi bila kita tengok untuk pasukan HomeBois dan juga TODAK, untuk match kita yang pertama lah kita bincangkan tentang untuk pasukan HomeBois dulu. Adakah TODAK ni akan menjadi halangan terbesar untuk pasukan HomeBois pergi ke playoff lah, Fel?
Sememangnya halangan yang sangat-sangat besar sebab HomeBois setiap point sekarang matters. Diorang minimum kena dapat 4 point. Kalau mereka berjaya untuk menang TODAK, tak kisah 2-1 ataupun 2-0, itu point yang sangat bermakna. Sebab kalau mereka kalah 2-0 lawan HomeBois, kalau 2-0 je terus tak selesa.
It really isn't comfortable for sure, and I think a lot of people are starting to realize that the -8 deficit is quite significant at the beginning of the season, because if it was just regular at 0, they would be so close to Team SMG right now.
20 points.
They'd be at 20 points. Think about that for a second. Most people don't realize that the -8 really has hurt them throughout the season, especially since they weren't able to secure 2 O's rather than, what they've been doing 2-1 so far. It just isn't good enough anymore.
Dan kalau kita lihat kat grup A, dulu kita asyik katakan macam pasukan Orange ni antara calon yang mungkin akan tersingkir, tapi sekarang ni dia macam bukan lagi orange, mana ada warna orange. Kedua-dua warna orange kemungkinan besar akan lepas ke playoff dan hanya akan meninggalkan mungkin pasukan MLBB, SUHAZ dan juga pasukan HomeBois ni. Jadi untuk Abeja sendiri, game yang pertama ni sendirilah untuk Abang Eja sendiri, apa yang Abang Eja rasa lah?
Oh, Abang Eja memang tak boleh rasa lah. Tapi kalau anda semua boleh rasa, boleh scan QR code kat situ kan. Tapi Abang Eja rasa sebab kita boleh tahu performance untuk semua pasukan boleh dikatakan semakin hari, semakin minggu, semakin mantap. Sampai kita pun kat sini dah tak boleh nak baca dah.
Honestly, I feel Abidja for sure. I'm kind of numb to how everything is playing out, especially because this week, and it's not only for today, Saturday as well as Sunday, we honestly do not know who is going to be making into the lower brackets, or like take SUHAZ for an example. It's either they're in the upper brackets
Atau tak layak?
or they don't qualify at all. That's how competitive this season is.
Dia macam
Tak, dia punya perbezaan tu terlalu besar.
itulah masalah dia. Dia macam okey, kita guys, kita kan boleh ke playoff. Sama ada apa bracket, apa bracket ataupun kita memang sebenarnya tak boleh ke playoff.
Dia bukan apa atau tersikit terus.
Ataupun keluar terus. Tapi itulah untuk match kita yang pertama ni untuk HomeBois dan juga pasukan TODAK. Kalau kita nak cakap HomeBois kena menang 2-0, saya rasa benda tu macam mustahil. TODAK kan.
TODAK memang sangat kuat. Sebab TODAK pun, okay, in case kalau semua tengok, oh ini game ni just TODAK macam, oh diorang tak kisah sangat. Tak. TODAK kena menang. TODAK pun kalau boleh nak kena menang 2-0. Sebab walaupun mereka dah secure, mereka punya upper bracket, tapi kalau mereka menang, mereka tambah lagi point, mereka nombor 1. Kalau untuk grup B, sesiapa nombor 2 akan lawan dengan SMG. And TODAK tahu betapa kuatnya SMG. So, saya rasa diorang memang nak cuba elakkan. So, dua-dua tim dekat sini, untuk pasukan HomeBois, kalau mereka menang, mereka boleh masuk playoff. Pasukan TODAK, kalau mereka menang, mereka punya playoff bracket nanti lagi senang lah in a way. Sebab lawan dengan SMG susah sangat lah.
Kalau kita kata nak sembang pasal SMG ni, mereka punya konsisten tu sangat-sangat bagus. Sampai kita rasa macam untuk pasukan TODAK sendiri pun nak berhadapan dengan pasukan SMG agak sikit susah sebenarnya Beja. Sebab kalau kita lihat kat sini Beja, dekat grup B kita nak tentukan siapa pula yang akan menentang SMG. Kalau Beja sendiri lah dalam tournament kan, nak jumpa yang kuat dulu kan nak jumpa yang biasa-biasa dulu?
Janganlah jumpa yang kuat dulu.
Kan? Risau kan? Takut kan?
Risau.
Kita nak panas badan baru jumpa yang kuat.
Benda tak panas lagi, tiba-tiba dah jumpa yang kuat. Menggelicir kita nanti.
Jadi untuk tahu anda semua, kalau anda rasa lapar tapi jangan makan sekarang. Sebab apa? Kita akan order, kita akan simpan untuk berbuka puasa di mana kita masukkan kod MPL Reward, spend minimal RM50 dan berpeluang untuk mendapatkan skin. Tapi nugget tu 6 ketul boleh simpan dulu.
I memang cok GCB. I dah suka sangat. I nampak I akan cok awal.
Saya harap kita boleh makan dengan McD lagi.
Yes.
Saya lapar.
Saya sangat lapar.
Saya baik. Jadi untuk anda semua macam saya boleh cakap tadi, kod tu kena betul lah sebab ramai mana kan yang dah nak berjaya tapi kod tu salah. So
itulah. Ini I dah tengok tau. Orang buat MPL Rewards. Lepas tu dia contact I. Dia macam nak complain. Bang, asal saya buat banyak kali, asal tak dapat. Lepas tu I cakap lah, okay, tunjuk you punya screenshot. Dia MPL Rewards, tapi dia bukan S. Yang hujung tu dia tak nombor 5. Kreatif sangat. Kalau nak kreatif pun, janganlah S tu nak ganti dengan 5. S.
Dia sia-sia lah. Dia macam puasa tapi tak niat. Dia macam betul. Jadi Abang kita akan ada apa lepas ni, iaitu kita akan ada coin toss.
Coin toss di mana kita perlu melakukan coin toss untuk mengekalkan kita punya integriti. Seperti anda lihat di stage sekarang ni, kita ada Head of League Ops Melinalai dan juga wakil daripada pasukan HomeBois Saiful daripada pasukan TODAK Hazim. Dan sekarang ini kita akan melakukan coin toss. Kita akan lihat by the way, kita punya coin toss ini dibawakan oleh Gaming dengan Cabri Zip. Dan sekarang persilakan Melinalai untuk melakukan coin toss untuk kita melihat keputusan jatuh kepada
Hits atau tail?
Hits.
Oh, dia jatuh kat kepala.
Jatuh kat kepala, betul. Dan HomeBois memilih untuk melakukan first pick terlebih dahulu. Terima kasih Melinalai dan juga pasukan HomeBois dan juga TODAK.
I tak sure apa Haziq buat. Dia macam
Mungkin adakah tu macam gaya-gaya yang mereka akan buat waktu player walk in?
Saya mungkin ataupun dia cakap memang kita nak awak first pick pun, kita nak second. Awak tak tahu, kita tahu. Mungkin tak tahu.
Sebab 76% untuk pasukan HomeBois tadi boleh kata agak tinggi lah Beja.
Betul. Jadi pada pendapat anda pula macam mana? Kita punya first match ni boleh katakan agak seru juga ni.
Bukan agak
sangat seru.
Sangat seru.
Dia rasa debaran dia rasa panas je kat sini.
Tak, ini walaupun aircon berpeluh.
Berpeluh.
Sebab kita pun dah berpeluh sebabkan kita punya first match dah seru. Jadi sama-sama sekarang ini kita serahkan kepada BM caster kita, ada English caster. Please take it away.
Thank you so much, Ja, for that throw over here. Once again, you guys are currently watching the English broadcast. My name is ICBB12. Joining me is going to be Gideon Kim from the panel desk as we are going to be commentators for you guys today. Welcome once again. This is MPL MY Season 9, and this is going to be the final week, the deciding week for some of these teams, whether or not they make it into the playoffs. But before that, shout out to our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, partner in Esports, TikTok Live, Esports Chart, EGG Network, as well as our co-organizers, ESI, for bringing all this production value as well as all the teams around here to be playing this official matches for you guys. But nevertheless, Gideon, we've talked about how important it is for this both team that's going to be coming up. What's your final thoughts?
Honestly, it's a little tough to say. Right now, HomeBois are in quite a precarious situation. All that 2-1s have really costed them, and especially lost their insurance of actually making it to the playoffs despite an outstanding week 1 and 2. But before we get into it, guys, it's time. It's the last week for you guys to do this. Start sharing the stream as much as you can to help us hit our share milestones by McDelivery here. 500, 800, 1,000, you know the drill. As soon as we hit each of these milestones, you guys get in-game rewards. And most importantly, once you hit that 1,000 shares, the lucky draw winners will be announced at the very end of the day, but only if you hit that 1,000.
Exactly. Be sure to share as well. I'm pretty sure the teams right here is going to be needing your support as well. And of course, there is going to be more things that we are going to be giving away on top of it all later on. And I'm going to give you guys a little bit of sneak peek here. What's your favorite hero?
Oh, as of right now, it's still Yutong.
Yeah, you demonstrated, you know, you could play really well in the previous few days. I get it, but a little bit inside joke here. But before that, I'd like to announce as well that we are going to be giving away the Ruby Edelweiss skin to one of you lucky winners, especially those who are going to be predicting who's going to be winning the matches today. So be sure to comment your prediction on this match's winner with the hashtag MPL Predictor, and don't forget to include your game ID and your server ID for a chance to win this skin.
Now, for some people, I don't know how people memorize their own ID numbers, and most people don't really realize this, but the brackets next to your ID numbers is your server ID. So just copy the entire thing, drop it down into the stream. That saves you a lot of time, because I see some people, they try to do it separate, where it's like, oh, with one on top and then one column below is going to be the server ID. Makes it real complicated. You can just put it all in one line. It saves you a lot of time.
Exactly. But without further ado, we would like to welcome the two teams that are going to be fighting for their betterments of their MPL careers here. It is going to be the boys, HomeBois, as well as TODAK.
HomeBois!
In need of a win to bounce back from their defeat last week. Can their signature objective-based composition be the key to victory today against TODAK?
Yep, HomeBois looking to secure their spots in towards the playoffs, looking to solidify as well from a gruesome journey throughout the past few weeks. Can they continue to do so? Because this week, it is going to be all that matters. The one stopping the track, it is going to be TODAK. It's a huge obstacle for them to overcome. But can the boys from home actually take it back?
It's a protect them from relegation. They don't want to go through that qualifiers again.
TODAK!
Already qualified for the upper brackets, but TODAK is not one to shy away from trying new things.
Exactly. Can we expect them to go all out against their M3, with their M3 roster against HomeBois, considering that they want to secure their spot, the #1 spot. And you can see the boys as well. They're aiming for the #1 spot. They don't exactly want to face SMG during the playoffs as well. They just want the better seeding in their groups.
Yep, it's all about the seeding today. It's all about the placements. It's all in build-up for the playoffs. It's time to get the show on the road. Are you ready? It's the HomeBois up against TODAK. Game #1.
Ooh, this is going to be a very, very difficult match to watch. I'm not going to lie. Like, TODAK, they came in blazing. They are pointing, we want the #1 spot. And can they do it? You know, it seems like they're in an okay position. They're upper brackets, right? But before we give you guys a little bit more speculations here, let's talk about the stats coming from HomeBois. We have Anip, Chibi, Saifu, Vince, as well as Irfan.
Yep, right now we have to talk about Saifu and as well as Vince going to be the main controllers of the mid lane. And I think a lot of the meta has been revolving around that side. The previous matches, we've been talking about the gold lane so very often and how people would like to take marksmen to siege turns down as quickly as possible to accelerate the game. Now, meta shifted. It's all about that mid lane control. Vince
especially is really good at holding the line. And Saiful kind of has this opportunistic mind, but revolves around his team.
I definitely agree from where you're coming from, but one thing to take note of is that Xavier is currently open for this week in the pool. So I feel like it might be a little bit of shift in terms of meta. But I might be wrong, you know. Teams here in MPL, they don't, for Malaysia, they don't exactly want to experiment at this stage of the game. But who knows? Maybe, you know, it's going to be the winning factor for them to overcome against TODAK.
Personally, I think if anybody's going to be trying Xavier, it has to be TODAK for sure. They're a lot more secured compared to the HomeBois. They have better points, but at the end of the day, even if they're able to achieve 2-1, that's not too bad because at least they can start contesting for the #1 spot in Group B.
Agreed. And of course, based on the stats as well, with Chiku guys stepping in to actually replace Ajik early on, TODAK has been on a very, very phenomenal run so far. And who would have expected them to actually take a loss against Orange Esports the previous week?
Well, I mean, if we're talking about like, in terms of losses, despite the fact HomeBois were able to scrape a couple of points, GB is still currently the rank 2 jungler just behind Chiku guys in terms of literally every single one of these stats. So let's look at the keys to success for the HomeBois.
Yep. As of now here, the key to success for HomeBois is going to be beware of the wraparound flanks, especially coming in from TODAK, knowing that 4Maze does have the tendency to flank from behind. So that's something that they do need to take note of and be aware of his positioning, and also avoid meaningless trades, which is something that HomeBois really love to do as well. Secure the objective instead of that. Secure Chibi's hero early and as well get creative with their rotations.
Yeah, if we look to the key success for TODAK, it's going to be in contesting Beatrix or Paquito. Don't let Chibi snowball out of control. Focus on these objectives and Momo must dominate the lane. It feels like as of right now, they still rely on Momo as a very big crutch, especially once you get to the later stages of the game, unless someone like Moom comes up with one hell of a flank.
Yeah, I definitely agree as well. Momo has always been the backup plan for the team, right? Like, if Chico doesn't go super crazy and out of crazy, Momo doesn't even need to appear, you know? Like, he's going to be the fallback guy to actually go to actually carry the game. So it's always safe to have him on his boards to actually back you up for the team. But before that, let's take a look at the predictions coming from the talents themselves. It seems like we are kind of split between 50-50s, but more towards TODAK's side in terms of predictions.
Yeah, it's only going to be Josh, Shamilo, and as well as LaFell who's going to be believing in the HomeBois today, with the rest of us believing that TODAK should be able to take this game away. I don't know. It's a little tough to say because TODAK has their ups and downs. They are great at executions, but sometimes to their own fault. They like to try out these really tough high execution compositions, but let's see what you at home believe.
Yep, seems like everyone is going to be siding on TODAK as well, and I'm not exactly sure if you noticed, I did take a look onto the camera as well. The camera was panning over towards Chiku. He does have his head patch on, so the bandage buff is available. yeah, we're talking about the M3 thing. You guys brought it up.
Oh, no worries. But a lot of fans here today to watch both TODAK and as well as HomeBois. I'm surprised I'm surprised there weren't a lot of HomeBois in the votings. Guess they're here. But guys, if you're looking for that awesome gaming experience today, we're giving you one heck of an upgrade. If you're like, man, I got the A5 2S 5G, don't worry, the A5 3 5G is already out.
Exactly. On top of it all, if you buy now, you can get yourself a free protective standing cover worth 99 ringgit. All you gotta do is, if you want to find out for more, scan the QR code right now up on screen.
Guaranteed an awesome gaming experience. So pop one for yourselves before the show is about to start. 9 more seconds and we jump right into the draft, and I'm excited to see how this is gonna roll out. This is HomeBois up against TODAK.
Yep, starting things off here, HomeBois going up for the first pick. It's a little bit interesting as well, considering that regardless of TODAK taking first pick or second pick, I think Lafayette brought out a very interesting point as well, that TODAK, they're okay with just going for second pick, and I'm not surprised considering that now with Xavier being introduced to the hero pool, I feel like the options of getting more S-tier heroes are gonna split off. So I don't know, I feel like second pick seems not to be that too shabby.
I don't know. I feel like people are getting more accustomed to the meta, and I think for a long time, TODAK has been struggling these past 2 weeks because being on the red side forces you to start thinking about these like really great high-level picks. The Fannies, the Valentinas, the Mashas, you know it, you love it. Some people like it, some people hate it. It really depends up to you. But Karina has been the rising pick since last week. Full tank, absolutely destructive. HomeBois making a good choice banning it it out after Chiku guys' 1v5 performance last week.
Yeah, we have kind of speculated the buffs made onto his retribution as well, and I feel like Karina is one of the very few heroes that are very exceptional in utilizing the retributions with tank. On top of it all, alongside with Baxiao as well, which is kind of popular but hasn't been picked a lot lately. So I'm a little bit curious to see whether or not are they going to bring it up for HomeBois.
I don't know. Personally, I feel for MPL MY, we don't really like these tank-style junglers. I feel like it's extremely boring, especially for those big playmaking junglers on the team. They want like the high mechanics, high execution, so make it or break it. They want to be standing on that tight.
I feel with you, man. Like TODAK, they always love that Roger jungle, even though it's not in the meta. Like when Chiku played it, it looks like an absolute chat. When Ajik played it, that looks like a really cute puppy.
Well, honestly, it depends. I feel like if we're talking about Roger specifically, he's a conditional jungler. You need somebody to be able, like someone big, like Claude, with a huge AoE to chunk everybody to 50% to make it easier for Roger to get his activations when he's in Lycan form. Now, final two bans here from TODAK. It's going to be Eve. From the HomeBois, it's going to be Selena. Generally speaking, I think, you know, Masha being wide open, it feels like teams are prepared for it.
Yeah, so far, I think SMG has a pretty good solid plan when it faces against a Masha. And so far, I think Hilda is a good mirror matchup against a Masha when it comes to invadings as well. So I don't think TODAK is all that worried about a Masha matchup. Like you said as well, they could play it for themselves. Or, like you said as well, they are always looking to go for experimentations. Meanwhile, HomeBois, they are going to prioritize on the Grok instead for the XP laners. Or, in this case, might be wrong, maybe flex into its Sypho's role instead.
Personally, I think this is a relatively safe role for the side of HomeBois, being able to lock in Grok. I mean, we've seen both Irfan and Sypho whip it out before. I feel like, personally, Sypho is a little bit more controlled with the Grok. Irfan, on the other hand, he felt a little awkward last week, but him being capable of just clearing waves, especially against these really force-pushing style of tank EXP laners, Esmeralda, Uranus for an example, the matchup becomes way easier because you clear so much faster and you deal like a good amount of damage.
I agree. And on top of it all, Dirov is also in the pool as well, which is not super popular lately, but it has been used in circumstances. Meanwhile, TODAK, they are going to prioritize on the Sicilian to take it away from Vince. However, Akai, I've seen this happen before. I don't really like it.
Akai jungle coming in Chiku?
Yes. It smells like it coming from TODAK.
I understand your suspicions for sure. I mean, he's done it multiple times. It's like his go-to jungler is the Akai rather than the Hylos or Baxias.
Why?
Oh, hey, to each their own.
Okay, see, that's the thing, right? Like, for me, you know, if you see an Akai jungle, you're not going to win any traditional jungles. But TODAK somehow gets away with it and somehow pulls it off. And sometimes I wonder, is it really because they're just that good? Or is it just that hero is just really great? I don't know, because this is suspicious. But we did catch a glimpse on the cameras from the back cam of TODAK's perspective. I did see the Akai retribution. No.
Yeah.
No, please, no.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the choke coming in from TODAK, so we know that Akai for sure might... Well, technically, there's still hope for the EXP laners, but if you look back at the HomeBois, Kagura as well as Lancelot immediately get locked in for the side of the HomeBois. I think it's relatively risky to go for the Lancelot, but the main issue here is the fact that, hey, I'm playing Sicilian. I don't have that short-range control. I'm all about that, you know, long range, stay back, stay far away, and I feel like Chibi's main goal is to take out Moon on Sicilian.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And TODAK, currently based on their opening picks here, they don't exactly have a strong burst. Sicilian doesn't exactly hit hard in the early stage as well, more towards the middle stage of the game. Xavier being completely ignored by both teams. A little bit suspicious, but TODAK, they don't exactly want to take the risk. They are going to ban the 1-1. One of the very few marksman exceptions that can actually dodge the Hurricane Dance. So, as well as the Way of the Dragon. So it's something they just don't want to deal with it. I can respect it, but still, once again, I don't want to play with I don't want to watch a Akai Retribution game, man.
Well, too bad. That's what you're gonna get here. We're gonna have the force
please
feed
don't.
Here comes the aeroplane. That's exactly what's happening here. And I don't think there's much choice we have because I feel like TODAK, at the end of the day, I think they kind of want to come up with a composition that's heavily reliant on their mid laner Moon and as well as Momo, rather than putting a lot of emphasis on the jungle. So Chiku can solely focus on making sure he can create space for the team, and the rest of the team just does all the heavy lifting afterwards in terms of damage. Melissa and as well as Wanwan, really solid choices in terms of bans for TODAK. That just leaves Popo and Koopa. Are there any other?
That's actually a pretty good ban as well, considering that Melissa, you know, if you time your Purify properly and you pop an ult, you can actually push the Hurricane Dance technically, right?
Well...
Technically. I haven't seen that animation yet, but technically it should work.
Yes, it should work. No, I agree. It definitely does work. But I mean, considering that, like, let's say, if Formace wants to play something like Mia, which I feel like he's leaning more towards to...
Formace, Mia, not Momo?
Sorry, Momo, my bad.
Okay.
But Melissa and as well as Wanwan both aren't exactly the most fun matchups in the world to deal with. And more importantly, so even if Momo were to pick up one of the two, Grok is still quite an issue, right? HomeBois, they ban out the Roger to ensure, like, just to guarantee this Akai is going to be in the jungle. They're like, you're building a bridge over there? Let me help you out.
This is hilarious, man. Like, they would ban a Roger. There's so many jungles that is available, you know, for TODAK, and Chiku can just play them all. So I'm a little bit surprised they just don't want to ban a Roger. They just ban the Roger.
Yeah, here, let me list out a couple of other junglers that Chiku could have played instead of Akai.
Hayabusa,
Baxia, Reyes, Hylos,
Barats, technically, maybe Paquito. Oh, yeah, he's played Paquito. Paquito completely ignored.
Ooh.
Oh, Carry jungle is not great, but Momo does play a pretty mean carry. Carry shreds through Grok as well.
Carry does shred through Grok, but she still falls under the same issue. The fact is, she really struggles into getting in and out of fights because she's so short range. So dishing out damage puts you at risk. It's very mechanical, and it's all about that positioning and timing your abilities. I'm curious to see how this is going to be played out, mainly because HomeBois, they look at this and they're like, okay, I guess we just don't play tanks. I mean, Popo and Koopa deadly in this lane against Carry. She basically has no counterplay to it.
I think Beatrix is pretty good. I honestly think Beatrix is much better against a Carry, but yeah, definitely it does have the burst potential for it to actually one-shot a Carry compared to Popo and Koopa, which, not gonna lie, has nerve to a point that it doesn't have a pretty decent kit. Like, it feels a little bit weird now, but I like the DG pickup coming from HomeBois. It just means that they are ready for this composition against TODAK. Esmeralda not in the pool, not going to be able to benefit from the shields. This is going to be a tough pick for Formace now. Like, if he decides to go for a Yu Zhong, it's not going to do too much against a Time Journey.
Yeah, I think Time Journey kind of forces TODAK into a bit of a rut here, where a lot of your abilities are going to get countered, especially if you're dependent on CC.
Literally almost everything.
Pretty much. So I think, you know, I think what would be a good option for Formace is to just hard win his own lane. There's a possibility.
I think the game's, like, based on this draft, I don't see a solution here, but TODAK, they are going to force the Paquito, maybe jungle Paquito, but still, once again, it's a combo which can easily be countered with that Time Journey.
Again, I personally would have preferred. If you played something along the lines of Dairoth, but I guess
I would like the Dairoth.
At least with Paquito, it gives you a little bit of versatility, right? Oh, Time Journey is down. I could potentially look to beat back. I have the durability. I have ways to one-shot the backline, and most importantly, I can actually hop in and out of fights more comfortably than in comparison to Dairoth.
Exactly. The draft has been set from both teams. TODAK going for most likely their jungle Akai, whereas HomeBois is looking to close out the series. They need to secure their slots in those playoffs, and the fans are going crazy as they are going to be supporting their boys in yellow, or in this case, orange for HomeBois. I don't know what color is it. I might be blind, but nevertheless, TODAK, they're looking to flex out with their very unique pick, and it seems like it is going to be the jungle Akai coming in from TODAK. Can they pull the W, or will they lose this draft? Ladies and gentlemen, we are heading towards game number 1 between TODAK versus HomeBois.
All right, let the first bout of this best of 3 begin. HomeBois on the blue side with TODAK on the red side. Let's see how this is going to be played out, because a lot of it is going to be with the help of the roamers. Seifel and Yums are constantly constantly going to be clashing.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very difficult one. Like, Yums, he's got a couple of harasses in, but one wrong move, he is going to get punished a little bit. But Chibi, he's going to have a pretty okay time. He's going to soak out a couple of XP coming from Yums. Is he going to get it? Is he going to force the early retribution from Chibi? Yep, seems like he will. Instead, HomeBois, they are going to ignore the Little Wanderer as Chibi is looking to secure his orange buff instead, whereas Chico will successfully take it.
No, this is good because, again, Little Wanderer is a very free camp, and being able to use your retribution on it just to clear it super quick and focus back on your own jungle already gives you a leg up on the enemy. It buys you a little bit of that time. But notice how Yums and Seifel, again, continuing on with this clash. So far, Seifel has to continuously mirror him. The mid lane is always going to be contested, but more importantly so, for Maze's lane, which isn't being touched right now, after he shoves the lane, he's immediately sitting by Pixel Brush. He's waiting for opportunities. Hey, clear the Little Wanderer. Make that first mistake.
No, I'm not going to lie, this is actually benefiting Seifel a lot. As long as his jungler is okay and Yums can't exactly kill him off, he is going to build off his stacks for his alarm bomb. So once that happens, eventually when he scales to 8 minutes, as long as Seifel has not died a single time, he is going to start to hurt a lot. And look at this, it's starting to hit like 400 damage per bomb already.
Yeah, but it's still on charge. Here comes Shiku. Once again, he's already a level up on Chibi. He starts things off with his retribution. Momo! Yo! He's winning out on these trades big time.
Yo, that should not be a winnable fight for carry, but somehow makes it worse. So Anib is going to be forced to back off. Meanwhile, there is going to be a clash coming from TODAK. Saifu is going to get dived on, and that is going to be his stacks being chunked into its half as First Blood is in the hands of Chiku from TODAK.
See, this is what I'm talking about. The versatility that comes out of Paquito. He's focusing down on the waves, but now Moon, he's already passed up his ultimate. Chiku is looking for Chibi. He gets out of there with his perfect execution. Chiku's still managing to retribution in time to clear off the turtle. Yums manages to get a pick onto Chibi at the end of the day. And once again, TODAK just all over HomeBois.
My goodness, the confidence coming from Chiku to time that retribution. HomeBois completely dropped the ball on that and weren't expecting a re-engage coming from TODAK. That is going to be 2 kills in the bag coming from TODAK. So that means HomeBois, they are going to be losing out a lot of trades here, as even Momo is winning his lane matchup against Anib.
Yep, he's already a full level up here, so it's not looking good for the HomeBois right now, and hopefully HomeBois turn their attention to play for the gold lane, because if carry doesn't get ahead, they still have to worry about Sicilian, but at least one of their outs has been taken down.
Agreed, agreed. Meanwhile, Saifu is going to be switching his objectives here. He's secured Chibi into his level 4. This time, he is going to try and secure Anib's farm for a later stage game. Because HomeBois, if you think about it, as the longer this game drags on by, HomeBois is going to actually benefit a lot more compared to a TODAK to a certain degree.
Again, that's a certain degree. I think it's all going to come down to these big plays. And the fact is, TODAK does have 2 kills under their belt, so they can kind of predetermine the tempo. Yums a full level ahead of Seifel. Momo technically a full level ahead of Anib. Yums could force something out here. Anib, I'm pretty sure he knows for a fact that he doesn't have the flicker, so he's not going to make the play. But Chiku now being very oppressive to Chibi.
Yeah, Chiku is just making sure that Chibi just doesn't have a very, very good farm here, and that's the thing about tank versus assassin jungle matchup, right? As long as the tank runs into the jungler, there's nothing Chibi can actually do in this situation unless he gets a pick on Moon, and he misses his door. Instead, gets caught out with a Hurricane Dance, and Chibi might actually fall, and yes, he will. And Vince is going to be the next to fall as Moon gets a free double kill. A beautiful setup coming from Chiku, guys, as well as Moon.
Clinical coming in from TODAK. They made it look a little too easy here, and Formaze is able to get so much out of the lane. Irfan, yeah, he barely takes any damage, but now that Moon comes, that's when Irfan starts getting scared. He doesn't have any magic resist to protect himself, both Anib and Seifel. Even though they're left as a pair, as of yet, they still need their first item before they can even contest TODAK. But so far, as long as TODAK keep up with their antics, just mirror the enemy jungler, mirror, as well as mirroring Seifel, I think it's pretty much as good as gone for HomeBois.
Yeah, I guess. But as of now, that was a pretty sick catch coming from Chiku as well, making sure that Chibi, as soon as he finishes the Taunt Rose, he's right beside the wall, he immediately gets punished by the Hurricane Dance. So there was nothing much Chibi could have done unless Saifu saved him, which unfortunately, Saifu has set his targets on just protecting Animin's farm.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? HomeBois, if we're looking at a composition like this, they have a pretty good team fight comp, and Forme is nicely just stealing more farm away from Chibi. It feels like Chibi's not feeling that hot today.
He is having a very, very rough time considering how much pressure TODAK is applying to him with Yumes along and Chiku. And Chiku currently is level 9 as compared to Chibi, who just got his War Axe and only level 7. And Formace is also level 8. They are just ahead of everyone from HomeBois right now.
Yeah, they're just shutting down every single ins and outs for the side of HomeBois. If they could punish Yumes, that'd be great, but Vince, he doesn't care. He's looking at Momo specifically. He wants to take him out quick.
Oh no.
Gets caught out once again with the help of Formace's priority. The way they position so far, they're just playing through the EXP lane, and Formace is getting so much, just not interacting with Irfan.
Oh, another catch coming from Moon. Vince is gonna take a couple of slaps to his face, but nevertheless, Chiku is on fire. Not once, but twice in a row. Chibi hasn't been given the chance to play the game at all.
Yeah, he's falling even further and further behind. At this rate, it's not looking good because TODAK is looking to scale fast. Momo in particular. Formace is just winning out his own matchup, and Irfan has been missing farm every single time he tries to match up and mirror Formace, making that first move.
Yeah, he's also struggling to actually keep his life away as well. Formace can potentially one-shot him to a certain degree. Formace, instead of going for King Spree, he's going for the casual Festival of the Blood. So there is going to be a very tanky, bursty Makito coming up. Turtles available. TODAK is going to contest it, and HomeBois nowhere near to be found.
I mean, yes, Formace is going to be tanky and really bursty, but there's no way he's going to be able to one-shot Irfan, not until he gets Malefic Roar. And until then, he basically is just focusing on just clearing those waves time and time again. But the person who can deal significant damage is going to be Moon. Irfan, I don't think, even if we pull up the item list, probably doesn't have tenacity boots just yet. And if you look at the way that TODAK is kind of maneuvering around the map, they're situating themselves to make sure that they can clear out that top side and start pushing them down to the orange buff.
Yeah, he is going to struggle a little bit more in that regards. Irfan does go for the Weapon Master, so that is going to be the damage proc that we are known for. And currently, he's going for Blade of Despair all the way through. What is that?
Well, how many Legion Blades do you need? Just finish an item or finish your boots at the very least.
Bro, he needs to carry a lot, bro. Don't you see that big chunk of rock on top of his shoulder? You need to strap it up all the way with 4 different kind of blades, bro.
Yep, he's got the tenacity boots finally this time, so he's going to take less CC. He's going to be stunned for a little shorter, slowed for a little shorter than usual.
Imagine he gets like 2 Blade of Despair out of nowhere. He's going to hit like a truck.
I don't think he's going to go. I feel like that's a very inefficient use of gold, but
I have no idea why, too.
Oh, no. Moon, he is scaling up nicely. I think he's already about 70 stacks, and you can see that Chibi, one bad impact takes 30% of his HP. He manages to use his iframes just in time to dodge Formace, but yeah, TODAK is just squeezing them back into the lanes.
Oh my goodness, they almost caught Chibi on top of it as well. And on top of it all, Chico was able to snipe the purple buff away from HomeBois in that Retribution trades. And so far, Chico has pretty much won all his Retribution trades against Chibi, which was once known one of the strongest Retribution masters coming in from HomeBois.
I think it's tough. He's at a disadvantage. He's a level down. He doesn't have a lot of HP compared to Chiku, who, again, Retribution does scale with your max HP, on top of the fact that he has the Demon Slayer. So, once again, his Retribution is going to be up faster.
I guess, if you put it that way. But as of now, HomeBois, they're trying to burst Irfan with his 4 swords. I'm not exactly sure what can do. Seems like he's going to be forced to wall charge. His TODAK is going to send him back flying, defending the towers. And Chiku will secure both the buffs. And this time, they are going to be sending up their targets on towards the Lord. And HomeBois cannot do nothing about this at all.
Yeah, they're going to bait this one out, I think. They're going to start cleaning the waves first, knowing that Chiku doesn't have his Retribution for the next 20 seconds. Oh, Chibi. Oh, Chibi. No, Chiku doesn't want to jump in for it. He doesn't have the backup. But notice down on bot side.
Oh, looks like there is going to be a fight coming in. Irfan is getting some serious damage coming in, but Momo, he's going to get potentially swapped. Adi's going for the wrap around, but the conceal coming from Yumes is going to give them movement speed to retreat out of there.
Yeah, but yeah, that's one thing that I'm starting to see and notice amongst the HomeBois. They're falling so far behind that they refuse to split up at all because they don't want to show any vulnerabilities in terms of just individuals being left on their own with nobody to back them up. I think at this stage of the game, HomeBois should look to trade 50-50 against TODAK, mainly because they're already behind. If you're trading up against an opponent who has 6.1k ahead of you, that's so much more beneficial for you than it is for them.
Yeah, I definitely agree. There is going to be the comeback mechanics being in place. play, but Irfan finally gets his Blade of Despair about a little over 10 seconds ago, so that hopefully is gonna be a little bit of a impactful situation for him, but as of now, Chiku, level 13, they're looking for the fight. Irfan, can he lead the charge? Yums looking for the setup, but it was an intentional bait. He forces out the time reversal coming from the Diggy, but looks like TODAK, they will settle down with the tier 2 instead.
That's the fastest flicker I've ever seen. Guardian's Bulwark, the Guardian's Barrier comes up. Moon instantly notices, I'm trapped, I gotta flicker out of here. He's not taking any risk. He's not going to greed out before Mace might be greeding out, gets hit by the Yin Yang. Overturn as well as the perfect execution. Turret gonna be the last to take him out, and that's what we call greed.
Yeah, that was a good punish coming from HomeBois as well. Like, that is a very, very important kill for them, but it took almost everything out of HomeBois to contest that, so that means TODAK is gonna get the Lord for themselves in return. So HomeBois, they got a little bit of victory, but they still lost in terms of objectives.
Yeah, TODAK making a really fast response, knowing that 4Mace is pretty much on his own. There's no way to save him. They make it and beeline it towards the Lord, knowing that HomeBois are using some really big ultimates. Good communication all along the way for the side of TODAK.
Agreed. Chiku now, he's gonna be all by himself. He forces the Hurricane Dance. He still locks down Chibi, but Momo, can he finish him on time? No, unfortunately, Moon is out of position to actually go in for the follow-up, so that is huge for HomeBois. No Hurricane Dance. Can they go for the dives? Looks like they don't want to go for it, as Yums was a little bit too low, and I'm a little bit surprised that they did not go for that.
Yeah, I think they just don't want to risk it. They don't want to throw themselves into a pit fight, and then all of a sudden, you know, Moon on Sicilian comes in. It's a little too difficult. I think while we still have time, let's pull up the item list. I'm pretty sure Vince is only on 2 items, and Anim might be on his 3rd. I'm not exactly sure, but the fact that Nibiru does a good amount of damage, I would assume he has the Demon Hunter sword.
Agreed. Meanwhile, it seems like HomeBois, like you said as well, they need a couple more kills if they want to go for the comeback, and they're just not taking any sort of risk. Now, Moon, level 13, 4Mace, 14 as well, but the damage coming from Moon, ooh, that's kind of scary.
Here comes the conceal. Chiku guys looking to pin something against the wall. Finds Seifel instead, isn't able to get the time journey off. Yin Yang overturns already through, but Yums finds the king initially on towards Anim, but it doesn't matter. Winds of Nature is already purchased, allowing HomeBois an opportunity to punish the backline. 4Mace and Momo on the run. They can't afford to take any more casualties. A great defense coming in from the HomeBois.
Oh, that is huge coming from HomeBois as well. Capitalizing on the mistakes from Chiku guys, immediately going for the fight. The Hurricane Dance catching on the Diggy, not exactly the most ideal target. Now, 4Mace, he's gonna get caught out as well. No, one more hit. Yes, and Anim with the flicker forward will get the kill. And this is the comeback that HomeBois has been looking forward, and you can see the economy immediately swings in towards 2K, at least 5K deficit, but still in favor of TODAK.
Yep, they were able to get 4K back against TODAK with such a low kill count game so far. It's all about precise movements, and HomeBois were waiting for the right timings. Now, would have been great to see this earlier here, but Vince, yes, was able to only get his 2nd item, but if you look at Irfan, off of that fight alone, able to get a 2nd Blade of Despair, looking to pick up an Oracle, possibly an Athena Shield, looking down at Anip, and yes, he does have the 3 most important items in his kit. That Winds of Nature came in right after that fight, but the Demon Hunter sword comes in really, really huge against some of the bigger targets. Chiku, he finds Seifel.
Oh, once again, it is Seifel, not the target he's looking for as well. Irfan taking some significant amount of damage. Time Journey will save his life. He's going to be A-okay. Meanwhile, Vince, they do get a pick up on towards Yums. That is going to be TODAK losing 1, but TODAK, they don't want to let them off the hook. However, HomeBois is just too far gone and in retreat. And immediately can see they have equalized the economy. This is going to be the comeback that HomeBois that has been eyeing for so long.
Yeah, but at what cost here? They don't have any map control as of yet. TODAK, as you can see, are just trying to stack as many items as they can to try and end it off of this next Lord fight. They realize that it's all about sharp corners and tight spaces. Irfan in particular has to be very careful because he is the only way and the only means of escape for the HomeBois with his wall charge.
Yep, Chiku looking for the setup as well. Powder goes in, but connects on Irfan. He is going to be looking for Chibi later on. Chiku looking for the snipe. Here comes Hurricane Dance, but time immediately from Saifu keeps Anim in track. But Momo chunks them all down slowly as he gets a double kill, looking for the triple. Wind of Nature is there, but can he go for the follow-up? He's looking for the 3rd thing, and he gets the the triple kill by Momo as TODAK cleans him out.
Ooh, good play coming in from TODAK. They called it even though Sicilian was stunned for 1.7 seconds thanks to Irfan. The rest of the team was able to kind of go wild. So TODAK, they just split up their win conditions. Made sure Sicilian's on one side, made sure Momo was protected.
That was a big catch as well. Like TODAK, they put him in a very, very difficult spot to actually contest that. And HomeBois, they immediately panicked and got shredded here. They completely ignored Momo as he was the true backup. And it's 3-0-0 and now TODAK, they're breaching into the crystal. They take the tier 3s. They're gonna clean house. And Chiku, guys, forces Hurricane Dash, catches Irfan and gets kicked out of the range of Time Journey and gets bursted down. TODAK making a very sick play. Chibi, however, will get the trade off instead onto his 4 maze, but it's a side laner for a side laner, but HomeBois' life still begins.
Yep, and they are still alive despite losing all their inhibitors off of that next Lord push. Luminous Lord push, may I add. TODAK, on the other hand, they just have to wait for the right situation, right? They're once again going to do the exact same thing, and I think HomeBois need to adapt for this upcoming Lord fight.
This is insane, right? Like, I don't know how, but as of now, TODAK, they are in a situation where they're making all these plays, which are really, really good. But the most important kill is gotta be taking down Anip and Chibi, and it's extremely difficult to do so. And TODAK, time and time again, has tried to force out Time Journeys in their favor, but it's so difficult to do because as soon as Time Journey comes off, HomeBois has so much room to work with.
Yep, and that's when Moon comes in. I think as soon as he gets the Genius Wand, it becomes a problem because every single one of his abilities is going to slow down the assault coming in from the HomeBois. Well, except for Grok, of course, because he doesn't care about CC or slows for that matter, in fact, with his power of nature. But Seifel needs to be extra careful dropping his ult.
Yeah, I definitely agree. He needs to set himself a little bit more base, but you can see he's farming out a decent amount of damage. He's got the immortality as well, trying to further increase his stacks for the Diggy, but eventually it is going to take very, very hard. TODAK, they're not too worried about it as well because Moon is also doing exactly that, and this is going to be itemization coming from both sides. Saifu, no mage items so far, but he still hurts a pretty decent amount of time, considering that he's only died twice so far throughout the entirety of this game.
Yeah, he's been stacking up pretty good, and the longer this game goes, the better it is for him. It does eventually cap off, but Irfan, as of yet, with 2 Blade of Despairs, is that the best option? I'm not 100% certain. Personally, I would have preferred one of those to be a Malefic Roar, but hey,
agreed.
Each their own.
But that's the thing, right? Grok's defense based off physical attack, and Blade of Despair is one of the very few physical items that gives the highest amount of value in a very, I would say, limited slot. So I guess that's the perspective he's going for coming from Irfan?
I suppose. I mean, he can technically go for a Hunter Strike, even though it doesn't really benefit him that much. Gives him a bit of cooldown, some armor penetration along the side. Basically, he just needs stats, right? And I think that's Irfan's thought process as of right now. He just wants to stack up and get as tough as possible with the most value as possible, which is going to be Blade of Despair. And you can see, TODAK, once again, they're making the exact same thing. They're just waiting here. They don't really need to wait to do too much. And HomeBois basically will start suffocating with the continuously pushing waves and possibly waiting for the right opportunity for HomeBois to make a decision. If you come out, we punish.
That was a very interesting decision coming from TODAK as well. Like, they freeze the lane and they waited for the Luminous Lord to pop out before actually going for the Lord take. It wasn't evolved, but they waited for it. So it was a very interesting freeze there coming from TODAK.
Well, they're actually waiting for its 3rd evolution. Now that it's 18 minutes into the game, it will, if they score a Lord along the way, they get an extra 500 damage when they make their first engagement or make first contact against the HomeBois.
I guess. But HomeBois now, they are gonna be in a little bit of predicament now, considering that TODAK, they've got a lot of immortalities, and this is a very interesting push. It's very rare to see TODAK going for a lot of immortalities, especially coming from Moon and Yumes, but it seems like they just want to bait out the initial fight of Time Journey, and after that fight, they are gonna give them then some.
Well, let's see, because it's all riding on Sicilian and as well as Carry at this stage of the game. They're going to try and muscle their way in.
Yep, looks like it is going to be happening as well. Hurricane Dash is going to try and catch as much as possible. Time Journey comes in as well. The Lord is chunking away the crystal down to 20% only, but it's still alive. But the decent amount of damage coming from Moon, chunking their way through. 4 maze looking for the finish, but Moon will set the deal onto his Earthbound, but eventually they muscle their way through. They focus on the crystal, and they take game one against HomeBois.
A solid game one coming in from TODAK. Very clean, very methodical, and not as chaotic as I was expecting it to be. GG, well played coming in from TODAK.
Yep, it seems like the Archive jungle, even though it's something that I do not enjoy, worked out in their favor with his Hurricane Dance. Chibi could not play that game at all, and it's back to the drawing board for HomeBois. Can they make the comeback?
Yep, I think it definitely is an option for the HomeBois to make that comeback, and it's all up to how they play that game. I feel like TODAK at this stage, they played a standard game. You don't get to see TODAK play standard that often.
Yeah, it's really rare for TODAK to not go super crazy or experimental, right? They played a very disciplined game, which was very rare considering that we've known TODAK throughout the entirety of the regular season. But it also shows that how serious they don't want to meet SMG in the upper brackets in the playoffs. So all they need to do is secure the 2-0, and they are going to be guaranteeing #1 spot in their respective groups.
Ideally, that could be the situation. But we know HomeBois and how they play. It's either they lose 2-0 or they're able to win 2-1. So this could be the bounce back that everybody's expecting out of the HomeBois. In terms of draft, I do think that there were some solid ideas. However, just the smallest of mistakes really makes the difference, especially in high turn play.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like, for me, I didn't like TODAK's draft a little bit too much, but the way they played around it was the way they zone and attack Chibi on the landslide was just genius. It was just positioning. I would say overall, their positioning was just so much better than HomeBois. And even though the drafts weren't in their favor, they just made it work.
Personally, I don't think it's about the draft in general. I think the draft is about 50-50 here. Again, it was all about that early game, right? It was all about how could you oppress Chibi to make sure that your win conditions can reach the later stages of the game. And TODAK, they're able to achieve that very well. I think what TODAK made a huge difference is how they read their opponents and how they read information across the map. Like Chiku, for some reason, right place, right time. Oh, the wound's in the bush. Oh no, what are you going to do, Lancelot? Are you going to come get me in this bush? And immediately Chibi fell for the bait. He gets locked down, instantly dies to the Hurricane Dance coming in from Chiku. How does he make that read so accurate?
I don't know. It's all about the mind games, I guess. Like, I think there were just 2 instances where that was actually happening and down towards mid-right. I think Chibi died 2 times in a row. I think it's 6 to 7 minutes mark later on. So that's going to be a replay that we're going to be watching out for as well. But yeah, I agree with what you say as well. They've been setting up a lot of ambushes. And like you said, using Moon as the bait was the perfect genius plan to punish Chibi. Even though, if you think about it, Lancelot pretty much can only kill Moon throughout all the rosters except for Momo, which is very difficult to catch and without any kind of hard dice onto the goal lane.
Well, I mean, it's all about how they read him, and that's the thing that I'm trying to get across, that they can read Chibi, they can read enemy movements, and it's not necessarily they need to figure out where Chibi is, they can tell it based on how the laners are adjusting to the lane. So let's have a look at the MVP of this game coming in from TODAK. It's going to be the win condition of the game. Moon on his Sicilian, 3-1-3 KDA.
Yeah, well done indeed coming from Moon. He did it really, really well. He was able to time his Sanguine Claw with the ending of the Hurricane Dance really, really well to chain stun onto his multiple heroes. So that was very, very nice coming from Moon. Getting a couple of one-shots as well, very crucial factor coming from Moon as he completely harassed HomeBois in game #1. So well done indeed coming from Moon.
Yeah, and look how greedy his build is. He went for a traditional mage build. He didn't even consider getting a utility at all.
No, he did. He sold it. Oh yeah, you're right.
No Ice Queen's Wand. He was just like, you know what? We're winning so hard. Just give me an immortality. The longer I live, the better it is for the team.
Yeah, who needs utility? They just want to one-shot people. And, you know, we've got a lot of setups coming from this team. I guess that's the right idea from itemization coming from him. But overall, he sold his shoes. He got a little bit more damage. So well done for them. But before that, let's take a look at the highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series for game #1. As you can see, the early oppression coming from TODAK, knowing that Chiku, once he has Hurricane Dance, Chibi cannot afford to do a lot of things. And even here as well, you can see he's got caught multiple times before the time journey was available from Saifu.
Yeah, he really couldn't do a lot. And I think, you know, a lot of this early game is with the help of Formaze as well, making sure he's maintaining that top side, making sure that the EXP lane is going to be a non-factor, despite the fact that we're expecting Irfan, of all people, to be able to clear the waves faster than Paquito. So To me, that's a little shocking.
Yeah, I agree, and I like the idea of HomeBois using the wall block to actually cut off the retreats coming from TODAK. Unfortunately, there was only one time down bottom that worked in favor of HomeBois, and most of the time you can see HomeBois, they're just running for their near lives because Momo at this stage of the game was the pop off. And I'm not gonna lie, I feel like Momo deserves a little bit more credit from this game, and TODAK has him as a backup plan. As long as Chiku doesn't go super crazy, don't worry, if he dies too much, it's okay. We still have Momo, and Momo pulled a big W for this because you can see the amount of damage he's chunking through against HomeBois in most of these fights.
Yeah, I think, you know, Momo, he's been playing a solid carry game, and I think it's good because nowadays when we look at carry, yes, it scales towards the late game, but its laning phase has gotten a lot better over time.
Surprisingly.
Yeah, a lot of it has to do with that light wheel. It does a lot of initial damage the moment it makes contact with you, and on top of its passive, his natural passive, to do true damage, it catches people off guard.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised with that match on down bottom as well. Like, logically, in my mind, hey, Beatrix is one of the strongest laners. If you talk about it, Clint, Brody, Beatrix, these are three of the, I would say, exceptionally strong ones. Popo Koopa is going to be next. But I did not expect the carry to actually go 50-50 against the Beatrix and still come up on top. So Momo is just out of his mind.
I think a lot of it has to do with the choice of weapons that Anip was actually going for. Technically, Wesker is a really good option here, but he decided not to go for it. He stuck with Nibiru as well as Bennett at that point of time. And I think it's just tough, right? Bennett naturally isn't easy to use, and with the Phantom Step, being able to move yourself out of a reposition, again, it's like trying to shoot a 1-1, and even that's hard enough.
I definitely agree. 1-1 is just exceptionally difficult to play, but nevertheless, we did see him change up a lot. But before that, if you guys enjoyed that show and you guys want to celebrate more games with us, be sure to celebrate moments with Nescafe and get yourself a pretty sweet deal right now by scanning your QR code with 30% off with no minimum spending, capped at 20 ringgit. All you gotta do is use the promo code NESMPL30, get yourselves caffeinated, hydrated, as well as enjoying some good old MPL matches.
Yeah, and if you're just tired, like, man, I need some spice in my life, I need something a little bit different, don't worry, Nescafe also has some of the newer flavors as well, whether it's Gula Melaka's Bandung flavored, or even Pandan as well. They've got it all. So check out their whole catalog and the entire variety to see which one you would like to experiment with today.
Let me give you a recommendation. Personal favorite, Gula Melaka. Mwah.
I feel like that's like the consensus amongst all the talents.
Right.
Personally, for me, I'm a Bandung kind of person because I naturally like the drink, so having it added onto my coffee, just another step in the right direction. But I think we need to talk about TODAK in particular. Are they going to start experimenting this game? Because they've already got that first win, right?
Technically, game one, I don't know if it's an experiment on what, but somehow TODAK has made it work. Not once, but 2 times throughout the entire season with their Archive. And it's crazy to see how it goes. But let's take a look at the damage output coming from both the teams. And okay, I take it back. I'm sorry. I thought Momo was doing some serious damage, but Moon trumps the card. He's got 80,000 damage, full glass cannon. Like you said, doesn't even need Ice Queen 1.
Exactly. I think, you know, Sicilian is really good out for a lot of teams, especially if they're looking for a secondary win condition that has a lot of range. And I think Sicilian fits the build very nicely because by 7 minutes and 70 stacks, he's already hurting so much with this bad impact. Clears wave, and especially if you are efficient at your trades, you can maintain your mana quite well. So I think in general, most teams should be a little bit more careful when they're dealing with Sicilian. And I think even for Chibi, this might be a little disheartening for him, but he needs his laners to maintain that control. I don't think HomeBois are playing a very good game number 1. They should be sharper, they should be cleaner, but let's see whether game number 2 they kind of wake up from their, I don't know, dream-like state.
I don't know. I really don't know. HomeBois, they started the entire regular season as strong as they can, but this is their final weekend. This is their final obstacle they have to overcome. And do they deserve their playoff spot? It all comes down to this weekend, right? And they are in a situation where they are risk being eliminated from MPL, and like you said as well, they have to start all over again.
Yeah, it's not easy. It really isn't. And I think with these weirder drafts coming out from TODAK and the style of which they're executing it, it definitely caught them off guard. Minimal mistakes, minimal ways to play. Oh my goodness, they're even better than before. Just like Cadbury Zip, now more chocolatey. Guys, if you haven't heard about it, go and get yourself some Cadbury Zip from your nearest 7-Eleven, or if you're like me, personally, I like to stay at home, so you can buy it online, scan the QR code, and get yourself some today.
I don't know, man. I definitely agree. For the past 2 years, especially with the pandemic, etc., I've been staying home. I'm so adapted just buying it online. I would definitely scan up this QR code.
Yep. Oh boy, I cannot wait for this game to start here. Teams are going to get their prayers during this holy month within the minute and 10 seconds that they have left before deliberating on what they want to execute with. Are we going to see an extremely disciplined TODAK, or are we going to see the traditional staple landmark trade branded, trade marked fluid style of TODAK?
They have so many styles, man. It's just TODAK, man. Like, they can just pierce with the swordfish, they can ride with the winds, they can be elegant, like the fish dropping down from the waterfall. There's so many instances coming from TODAK. But I'm a little bit more curious from HomeBois, because game one, they had the right idea. They just got punished really, really heavily. Do they have a way to actually counter against them? And I'm surprised the Masha was just completely ignored by both teams.
Yeah, I was surprised about that too. I would have expected someone like at the very least, Yums to actually get his hands on it. And I think that would have been really great to see, because you've seen his performance on show. It's great. He's executing every move perfectly. Whether or not the calls are accurate is a different story, but if he wants somebody, if he wants to hit a 3-man Jeet Kune Do, you can rely on Yums to get it done.
I guess, but TODAK has finally figured out a way to deal with the Digi strat coming from HomeBois, even though it was a force to be reckoned with by all the other teams throughout the entire regular season. And currently, HomeBois, they started strong with their trump card drafts, but they didn't exactly work out. So looks like they have to reset the draft, and once again, they will stick with their first pick, and they will ban the Fanny again.
Yep, Fanny once again banned out by the side of the HomeBois. Again, the blue side is always their favorite. They ban out the Cho. That's super understandable. TODAK, on the other hand, I think they're going to get rid of the Valentina like they always do. Or
Yeah,
is
they
it gonna
should.
be Yves?
I think they should go to get rid of Valentina. Valentina is just too good to actually pass out.
But Yves, though. They're right next to each other. You can see them like, they'll think about it.
Nah. I think Karina is something that they could let off from HomeBois, but at the same time, like you said as well, Chigu plays a pretty mean Karina coming from TODAK.
Yeah.
So do they want to risk fighting against Karina, or do they not want to? But they are hovering on towards the mage pool, but seems like they are going to ban off the Selena instead of the Karina, ignoring it again, showing respect towards Yums instead.
I think this is a pretty good call. It's a good call from HomeBois because this sets up Yves, and I think TODAK right now they have to make a choice, right? It's either they've already banned out the sorry, not the Yves. They banned out the Valentina. That's the one I was going for. Karina is still a big question mark here. I'm surprised TODAK is going to be the ones banning out the Karina, but I guess at the end of the day, Yves is a non-factor when there's a lot of ways to deal with it. You have Khalid, you have Yuzong, you have Paquito even.
You're just bringing this up because recently you won the inter-house tournament made between us, right? With, you know, the matchup against Yves, weren't you? With the Khalid, with the Sicilian.
Well, yes, I mean, yes, that is one of the reasons, but more importantly, I think, you know, Formace is very comfortable with these heroes, and I think TODAK is a little more comfortable at letting Yves through compared to Karina, where it doesn't matter what EXP laner you play, Karina basically one-shots your backline.
Your team is
Oh, Sicilian! They're not even gonna... Okay. It looks like Yves is now a very clear liability for both teams.
That's the thing, right? Sicilian, Vince has pretty much played the Sicilian early into the regular season. It's something that he's going to be comfortable and going to for this strat. So I feel like him securing for himself is pretty good. And considering how Irfan was struggling with the Grok in game number 1, I don't think it's advisable to give him the Grok again. Give him something else. Give him his Paquito for care. But it's at least something that most of the teams, when they face up with HomeBois, they do respect his Paquito. Considering that HomeBois once upon a time first picked their Paquito, I think like 2-3 weeks ago before the patch hit.
True. That is true. I would rather see Irfan and Paquito than anything else, but once again,
oh no,
looks like TODAK is going to be setting up for the Akai jungle once more.
Here we go again. Oh no. Oh yeah, that's the thing, right? It is Akai. I feel like they can still flex it for Yums, even though I know it's very unlikely, but at the same time, I feel like Grok here is a very interesting one from TODAK. They could be flexed on from Yums and could be played by 4 Miis, and this is something that they have done before coming from TODAK.
Yeah, absolutely. This poses a lot of questions, right? Because the fact is, oh, hey, Sicilian is gone. You're losing one out through the mid lane. Does that mean that Moon might be going for something along the lines of Lunox? looking along the lines of...
Lilia is pretty good.
I mean, Lilia is a big... I don't know. I'm not so
Kagura is
sure.
pretty good as well.
Kagura is not bad. Kagura really isn't that bad, but let's look at the HomeBois first. They get the Paquito, and then we also get the Wan coming out from a nip.
Yeah, this is good.
Paquito got stolen away game 1. Wan gets banned out.
Yeah, this is huge from HomeBois. Going for the comfort picks here. They completely ignore the Grok, which is not much of a threat for these heroes coming from HomeBois. But TODAK, they will respond with the Phobias immediately as soon as they see the 1-1. Very, very quick reactions here. And like I said as well, it is going to be flexed. The Grok is going to be played on the tank role instead of the XP lane.
Yep.
Unless I'm wrong. Grok gold lane, maybe? No, I don't think it's going to be the case, but yeah.
No. It'd be too much of a troll. It'd be too much of a troll. And I mean, especially since they're banning out the EXP laners, all the terrible matchups, just get rid of Dyrok, get rid of Esmeralda.
Very nice, Ben.
Exactly. Make sure that this Phobius isn't going to get bullied in lane. And now HomeBois, they're thinking, all right, we get rid of Yve, that's one out.
Yeah.
We also get rid of the Lunox, or do we start looking at the gold lane itself? Because it feels like a bit of a waste at this point to be banning out more mages than you need to.
I think carry is a pretty okay draft from HomeBois to actually deal with these 3 tanks. But considering that it has a very tight win condition, considering they already drafted a 1-1, and the Phantom Step is going to allow Formaze to pop off with the Phobius. So it's not exactly a good answer, but the light view is going to be okay. But HomeBois, they don't want to take the risk for TODAK picking themselves. They are going to ban it instead. So Momo have so many other options. Brody's pretty good. Beatrix pretty good. What else? Clint is pretty okay for him as well.
I don't know. I think what's really tough to predetermine is whether Momo is going to pick a hero for the entire team.
Mia, pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. Mia actually isn't that bad in this matchup because half the time, as long as...
You've got 3 really tanky Michus in front of you.
Exactly. Well, technically 2 for the most part of the game. The other one kind of doesn't care, but there we go.
Oh, we've got a new hero 1. It's going to be the Xavier from TODAK. All right.
That's like my favorite hero, new hero 1. But see, I think Xavier here is really interesting.
Yeah, why?
So Xavier is in a position where he's in a terrible matchup in lane against Sicilian. Sicilian completely outranges him, completely outpushes him.
Wave clear is terrible as well.
Well, yes, it is. It's pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty terrible. And more importantly so is the fact that his I can't remember, his second ability where he drops down the gate is really good for both escaping and as well as locking your opponent. So it's all about positioning it.
Yeah, when it comes to zoning, it's pretty good as well. But considering that, I'm not gonna lie, like Xavier is really good when it comes to the mid to late stage game. Early game wave clear is terrible, but the way TODAK played this is that they drafted the Grok for a roaming position, which is a very good wave cleaner to compensate for the Xavier. But as soon as they scale in those middle stage game, this is where we see the Xavier start to pop off, especially from Moon. So I'm looking forward to see how it goes as well, because he really popped off with his Selena arrow, but give him a jacked up, hyper boosted ultimate that is global. I'm pretty sure he's gonna one-shot a lot of people.
I don't know, but that's the thing, right? If we're talking about like quote-unquote peel, putting someone down low enough to be in range for the Dawning Light coming in from Xavier, and where's the damage coming from? Brody, there we go. That's what we wanted to see.
Yeah, this is going to be a combo pick from Brody. I like the drops coming from TODAK a lot more, even though it's very difficult to pull off, but I like it. I like the idea and the thought process coming from this draft.
I don't know, man. This one's a little tough to say.
Oh, they've got the box here for HomeBois. All right. Okay.
Yeah, because like it goes both ways. There's so many dashes from the side of HomeBois, but there's also a lot of benefit to having those dashes. Number one, to keep Phobius on his toes. The favor coming in from Matilda to make sure 1-1 is topped off and isn't in the Dawning Light range of a lethal threat. It's just, it's back and forth.
Yeah, I agree. And with the box here being picked up from HomeBois as well as an answer to all the shields and tankiness coming from TODAK, how will they fare? Well, this is going to be a tank jungler versus a tank jungler. Who's going to come on top? HomeBois, they're looking to bounce back as they need to take down TODAK if they want to stay in towards the MPL playoffs. But nevertheless, TODAK introducing our first new hero coming in towards the Land of Dawn, the Xavier into the matchup. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game number 2 between TODAK versus HomeBois.
Let's get right into it. It's going to be HomeBois on the blue side with TODAK on the red side once again. again in a potential last bout for TODAK, and maybe some hope coming in for HomeBois if they're able to take this into a game 3. Now, once again, both sides are going to be generally okay. Yums is going to be super, and oh no, he can actually steal it. Chibi, really smart decision. Make sure that he uses his retribution early, because let's not forget, Power of Nature is obnoxious.
Oh, this is crazy. Yums is just buying so much time for the team, but at the same time, he's going to give a freebie towards HomeBois. Fortunately for him, he does have the pull yourself together support emblem, so that's not that bad for him. He does have a relatively low death count respawn timer, as well as a battle spell.
Yeah, let's not forget that Seifel was the one who was able to achieve the kill and not Chibi who got the assist. So technically, I mean, Seifel, he probably wants to be giving those kills over to Chibi so he can scale faster.
But as of yet, Yums is going to try and harass his way through as well. But as of yet, I would say Chibi is having a better game from game number 1, but Chiku has already hit his 4 a little bit earlier compared to Chibi. Now he just got it as well, so it's still 50-50.
Yeah, no, it's just a slight slowdown because of how Yums has been playing the Grok. And now, Irfan, on the other hand, knows for a fact that it's like, okay, this is not going to be the most fun in the world, but he has to make sure he keeps Formace in check. Chibi, on the other hand, does find Yums, and they want to punish him once again. Catches him with a Sanguine Claw. Power Nature able to make sure he walks out, and Chiku helps with the disengage. Oh boy, but now Formace, he's now level 4. He doesn't have any damage just yet. I don't think they want to come in. But even Xavier, he's probably telling the rest of the team, yo, let's back off here. There's no reason. I don't have any items. It's a little difficult.
Yeah, TODAK is in a situation where they have to drag this out towards the middle late stage game, especially when Moon and Momo start to pop off. But currently, they can't exactly do too much. Look at this. Vince purifies out of the stuns coming from the setup as well. And TODAK, they are going to lose the total trade, but Yums, he might actually get caught out, and that is going to be a good kill coming from HomeBois as they get the kill.
This is to be expected from the side of the HomeBois. They know they have control over the early game, especially with the help of Chibi, and potential winning side lanes here, right? Brody, for an example, is going to struggle landing and trading against on it. Both sides just want to focus on clearing the wave rather than trading against each other. Ooh, boy, Vin's nearly dying there.
Yeah, almost getting one shot from Moon, but you can see the potential that the Xavier actually brings to the table once he gets a couple more items. But I'm a little bit curious here on what Moon's itemization is going to be because as of now, Saifu, he is going to purify out of the Hurricane Dance coming from Chiku guys. So far, having a very difficult time coming from Hurricane Dance. But yeah, back to my point again. Moon, I'm a little bit curious here. Instead of going for Imperial H, he went for the Magic Worshipper. Yep. And his first item, is it going to be Enchanted Talisman or is it going to be Clock of Destiny? I'm a little curious how he's playing his Xavier.
Yeah, same. I'm very interested to see what he's going to go for. I think he just wants to scale and go for full damage, so I'm guessing the fact that he's going for Magic Worship, most likely going to be the Clock of Destinies. I could be wrong here, but until we see the item list, but here goes. The trades against Yums are working out really well. Soul Bloom works out, Wild Charge on towards Chibi's side, allowing Momo to quickly follow up with a Corrosive Strike to get himself in a better position, but it really is going to equivalent to nothing here. It really doesn't, man. Oh. Yep, you can see the movements coming in from the HomeBois. TODAK just want to babysit Momo.
Yeah, they need to figure a way to actually shut down Chibi very, very soon. Like, as you can see, Chibi, the moment the Tortoise Persons comes in, he's extremely tinky. And once he gets his Sky Guardian Horn later on, I don't think TODAK has a way to respond to this. But Chiku is taking some significant amount of damage. Hurricane Dance comes in, but it's doing nothing as well as he gets caught out and kited by HomeBois as they take him down. Once again, TODAK just doesn't have the damage.
Oh, good spacing coming in from Vince because that was going to be the main target coming in from Chiku. Formace, he's able to clear the waves, but he's not able to win the trade against Irfan on this. But Kido, the next turtle is going to fall into the hands of the HomeBois. TODAK, I mean, they could look to try to steal, but you're trying to beat Retribution with literally just Dawning Light, so I don't think it's really going to matter too much. Vince able to achieve his Clock of Destinies already. Let's see how... Oh, Moon actually getting the catch here. Dawning Light already coming out, but again, not enough damage to take him out.
Oh, the Dawning Light almost connecting as well. Vince sidestep with the Purify. Triple Purifies from HomeBois is working out from this setup coming from HomeBois. And Saifu, as you see, just bullying them out of the lane. TODAK, they're trying to get a kill onto his Irfan. They might actually get it as well for Maze. Looking for the dive. The Flame Shot misses, and he's going to escape for his dear lives as Chiku, guys. is going to get dived in by Chibi. As you can see, the damage coming from this box is just enormous by now.
Now that I think about it, the more... Oh, wait, hold on, Momo. He might be in some trouble, but again, Soul Bloom coming out of Cypher is working out great, but Yums feels like he's being stretched thin here. He has to protect so many angles as HomeBois look to collapse on that top side, looking for an opportunity.
Oh,
there we go! That's huge! And Anip is going to take everybody out there. Nicely played by the HomeBois. A good Sanguine Claw to help with a quick follow-up from a crossbow of Tang. Literally no counterplay.
That was a great setup. That's exactly what Anip needs as well. More space for him to farm up, as slowly but surely TODAK needs to figure a way to deal with him, because Foreign Maze is struggling his matchup against the Irfan Paquito, which is known to be feared by every single team coming from regular season. But as of yet, HomeBois, they're continuing their relentless assault down mid.
Yep, let's see how long it's going to go with this relentless assault. And I think, again, the mid game is slowly coming around, but TODAK is 3.6k behind 6 minutes into the game. Sicilian will start activating around the 7th minute. The fact that he's got 1 kill and 3 assists, I'm guessing he already has his stacks. Momo just purchasing in Blade of Despair. Not what you want to see, especially when you're supposed to be the win condition for the team.
Yeah, 6 minutes into the game, he's died once. He's usually the fallback plan coming from TODAK, and currently both Chico and Momo are struggling. So the next fallback plan is going to be Moon, but as of yet, we haven't seen some big boy damage coming from Xavier as well. Might be the itemization, it might be the emblem issue, it might be a little bit of a lacking in terms of cooldown reduction, but as of yet, I'm looking forward to see how it goes. But as of yet, HomeBois, they are going to secure that 3rd total in a row. Moon, however, a little bit too far off, gets poked by Saifu.
Why is Xavier's Transcendent Bar so tiny compared to, like, I don't know, literally,
weird.
It's kind of awkward. It's kind of awkward to look at. It's really hard to tell how many stacks he actually has until he hits that Transcendent form. And it's important to know when he's in that Transcendent form, because once he does, he can start just spamming abilities time and time again.
Yep, he's in one right now. He just popped his ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, Dawning Light, that's the beauty of it. It's all about the timings and how you kind of chain his spells together. That's how you make Xavier work.
Yeah, I guess. But now TODAK setting for an ambush, and Irfan perfectly reads this. They know he's coming. Oh no.
I mean, they realize that bottom side jungle is completely cleared up. Moon hasn't moved. They haven't seen any information just yet. And more importantly, Momo is just walking right up into lane.
Yep. And now middle lane, big catch coming in, but the Sanguine Claw catches both of them. Moon forced to back out and immediately running for the red light. Dawning Light comes in, but Moon is getting chunked away. The wall block comes in, and Chibi retreats and back off. Ani going to be joining the fight, but Chiku goes in for the catch, gets a big hurricane dance, and this is going to be a disaster for them as TODAK turns the tides and chunks them all out. Chiku, what an absolute catch coming from TODAK. The setup, but it's not over yet. HomeBois are looking to turn the tides as well as Irfan gets a trade onto the Chiku. Momo, however, losing his health towards half HP as Vince tries to chunk him down, but they trade 3 for 2 as TODAK bounces back from the assaults coming from HomeBois. Vince might be in the next to fall. He tries to go for the back claw as well, but Irfan catches from behind out of nowhere. They thought he went back, but he was hiding in the bush as TODAK gets paid with the punish here, and Irfan looking to get more wall charge comes in from Hughes. Can he escape? And yes, he will, as HomeBois bounces back. My goodness, what a back and throw coming from that fight.
Yeah, really nicely played coming in from the HomeBois with the initial engagement, but the turnaround coming in from Chiku, clutching the play and locking 3 with a Hurricane Dance against the wall, really turns the tides. The goal lead hasn't changed too much, but TODAK able to break open the mid-tier 1 is going to open a lot of options for them in terms of how they rotate across the jungle.
Agreed, but now with the Lord going down very, very low, Yums getting chunked up a little bit too much. HomeBois, they are going to get the Lord for free. Meanwhile, we did catch a glimpse of the itemization coming from Moon. He went for the Clock of Destiny, lugging Trunket build. So I don't think he has enough cooldowns to actually spam his way through instead of using for the Impure Rage with the cooldown stats. But I don't know. Hopefully he's going to be A-okay for now.
Well, for now, let's see how it's going to be played out. I do see a Lightning Truncheon on Moon, so I'm guessing he did go for the Clock of Destiny's build overall. Lord now kind of collapsing, and so far Cypher is going to start the initiation with a Circling Eagle very early on. It's going to be the Mystic Field that catches out the rest to slow down the engagement. But again, TODAK not in position just yet.
Moon.
Sanguine Claw just always seeming to hit coming in from Vince. Moon forced to flicker.
Yeah, sick catch coming from him as well. But without the battle spell coming in, his next life here, and the attempt coming in from HomeBois, he might be in a little bit of trouble. Meanwhile, the Lord is going to be knocking from the crystals. TODAK Can they defend? Yes, they can. They haven't exactly bait out major spells yet from HomeBois, so it looks like they are playing a little bit safe. Anip looking to proc the crossbow and tanks first, but seems like it is going to be trading 50-50s, and TODAK will be able to hold on.
Yep, as long as they still hold their inhibitors strong, they're going to be all right for the time being. They can't go further than this, but again, that gold lead for the side of HomeBois could easily change in one single team fight. So keep an eye on how TODAK is going to engage, especially if you are a big fan of Chiku. He needs to find that triple Hurricane Dance against a wall somewhere, somehow, against the HomeBois.
Yeah, that was a pretty sick play as well coming from TODAK. But they need another play like that if they want to come back. In this case, they need to set up a perfect 2 to 3 man Dawning Light to win the fight, which kind of allowed Moon to do that because of the Hurricane Dance. So, HomeBois, they have to save out the Purifies. They've got triple Purifies, and it's going to be back to the drawing board again. TODAK, they need to force out all these Purifies before the next big fight. And it's going to be tough.
I don't think it's going to be easy. The next position that they could fight is for Lord in the next 50 seconds or so. But TODAK, with so many waves pushing in, HomeBois are almost guaranteed to set this wave up, especially how dominant Irfan has been against both Chiku guys and as well as Yubs. Even Phoveus relatively struggles. He's 2 levels down against him. It's not a good position to be in. More importantly, they can force this 4v5. They're going to get top side pushing, send one member of TODAK over, Irfan rotates quick down to Lord side, and then we have a 4v5 setup, and Chiku once again trying to get an opportunity to get into the back line, but GB does not allow it.
This is huge from HomeBois. The choice persons for a Hurricane Dance definitely worth it in his favor. As long as the Hurricane Dance is down, HomeBois is not afraid to contest TODAK. But as of yet, they're still playing safe. They are going to go for the next Lord as an objective. Meanwhile, TODAK, they are going to go for the split push here to try and get a little bit more farm for Momo, as he's so far away from his max level. 2 more levels away, whereas Anip is going to be tying it with 50-50s here. So HomeBois, they are going to get another Lord for free. As you can see, TODAK, they're on the top side as well. But oh, wait a minute! What? Moon, what? How? Just how? He sniped the Lord! What?
A badly timed retribution coming in. Oh no. Oh, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. They knew for a fact that Chibi did not have retribution at that stage of the game, and Moon was able to time it very, very well with the help of vision from his teammates. Now, they're going to start turning things around. An amazing steal, and Yubs opens up the map, allowing 4Mates to jump into the middle. Another dotting line, but Moon is now in trouble. He gets attacked by Chibi in the backline. He instantly goes down as the rest of the HomeBois start running on through. Notice the mid lane as they push on forward. Hopefully, Momo doesn't get caught out too.
Yeah, and Chiku now, he's going to be in a little bit of trouble as well. He's going to be forced to Hurricane Dance later on, but HomeBois, whew, they definitely did not expect the snipe coming in. Now, with this, TODAK, they are going to drag this game a little bit longer for Momo and also Moon to pop off. And HomeBois could not close up the game because of this Lord steal. Oh my goodness, it's so painful to watch for them.
It's precious time that TODAK was able to buy, and thanks to Moon, this is a great opportunity to make it work. Luckily, Chiku showed that he used his retribution early, giving confidence in Chibi to use his early as well, and forgetting about the dawning light. Yobs should be able to make it out of here for sure. Oh wait, no, maybe not. Certainly Eagle does connect on him. The Soul Bloom doesn't do as much damage as he would like. Chiku is able to lock down Cypher, and there's the dawning light again from Moon, finding a kill onto Cypher's side. The Purify came out too late.
This is the late game territory for Xavier, and you can see the power of what Moon brings to the table. And my goodness, HomeBois, they weren't expecting that kind of damage. So once again, TODAK, they're still hanging on, and this is exactly what they have been eyeing for throughout the entirety of this game. The dawning light, just a force to be reckoned with.
Oh boy, it is, that is rough. That is very, very rough indeed. And I think at this point in time, they just have to be very patient with the way they kind of move up and making sure that they don't fall into another trap once again. Don't fall right into the middle of that Mystic Field. And Moon is using it very, very well. He's putting it right in front of his face to bait his opponents to walk in. He already has the extra movement speed that it gives, but can it do more?
Yep. Hurricane Dance being forced out. GB going for the toys, but Son dawning light from the side is not going to do too much. Doda, they're losing a lot of their lives. Momo, he's got to figure out, can he survive the protection coming from Doda to make him alive? He's going to be okay. Meanwhile, Formace, he's going to go for the ducks as well. Ani going to be chunked out very, very low. But he just stopped moving. But no, he cannot finish him off. And HomeBois is going to be okay. The dawning light comes in, almost snipes them off. But HomeBois, they will prevail as they trade Formace's life. But whoo, Momo, he almost lost the game for TODAK right there.
Honestly, I think Formace should have just backed off at that stage of the game. I mean, Moon had an incredible Mystic Field, which completely slowed down the engagement coming in from the HomeBois, and I think that should have been more than enough time for him to get out. I guess Moon was giving him extra bit of confidence that in case that he chunks Anip low enough, that the Dawning Light would be enough to take him out.
Yep, the Lord is going to be secured from HomeBois. This is going to be a third Lord, and it is in the favor of HomeBois. TODAK not going to be able to make the miracle play from Moon, not again, but hopefully we will see it in the near future. But as of yet, HomeBois, they're very worried of what Moon can bring to the table in terms of damage. And Anip, he's going to be out of control. This 1-1 is just popping off right now.
And for now, let's see, because again, we are still waiting for Formace to get into a position where he can actually take it out by himself. And I think that's what we're all waiting for here. Is he capable of doing it just yet? Let's pull up the item list, and so far, I mean, it's not bad. He's almost built enough for an Oracle, and I think that should give him enough sustainability, but mainly because of this Ice Queen's wand that I have confidence he might be able to pull this off.
Yep, Moon just got his Enchanted Talisman available. His 5th item choice of items here. He's going to be able to spam a little bit more. Hopefully he's going to do a little bit more work. But HomeBois, they're looking to close him out. But Moon taking a little bit too much damage, forces a flicker. Needs to be careful as the Transcendent Form is going to be available for him, but he needs to spawn his Dawning Light. Saifu gets checked up, and that is going to be HomeBois scared off. And once again, a beautiful defense coming from TODAK.
Yeah, this is, oh man, this is why it's so difficult to play Xavier into the Cecilion matchup. Naturally, Cecilion, oh wait, hold on. Yums does get the wall charge off of Anip, forcing him to use his cleanse very early on. Dawning Light as well going to be utilized by Moon. He is just spamming it whenever he has the chance. And yes, with the Transcendent Form, in about 6 seconds or so, he might be able to do it once again. He's setting it up. He's already dropped down the field. Continues on with his infinite extension. Dawning Light already connects once again. Maintains the Transcendent Form, but it's too late for Chiku. Unable to find the right angles.
Oh, great kites coming from HomeBois to dodge Chiku. He needs to set it up for Moon if they want to stand a chance. But as of yet, it's going to be extremely difficult. Moon, once again, another Dawning Light here to try and cut the creep waves as much as he can to slow down this aggression, to buy time for Chiku to come back online, which is going to be 25 seconds. But as soon as we hit the 20-minute mark, each death is going to be very, very crucial coming from both teams.
Yep, 48 to 55 with 7k goalie coming in from HomeBois. I think TODAK already has all of their core items. Let's pull up the item list real quick to double check where they're currently at. We are seeing Vince going for a Genius Wand. I'm pretty sure that, is that a 5th item? Possibly, but let's see if they break the inhibitor. Dawning Light as well as the field is down to slow them, but Irfan, he's going to auto attack.
Oh no,
Formace takes it back when he's on the opposite side of the wall. Unfortunately, HomeBois not in position to actually punish. Good plays coming in from HomeBois. That's 2 inhibitors for nothing so far.
Yep, Yum's now going to try and set things up as well with the concealed play. HomeBois takes a perfect read, dodges his way through TODAK, finding no opportunity at all. HomeBois, they are starving and they are looking to make a comeback. 4th Lord in the back. They're in position, and TODAK, can they secure this? But as of now, they've got to push out the lanes. Chiku, guys, they're going to be trying to scout out the Lord Pit. But HomeBois, they're doing significant amount of damage. TODAK, they need to run off. Chiku is dropping a little bit too low. Seems like HomeBois, they're resetting the Lord as they go for the kills. TODAK, they're running for their lives. But Yums, he's getting targeted his way through. Momo, however, is going to be next to fall potentially. But the wall block comes in, saves his life. Formace, going to keep things alive for the team. But the rest of TODAK, they're in no position to contest this. The minions are there, but he's still going to alive. The crossbow attacks, is he going to be enough to finish him off? Yes, he will, as HomeBois get the pick on him, and HomeBois will back off with half HP.
Yo, these Mystic Fields coming out of Moon is actually quite nuts, but unfortunately unable to follow up in time. Anip been saving that crossbow of Tang when the Dawning Light.
Oh no, Irfan, he's gonna get caught out.
He's dead! They find the backline, and now they're gonna run for him. Momo's in trouble, but Chiku, guys, is able to peel for him just in time. Anip's still able to kind of go crazy here, as Moon is completely cut off from the team. Anip is on the chase.
He wants
Moon. Finds Moon, he finds him, and he's gonna get him.
Flickers. Can he save? No. Looks like he's dead, and that's gonna catch he's looking forward to as well. Momo was so busy defending the minions as well. And that's exactly who the HomeBois needs to target as of yet. Oh my goodness. Whoa la la. What a game coming from HomeBois and TODAK.
Yep, they're making sure they're creating a strong argument that Game 1 was a fluke. Game 2 is when HomeBois really start to play. They are warmed up here, but so far, they still haven't been able to finish this game off against TODAK. Their defense seems to be really strong, and unfortunately for TODAK, it's going to be tough going. Oh no.
Oh no, Chiku is gonna die eventually as he gets chunked up. He's gonna run for right as well. Crossbow tanks connects and chains onto his 4 mains. He's gonna be in some trouble, but instead they turn the tide. The Matilda out is there, but 0 damage from 4 mains, but his connection from Chibi will be enough for HomeBois to burst him down.
Yep, the peel is just too good. Way too good. Even though Anip doesn't have the crossbow tank to save him, he's been playing it perfectly and even has the Inspire to ensure Dawning Light this time is not going to steal away the Lord. GP will not lose it. Is he going to use his Retribution? Yes, he will, giving no chance for TODAK.
Oh no, Saifu gonna be chained away. Yums is gonna be forced to back down. Momo also gonna be running for his dear lives, but TODAK, they still have the damage. A big Dawning Light comes in, but no, it gets cancelled midway. Oh no, what a stun coming from Irfan.
Huge coming out from Irfan, just in time as well. Now, it's going to be the last push.
Yep, it is indeed. Irfan taking a little bit too much. The Dawning Light comes in. Oh, Irfan, he managed to solve the winter chunking in time before getting bursted down. Oh my goodness, what a clutch. But the crystal will be focused down by Anip, and HomeBois bounces back, tying the series 1-1.
And that's what you want to see. The audience here, the HomeBois fans are happy they're able to tie up the game 1-1 against TODAK once more. This is what we're hoping for. They're looking for the 2-1. TODAK, unfortunately, this time, Xavier is just not enough.
Oh my goodness, I can see the crowd's reaction right now. Some of them just hugging their hands on their chest with a sigh of relief that HomeBois was able to tie 1-1, keeping the dream alive.
Oh, GG, well played to the HomeBois. Once again, this has been a tight series so far, but you can definitely see what makes Xavier really good and what makes him kind of bad. He gets outraged in certain situations, but when he's in that transcendent form and able to start spamming out Dawning Lights pretty much every 12 seconds, that's when you see his power.
When we talked about experimental stages here, TODAK did put a pretty decent Xavier game. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty good, but there are still a couple of tweaks, like you said, to fix. Hopefully they will be able to fix it for the next match, but nevertheless, still and a very good eye-opener here on what the Xavier is capable of coming towards this coming patch.
Yeah, oh boy, it's something to keep an eye out for. I do feel that he's a little underpowered, especially with his wave clearing capabilities. I do think that needs a little bit more work so that he's able to kind of match up against the meta, currently in meta mages as of yet. But let's have a look at the item builds before we go on even further. Have an identification of what exactly Moon was trying to go for here. And yes, traditional mage build all across the board, even decides to go for not only the Clock of Destinies, but also the Talisman on top of it all.
Yeah, the Enchanted Talisman, I remember it was like a 5th item pickup, which was very late coming from Moon. But eventually you can see the power spike coming in. But I feel like it might be the emblem, it might be something else. We don't exactly know because it's not going to be shown in terms of stats, but the cooldown reduction coming from the emblems is going to be very crucial in playing Xavier. This is going to be me based on my personal experience. But all in all, I feel like he played a pretty decent game, even though he doesn't have like a lot of high kill volume games from Moon. But all in all, I feel like he played a pretty decent game.
I think it could be definitely better.
Yep,
Unfortunately, their draft was in a bit of an awkward spot.
Agreed.
4MA is trying to counter out this one, but it's just not enough. I think, Anip played a truly solid game.
Agreed.
Even opting to go for a Malefic Roar to make sure that his hits really do cut through all the armor.
Yeah, and HomeBois, they won it from all the early stage of the game. The Boxia is just a force to be reckoned with. Boxia is just so hard to deal with, and having the carry banned out by HomeBois just forced TODAK in a situation where they can't chunk him down quickly enough to actually prolong the fight. And you can even see it as well, Chibi going for Curse Helmet, Skygunner Helmet, and then Antikyros with the Blade Armor to deal with the potential backlash on those Momo eventually. So well done coming in from them. But let's take a look at the MVP for game number 2 coming from HomeBois. It is going to be none other than Vince on his Sicilian with a 4-0-7. 2 games in a row, Sicilian making the MVP mark.
Yep, considering how long these games are going, like look at his match GPM. The game dragged on for so long that it looks like he hasn't been farming for a good amount of time. But overall, with a perfect KDA like that, Sicilian, an absolute monster when it comes down to the later stages of the game, has the range, literally has everything. And look at that build coming in from Vince. Doesn't even opt to go for a Holy Crystal. Give him a Winter Truncheon, give him a Genius Wand.
Yeah, raw damage is going to be the way to go. And I like this itemizations here coming from HomeBois, but at the same time, what was really genius was that the triple Purify to deal with the Archive. That was just that was so difficult for Chico to actually play off. And the one fight that TODAK actually won was that triple Hurricane Dance down in mid. But that was because HomeBois has pretty much used up all their Purify, which was very, very difficult to pull off. So nevertheless, HomeBois, they still made it work and they dragged it on. So well done indeed.
Yep, well done indeed. I don't know, personally, I feel at this stage of the game, TODAK had to pivot from their draft, and I think the Grok was just not the way to go, unfortunately. The most that they could have done is throw Grok into the EXP lane, but let's look at the highlights once more and get a recap for those of you who are just joining in. HomeBois was able to win this game, but a lot of it, just especially when you see how uncomfortable Yobes is, he's able to get these options, but he realizes that there is going to be that ceiling that Grok hits. There's just not a lot of versatility to the hero.
Yeah, on top of it all, like the difference between Boxer and many other junglers is that it is kind of like a hybrid link, right? Like if you are not able to oppress him by slowing down his farm, he will eventually still be able to get farm because of how quickly he can rotate in between lanes with the Unity. But yeah, this was the fight I was talking about coming from TODAK. There's one big fight that HomeBois kind of overextended and TODAK was able to capitalize, which was something that TODAK needed. And even then, HomeBois was able to trade 50-50s because of how long the fight actually dragged on.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to trade 3 for 3, and oh, the steal, so well done. So well done. And Chibi, unfortunately, just mistimed it ever so slightly. But after that, that's when Chibi started to learn his lesson. He's like, okay, I got to make sure I do not miss this. There's a global ult that I have to deal with. And after that, he did not miss his retributions.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And you can see it once again, Purify was just so good. Saifu getting one shot up by Savior was phenomenal. But again, as soon as the game drags on by, like you can see the power of the Dawning Light starting to kind of whittle down to a later stage of the game where we can see that HomeBois, they are starting to itemize against it, which was ridiculous here, right? And you talked about finishers. Yes, the Dawning Light can chunk them down low enough. Eventually, the finisher coming from Momo is what they need to actually close out the game. But unfortunately, it was very difficult to do because of the Blade Armor coming from Chibi. So nevertheless, that is a pretty solid game too coming from HomeBois. But the third match later on, oh, this is going to be tough.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough as well. But TODAK, once again, you are seeing an interesting side of them. They're willing to experiment. They're willing to be played disciplined for game number 3. Which version are we going to get? And is TODAK potentially going to the blue side instead of the red? A lot of different calls here. They're going to re-strategize and rethink their drafts before we get into game 3. We're going to go on a short break. And when we come back, it's going to be more Mobile Legends action. See you then.
Telah tiba masanya untuk pasukan-pasukan terbaik Mobile Legends Bang Bang daripada seluruh Asia Tenggara berkumpul. Piala MLBB Asia Tenggara atau MSC 2022. Siapa yang akan menang dan siapa yang akan kalah? Pasukan manakah yang akan terbang ke langit biru dan dinobatkan Raja Asia Tenggara? Seperti zodiak, 12 pasukan daripada rantau ini akan bertanding dalam 2 peringkat. Peringkat kumpulan dan peringkat kalah mati. Setiap kumpulan akan ada 3 pasukan dan mereka akan bertanding antara satu sama lain dalam perlawanan terbaik daripada 2 di mana pasukan terbawah di dalam setiap kumpulan akan disingkirkan. 8 pasukan yang masih tinggal akan meneruskan perjalanan dahsyat mereka. Sebagai pentas kepada perlawanan-perlawanan hebat antara gergasi-gergasi ini, MSC 2022 akan diadakan di Bandar Perbezaan dan Kepelbagaian, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Saksikan pertembungan antara gergasi daripada rantau MLBB terunggul daripada 11 Jun hingga 19 Jun. Ikuti #Supremacy untuk ikuti perkembangannya. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, tempat adiwira mencipta sejarah.
I'm a rock star.
Welcome back, everybody. Week 8 has been really exciting to kick things off, especially between the HomeBois and as well as TODAK. The score is currently 1-1, and my name is Getting Q. This is going to be Icy Baby 1-2, and we got to thank our sponsors for making this beautiful game happen with a live audience here to check out the stage behind us. Our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, our partners in esports, TikTok, esports charts, EGG Network, and not to mention our co-organizers, ESI, for making it all happen.
Exactly. The decided match between two of this Clash of Titans here. TODAK looking to secure their #1 upper bracket spots, but for HomeBois, it is going to be fighting for their tournament lives here in MPL MY. So far, keeping things interesting here for us, tying the series against TODAK. Can they make the comeback? And you talked about this before as well. They made it happen. They are potentially one of the guys that make it to 2-1s all the way through.
Yeah, it's tough. It's going to be really tough, but just in case you are just tuning in, let's pull up the recap if you missed out on game number 2. Seems like the name of the game is whoever gets Sicilian is able to win the game. Look at Vince, able to beat the high score Moon from last game, but even then, you can see that on Xavier, he's like, no. I'm always setting a new record.
Yeah, that was some serious damage. Like, you know, if you think that Xavier isn't hitting hard, he was pretty hard for the entirety of this team. And unfortunately, say Momo was struggling to dish out some serious damage. And on top of it all, the blade armor coming from Chibi forces him to be very scared of a Chibi, and they don't exactly have a real answer to actually fight against Chibi in that scenario. So Baxia is something that they have to take note and account for as well. But HomeBois, they managed to adapt to the, I would say, Chiku Akai jungle signature. I don't know how to put it that way, but 2 games in a row, I don't think Chiku is going to try it again for game number 3. Unless they want to again.
I think HomeBois at this stage of the game has really understood that, like, hey, Purify is a really good battle spell against Akai. It's like particularly annoying to deal with.
For first game, they went for the Diggy time journey, which was a little bit of overkill. Game number 2, instead of going for a Diggy, they go for the Purify. It works equally as well. Only difference is that I don't need to rely on a bird, whether or not he's in position to save me.
Exactly, and I think that's, you know, the biggest part about the displacement effect is annoying, yes, but you can't protect your entire team, and there's going to be certain areas that Diggy will not be able to hold strong enough. So I think this is a better adaptation, especially for the HomeBois, compared to what they had before. Now, coming into this particular game, I'm curious to see whether HomeBois is still going to be on the blue side, or whether TODAK is like, you know what, let's stick to the red side, let's look for those counter picks, let's make sure that we don't give any out to the HomeBois any longer.
I guess, but I'm looking forward to see whether or not can they actually mix things up, because HomeBois, they pretty much show their cards. They like their Diggies, they like their time journeys. Earthrun on his Paquito has been raved on throughout the entire season and the previous season, then some as well. So this time, do they want to respect it? 2 games in a row, Paquito has made wonders for both teams.
Well, I don't know about that. I really don't know whether they're going to pull it off one more time. If HomeBois is going to rely on Chibi playing something along the lines of Baxia, I feel like at the end of the day, Ling is going to be a much better option if it is let through.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely difficult to do so. TODAK has pretty much banned the Ling 2 games in a row, and this time will it be the same, because this is going to be the drafts coming from game number 3, and once again, TODAK will be on the second pick again, as HomeBois will be having blue side 3 games in a row.
Yeah, they just do not want to let go of the red side. Fanny is going to be the first ban coming out from the HomeBois. TODAK instead are going to be banning out Karina. Instantly, we are seeing just fast bans for both of his teams. Cho, another problem that HomeBois just refuse to give to Yums. He's able to execute on it, and they want to minimize how much impact he has in the game.
I'm really surprised that Masha getting completely ignored from both teams again. It's, I don't know, I feel like maybe Yums would have fit his profile, considering that how aggressive he is playing into the invades, whereas they're just completely going to ignore it. But as of yet, looks like they're hovering on towards the box. They're coming from TODAK. They don't want to face with him, and it's respectable considering how Baxia is in the meta-ish.
Yeah, well, I mean, I do think Baxia is good. He has his place in the meta, and I think he's more effective than most of the other tank junglers that we have around. Super fast rotations and constant harassment to the back line if you are not careful about his positioning. Now, TODAK, again, still sticking to their guns. They haven't changed too much here. Karina ban, and as well as the Valentina ban, not too surprising so far.
Now, considering that they were hovering on the Baxia, it feels like TODAK is in a situation where do they want to pick it up for themselves? Knowing that HomeBois has the tendency to first pick the Sicilian based on game number 2, they can let off the Baxia for this game and pick it up for themselves unless HomeBois first picks it. And if they do that, TODAK will be able to get the carry for themselves. So it's going to be a very, very interesting mind games coming from that. But I'm liking the different ideology coming from game number 3.
I don't know. I think, Ling is still a problem. And I think TODAK should be banning it out. If they want to play carry, right, they cannot have Ling on the table because Ling just absolutely demolishes carry whenever he hits that level 4 or he just has the Bladed Tempest. Now, first picks coming in from HomeBois. Let's see if they are going to go with the Baxia again.
I think they're going to first pick the Sicilian. The Baxia was slid off into the second phase coming from HomeBois, so TODAK, they are wary about it. But at the same time, do they want to first phase pick it? Or in this case, pick up the carry coming from Momo from the get-go in case they decide to go for a tank jungler. So it's very risky to show your cards from the get-go, but HomeBois, they have to make a decision. Secure the Sicilian, or do they pick something else? But it seems like they are going to pick the Sicilian for wins. All right.
I think that's very safe. It's really, really safe. Even though it has a 40% win rate, I think the fact is that Sicilian is a good guarantee for the later stages and the later parts of the game. And now that the meta has shifted and everybody wants to play these tank junglers and playing these traditional front-to-fronts, it's so much better for Sicilian, who doesn't mind. It can actually reach over the front line into the back, especially if you're playing something like carry, which is short-ranged.
This is... I think the carry is pretty good pick later on, but it seems like, oh, okay, they are going to go for the Yeet instead of the Xavier. Completely ignored this time. They rather play something that they're comfortable with. TODAK, they mean business coming from them.
Yeah, they want the guaranteed win here, and I think Eve is a very good option. It would have been a great pick for the previous game, but they also lock in the Baxia, denying it off of Chibi's hands, and potentially this still could be an EXP, a jungler, or even a roamer for the side of TODAK.
Nah, fam. Like, nah. This is definitely going to be a jungle Chiku. Like, he's played 2 tanks in a row, 2 games in a row. Third game, I feel like that's the way he's going to be playing out here. He's going to adapt to the situation. So, hopefully, it is going to work out. But the Baxia is going to be a big problem for HomeBois. Do they pick the carry right from the get-go for Anip? Or risk going for the 1-1 again, which is not exactly an ideal matchup against a Baxia early to mid.
I fight for my dreams.
Yeah, but Paquito is going to get locked in for the side of HomeBois. I think that's a good flex pick and a good option, as well as getting the carry as well. Ooh, this one I'm not so sure about.
Is this a jungle carry, or is this a...
No, I don't think it's going to be a jungle carry.
Gold lane carry.
Gold lane carry for sure. For sure.
Very, very difficult matchup coming from TODAK. Like, not going to lie, Baxia has a pretty decent matchup against almost every single jungler except for carry in the later stage of the game. And if you go towards the later stage of the game and if a Baxia goes full HP items, you will be chunked down by carry in 4 seconds.
Yeah, and I think, I think the important thing in this stage of the game is that carry is going to have to play at a high level, right? TODAK, on the other hand, this is interesting. Despite the fact that they see the carry, they're like, you know what, doesn't matter. We're still going to go for the Esmeralda. We need to make sure Paquito isn't able to leave that lane.
Yeah.
And it's going to be 4 Mace's job to make sure that he doesn't move. The roamers haven't been predetermined, and neither has the gold laners. So I think at this point, this is where TODAK needs to start thinking about, all right, what are some really oppressive picks that can actually deal with it without having to get too close and have to worry about flanks. Melissa is a good option, and I think HomeBois might just take it out.
I think TODAK, they can flex the Baxia into as a roam role and go for a Helker jungle to actually shut down the carry, just targeting him all the way through. But as of now, HomeBois, they're banning off the Angela in case they decide to go for the Angela Esmeralda, which doesn't necessarily help him too much because the carry is going to be able to chunk through that amount of shields regardless anyways. So I'm a little bit surprised with that.
Yeah.
But TODAK, do they want to pick the Roger for themselves? Because I feel like a Hellcurt is really, really good for TODAK just to shut down a carry. But right now, they need to worry about what jungler is HomeBois going to be playing.
I think just getting rid of anything at this point, whether it's support or even a jungler, isn't really going to matter to the HomeBois. So they just get rid of the Matilda so that at least there isn't some form of outplayability for the carry, and they can almost guarantee get on top of them. Now, the question is, TODAK, they get last pick, and they have to reveal the entirety of their lineup for the side of HomeBois, right? So I think they're just going to save. They're going to save their jungle pick for the very last.
I don't know. It's really difficult to say what is going to be happening. But like I said, so both they're still keeping options available. But I haven't seen a tank roaming Baxia for a long time. But at the same time, XP Baxia isn't that. Yeah, XP Baxia is not that bad as well, considering that the Esmeralda can be played in the gold lane. So I don't know if TODAK is going to risk this, but it's very, very possible as well.
I think it's terrible. I think it's...
Against a carry, yeah, definitely. I agree.
Yeah, so I think that's generally quite pointless, and I think HomeBois have a really good idea. Get rid of what Momo is most comfortable on, especially with such an impressive matchup like Brody. It's better to get rid of him, but I still think there are still good matchups to go. Yep, there we go. Melissa is going to get locked in for the side of TODAK. Gold laner locked in. They're going to wait for the jungler at the very end. HomeBois bouncing back to them. They're going to see the full lineup first before anything else.
I'm a little bit surprised considering that they'll pick up the Melissa. Is it the wisest of choice considering that against a carry?
I think it's the freest lane in the world. There's no way carry can outplay this. No chance. No shot unless Momo makes a mistake and walks way too close when he doesn't have to.
All right, I'm looking to see how the matchup has been happening here. But so far, in theory, in our minds for the past few weeks here, we know that Melissa is okay in the lanes, but we haven't seen a really convincing Melissa game where he just completely stomped the entire fights here.
Well, I think the main issue is the fact that, you know, there's still Sicilion on the side of the HomeBois. So Akai and Beatrix get picked up there.
Okay, this is a jungle carry. No, wait, it's a mid lane Beatrix. Wait, yeah, it is a jungle carry.
Yeah, it is a jungle carry. Huh. Who would have thought? Who would have guessed?
I did, but still, I don't like it at all, but all right.
I think jungle carry is just going to die here, right? Now, TODAK is looking at this and they're like, yo, you know what? Do we have a really difficult jungler? Oh, yeah, by the way, Masha's up.
No, wait, Masha is terrible against this Roth.
No, Masha's
It's
great.
annoying, but Carry is just going to benefit the most out of this.
So what? Carry is not strong. Carry needs 3 items, at least 2 items before she can even take on the Masha. But instead, they're going to go for an even more teamfight-oriented pick in Atlas.
Okay, they are picking very tanky compositions against a carrier for HomeBois. All right, not expecting this at all, but considering how greedy HomeBois is going in, and I can see where this is coming from, knowing TODAK, they are going to go for the oppression.
Yep, they're still playing for the win conditions, Moon and as well as Momo. They're taking away a lot of pressure off of Chiku and forcing the entire team to be playing around those 2 win cons. Let's see if this is going to be enough. They've already dropped a game against the HomeBois and have taken one to start their first impression. But now, let's make our way towards the Land of Dawn.
Yep, the draft has been set here, TODAK. They will respond with a tanky composition. HomeBois going for the double marksman, which was very, very popular in the early stages of the regular season, and this time Beatrix is going to be played alongside the carry to face up against the mighty Baxia with Melissa as a response. How will they fare well? Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game 3 between TODAK versus HomeBois.
All right, here we are for the very last game of this best of 3. Only one of these teams are walking away as winners. Is it going to be the HomeBois on the blue side or TODAK on the red?
Yep, I'm looking forward to see how it goes here. Chiku will be playing on the jungle vicinity. Meanwhile, well, HomeBois, they are going to be a little bit invaded here. Yum's going to be playing the Atlas. I'm not exactly sure what much can he do, considering that Atlas doesn't have a lot of spam abilities. He's just going to try and soak up a couple XP. That's about it, I guess.
Yep, he just continues to threaten, and let's not forget that Yves is pretty good at pushing a wave, just a little bit better in comparison to... Oh, they're actually invading. Chiku wants to be able to steal this away, but Irfan is able to respond just in time. Chiku ends up giving first blood over to Cecilion, and now the rest of the squad is here. Yobs is able to find the instant lock-in, but again, Seifel, he's just refusing to die. Vince is able to get on out of there with a quick purify, but that's 2 kills given over to the HomeBois, and Formes now in a lot of trouble, forced to back off.
Yeah, this is huge coming from HomeBois. That's exactly what they need to actually scale even more. But TODAK going for Atlas, unfortunately, doesn't give him a lot of situations here. Unless Yums gets like a really sick catch, things are not going to happen here. But as of now, TODAK, they need to drag this in towards pre-4. But first blood bounties are going to be out of the way here, and you can use the MPL rewards code to get yourself free 6 pieces of nugget when you order at McDelivery app.
Yep, now look at Anip, he is just getting impressed here. Like Momo, he is purposely waiting for him to walk up into lane to try to do something and punish him with muddles. He's able to stand very confidently out of the way, but he's also very conscious about his mana. Now, Momo hops over the wall, gets muddles connected into Seifel, notices the rest of the squad here, but here comes Chibi getting some good damage. Phantom Step once again onto Moon. Not enough, even with the passive, just not enough. Formaze is able to push out of the lane. Falling Star Move gets on top of Vince. The light wheel is going to stop his movement forward. That means that TODAK is able to get the first turtle of the game.
Yeah, rapid boost purchase coming from Yums to get a little bit more position, but Irfan, he's going to benefit from the gold playing down bottom as Formaze tries to help up the team there. So that is going to be HomeBois winning off a little bit of trades on the sides by Irfan instead.
Yeah, despite the fact that, yes, the early engagement down by Orange side actually benefited Formaze quite a lot. I mean, Irfan ends up missing a couple of creeps, and more importantly so, even though he was able to get a kill, it's about that base damage. It's about Formaze having that avarice and having that level advantage against Irfan.
Agreed. But as of yet, Chibi having a very fun time overall, considering that he's not supposed to be able to match up against Chico in terms of farm, but Chibi is doing pretty okay considering how much emphasis HomeBois has given him with Vince and also Saifu protecting all the entry points from the camps.
Yep, Yums and Seifel continue to mirror each other. They know exactly what they're doing here. And you can tell that even both gold laners are positioning themselves in very different manners, making sure that they are close to respond to their supports if they start to clash.
A very defensive playstyle coming from HomeBois as well. You can see even Chibi, he's just going the safe route to make sure that he secures his jungle, while Irfan is trying to force rotations coming from TODAK, but looks like the catch comes in. Moon is going to get caught out, and Hurricane Dance comes in, and Saifu gets the catch. And because of that, HomeBois, they are going to be A-okay. Meanwhile, Vince, he is going to be in a little bit of trouble here. He doesn't have the bad impact. He might actually fall, but here comes the Fatal Link, pulls him back, takes him out, and Saifu might be the next to fall as the points with Sun from Chiku is going to run him down. Saifu will get the escape on 1,000 pounders, but Chibi will chunk him away with the passive abilities coming in from carry as he mows him down.
Oh, that light wheel, that's got to suck. I mean, Boxia is just caught in the middle of the light wheel and can't get out in time as the dot damage just ticks him down ever so fast. There's great plays coming in from the HomeBois as they are made a definite lead against TODAK in terms of the kill score. But if we're looking at the economy, 520 is quite a small margin despite being 4 kills ahead of TODAK.
Agreed, but yeah, I definitely agree. The carry just having a pretty okay time against the Boxia matchup, and now Saifu is going to get caught out, but he does have the Hurricane Dance in a very short while, and he's going to use it. Yums is going to get caught out, and immediately the burst coming in from Ani just completely obliterates it. The Rail Manipulation comes in, but it's not going to do too much against HomeBois.
Yep, they just don't have enough damage, and Momo unfortunately allowed Anip to walk out of the lane when he really shouldn't have, and now Turtle's being contested. Good Sanguine Claw, and that's going to be Chibi who finds it, but it's going to be Formaze who gets into that back line. Unfortunately, the kiting is too strong, and that's going to be Chiku falling into the hands of the HomeBois.
Oh, the amount of damage that Anip is bringing to the table is just phenomenal. Oh my goodness, he's going to be playing a front line B trade to make sure Chibi gets out of the situation. And now Cypher with a Hurricane Dance catches you. Triple Fatal Pounder comes in, but there's no follow-up.
so close!
He needs one more auto attack to actually get the kill, but Chibi, they will escape near their lives at HomeBois. They will settle down with Yumes instead.
Oh, Momo just didn't have the damage, and his Inspire was on cooldown, so he would have been able to do some big boy damage there had the Inspire just been online. Oh, so close yet so very far from Momo.
Exactly. Ice Queen's one purchase up on Moon again. That means a little bit more utilitarian, but where's the damage going to come from? Because HomeBois, they're just dealing some serious big boy damage, and I don't think ForMaze and Chico can tank the light view coming in from Chibi, as his passive is going to chunk them down with some serious true damage.
Yep, but now they just have to kind of play around the map, right? I mean, TODAK, they understand that team fights are now really difficult, especially since they gave a 2.6k over to the HomeBois. The next objective coming back up in about 36 seconds. Syphil looking very juicy here. They lock him down, but it's still not enough. But Combs finds it. Real one manipulation to capitalize on that combo as Momo is there to capitalize. Vince is on the run. Muddles deals enough, but here comes ForMaze falling Star Moon, and that's gonna be an almost perfect combo from TODAK. 4 kills for nothing.
Big cash coming from Yu's to set up as well, knowing that HomeBois was out of position, flickers forward, pre-cast the Fatal Links and just completely dunks them in this track. HomeBois should not have lost that, but they disrespected TODAK a little bit too much. Now, with Sky Guardians up on Chiku guys and the Antiquaras on Yumes, Chibi's got to be a little bit careful of where he spends his life views.
Oh yeah, and now once again, Turtle falling over, but now it's going to be Chiku who ends up paying with his life. Vince to be the deterrent as TODAK backs away. But down on bottom side, Irfan forced the flicker and get on out of there despite breaking the bottom tier 1. ForMaze is still stronger than him.
Yeah, HomeBois, as of yet, they have the damage. They just need to be very worried about Yume's potential setup, especially when Chibi and Anim is together. They cannot afford to be together and die at the same time, because once they go down, there is no damage coming from HomeBois to actually contest the rest of TODAK.
Yep, they're going to be losing their tier 1s on their outer turrets. Let's look at the item list. So far, Irfan going for an extremely greedy build. Hunter Strike as well as the Malefic Roar. He's taken so much damage from ForMaze, but he can't dish enough back, especially with the constant amount of shields that he's able to have. Tier 1 is cracked on open by Momo, and now TODAK on the engagement.
Oh, he guys want to pull, but the Purify comes in. They are going to refract as well, but the Purify comes in. Nope, it's not going to be good there as well. The snipes coming from Anim will be enough to shut him down, and that's going to be the disengage coming from HomeBois. But ForMaze, will he let them off the hook? I don't think they can contest this, and TODAK, they've got to respect this, as Chibi is a little bit too strong. Chiku, a little bit hesitant, but he turns back around. But TODAK, they will lose Yumes instead.
Yep, they're still going to lose a man in that fight. And I think HomeBois, they're sticking closer and closer together. The only person they're letting to kind of go on his own is going to be Irfan. He's a little difficult to catch. But now ForMaze, he's just going to run him down. He's got the Ice Queen's wand already, if I remember correctly. And the slow is forcing Irfan back in. Ooh! Is able to jab over the wall. ForMaze, he's not going to use the Falling Star Moon to try to go for the kill.
Agreed, but 10 more seconds before the Lord Pit. TODAK is in no position to contest. Momo is still going to be farming on the bottom side. Meanwhile, you can see HomeBois is going to be setting up a couple of ambushes. There's Chiku all by himself. He is going to try to open up a map, but seems like there is not going to be anyone, as HomeBois will back off, as they don't exactly know where Yumes is. ForMaze opening up the map pretty decently here, but you can see the Chibi is starting to hurt a little bit in this kind of couple of skirmishes with the Phantom Stab.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's already got a Scarlet Phantom in his build already. I'm not sure if he's going to go for full crit this time compared to the traditional Demon Hunter or Endless Battle into Golden Staff build, but let's pull up the item lists and find out here. Currently 9 minutes and 40 seconds into the game. This first Lord is extremely important for TODAK.
Oh, Syphil gets a 2-man Hurricane Dance. It's just sitting still there as well. well, but they are separated. Yums looking for the opportunity, but Saifu will be chunked out as the rest of HomeBois not doing anything here. This is a great opportunity for HomeBois actually contest, but nope, they are getting whittled down away as Toda chinks them off, and Yums doesn't even need to pop the Fatal Links. He did, but HomeBois, they're still hanging on as GB a little bit too low to continue to contest, as they were so afraid of Yums' Fatal Links that they stopped auto-attacking, and Toda was able to chip them away.
Yep. Ooh, that's some good heal coming out from Momo's side. He didn't even use the Inspire just yet as well, and it's a little too late for the HomeBois to get on top of this. It's a free Lord for the side of TODAK. Let's pull up the item list here. I'm curious to see what they've got so far in the piggy bank. Mid lane now. Oh, you!
Yo, no, Vince is gonna go for the catch as well. Hurricane Dance will separate the fight. Vince is gonna be A-okay, but the Muddles is gonna be there. They get the catch onto his Yums as Chibi chunks him down. Chunks down to Esmeralda as HomeBois bounces back with Todak's aggression. Moon gonna be in a very awkward situation, but he's gonna be A-okay as he backs off.
Woo!
My goodness.
Woo! Now let's look at the item list so far. Chibi currently, yes, it is looking like he is building a lot of attack speed, and even goes for a Winter Truncheon to protect himself. Rather interesting. I thought it would be a Winds of Nature, but I guess he's more afraid of getting hit by Moon. Now looking over to Momo's side, it looks like he is halfway there. Very, very close to getting a Winter Truncheon, getting a Winds of Nature of his own.
I'm a little bit surprised at this Chibi's itemization. I was expecting a Demon Hunter sword, but considering that the Blade armor purchase on Chiku, guys, that means he's going to be able to do some serious damage against Chibi if he's not too careful. But now he's going to be in trouble here. He goes for the failings. He pulls back Irfan. He's in the front. Needs to flicker out there. He's going to be okay. But meanwhile, the rest of Toda, they're taking some serious damage. Momo is in the midst of it all, but eventually gets chunked away by Anip. As the rest of Toda, they've lost 2 for 1. But can they continue to catch more? Looks like they don't want to take the risk because Chibi as well as Irfan, Saifu is, Chibi as well as Anip is still alive.
Yep, and Anip having a really great angle there, just perfectly waiting in the bush. Saiful, ooh, he's tanky now. He's not so easy to kill no longer, and it's going to be a Thunderbelt purchase coming in from Chibi, but Anip, he's done for. No way to escape, no turn to take, and he's finally down, picked up by Formaze.
That was a big catch there, knowing that he was pretty much stranded. Immediately goes over a punish, and that's exactly what they need. However, they will lose a tier 2 up top coming from that punish, but HomeBois is still taking charge of the lead economy, and their tier 1 still alive. Real Image comes in, but Saifu goes in for a disengage, but the rest of Toda, they swarm to the backlines. They want to go for the fight, but Yums, he gets caught with the second transition of the Hurricane Dance, and they can do nothing about it. Shiku's gonna try to tabulate the fight as well. Momo gonna be joining and trying to chunk Saifu, and they won't get it, but Toda, they're taking too much damage, and they have to run away. Chibi gonna give chase. Formaze making a run as well, where Earthfine goes for the KO punch, but instead, he gets slowed down, and that is gonna be his downfall as he gets punished for his aggression. Chiki now looking for a fight with Formaze. Can he beat a fight? Formaze. Winter Truncheon comes in, but the Snipes comes in away, but it's not going to do him any good as Formaze wins his trade against Chibi. What a big catch from TODAK.
Woo! That was close. That was way too close, but Formaze is able to out-sustain the raw damage coming in from Chibi's side. And without a Demon Hunter sword, he's not going to be able to do some max damage. Formaze holds up strong, and Momo is able to play that situation perfectly with the help of Moon. Unfortunately, Moon had to pay the price, but it buys just enough time for Momo to get the coordinated damage that he needs. Muddles is doing some good work.
Agreed. Formaze. Now, Saifu now. Gonna be trying to open up the map, but the Lord is pretty much done deal here. The Toys Person is gonna chip away, and Chiku will finish the Lord for Toda as they try to close up this game. HomeBois, they need the Demon Hunter Sword on Chibi. They need the Demon Hunter Sword on Anip to actually start to hit some serious damage, because Toda, they're getting away with a little bit too much in all these situations.
Oh, but here we go. Once again, they're going to be clearing up the waves as TODAK finally crack open the tier 1. They suddenly have access into the enemy jungle. And now HomeBois, they have to be careful. Saiful is able to lock down Yums, but I don't think he's going to be the primary target. Oh no, Momo! He gets caught out, unfortunately, by the Sanguine Claw. Vince does it again.
That was a big catch coming from HomeBois. Toda did not expect that reaction coming from them, but the damage, you look at how quickly Yums completely dropped due to the double marksman coming from HomeBois. That's crazy.
Yeah, that is nuts. That is some painful damage, but let's not forget, Irfan is building full damage. He is looking to get on top of Momo, ideally, or even Moon.
Oh, Hurricane Dance comes in. Chico's gonna get caught out, but Chibi is in no position to contest this. But Second Claw once again from 4 May. Saifu is getting slowly chunked away. He tries to dodge his way through, but eventually goes down. And Chibi is there to fight. Real Blade, which just zones him out. But Vince, in the midst of it all, he's getting focused by Moon. They don't even realize Anip gonna be coming from the black lines to flank his way through. Moon flickers away. Not just the KO bunch, but forces Irfan to overcommit. But he's gonna be able to get out alive as Moon is gonna die. But Irfan, he's gonna be trapped in between 3 tanks, but he tries to step his way through, but the Fatal Ring pulls him back and eventually takes him down. Chibi getting free hits all the way through. Can he get a kill? Yes, he will. And that's going to be 4 Mays dying as well as Anim and Chibi. Duo marksman completely scares TODAK off.
Oh, they even up the score, but TODAK is ahead still, ever so slightly. The game really is 50-50 at this point. We don't know who's going to be able to take this game away, but whoever is able to get on top of these 2 marksmen is going to be for the fight of their lives.
Agreed, Mao. Let's take a look at the itemization real quick here. Chibi not going for the Demon Hunter Sword. Does have the Malefic Raw. Likewise coming for Anim, he's the only one that has the Demon Hunter Sword, so he's going to be able to chunk some serious damage. But little they know, Saifu now going to be setting up for a couple of kills. But here comes a big Fatal Link. Vince is going to purify out of there, but Yus, he's going to get caught out across here. That's going to be the Immortality coming out. Momo also going to be caught out. He's chunking his way through, and Anim will take him down. Pacement is bright. Immortality still available for Anim. Can he survive? Yes, he will. Chico cannot finish him off, and that is going to be HomeBois picking off 2 for nothing.
Oh boy, TODAK realizing that this is going to be a lot harder than it should be. Momo, unfortunately, does not have the space, and even though his ult is really effective at keeping Irfan and Saiful away from him, Vince and Anim just seem to keep finding him with the ult.
Yeah, that is crazy considering how Saifu has been playing with his Archive. And now, it's being chipped away. Saifu looking for opportunity for 1,000 Potters away, but he's dropping a little bit too much damage. The Storm coming from Lord, hoping from Chibi to actually connect on TODAK so they can go in for the swap, but looks like it's not going to happen as 4 Mays looking to pressure the lanes down mid as Irfan doing a fantastic job making sure the mid lane is alive. 4 Mays opening up the map. Looks like they will not find anyone at all.
Yep, and once again, it's back to the stalemate here. They're going to wait until the 18th second where the Lord reaches his final form. It's all about maintaining that control. Saifu keeps on changing between his boots here. He keeps going into the rapid boots every single time it's purchased. And I think at this stage of the game where he's just like, you've got so much gold to be working with. Oh, wait, hold on. They find Irfan. They can't seem to finish him off. Momo pops his ult early, but the Sanguine Claw is so deadly. Oh my goodness. They still find the kill. 4 Mace is turning around, and now Moon is going to get on top. Chibi is in trouble. Chibi found it, and Yoms is going to bring, he might die for this. It's going to be the Winter Trunch, and Momo finishes him off. Winds of Nature, he changes the game, and 4 Mace kills the entire backline to finish it off against the HomeBois. TODAK win the final wipeout for TODAK.
Oh my goodness, what a setup coming from TODAK. That should not have been possible. They made it happen. They used Momo as bait, and they set up the flag, and now they're knocking those the crystals. It is over. That is going to be GG as TODAK takes 2-1 against HomeBois. What a game. What a game.
Nobody is disappointed with either or's performance. Somebody had to fall, and TODAK forced it out of the HomeBois. GG, well played for TODAK.
Oh, what a crazy game coming from TODAK. They should not have made it possible, but what a clutch coming from you to set up the team here. You can see he's clapping for the teams, and I'm looking forward to see what they have to say about that intense game 3 mic check coming from TODAK.
Boleh pinjam kepala tak, Meh?
Boleh. Lepas tu nanti kau pulangkan balik
Assalamualaikum, Dre. Atas. Belah terus.
Siapa mati kena belanja waffle. Ambil waffle lah. Mati.
Lah. Waffle satu. Kejap. Dia tak ada fikir ni. Kejap.
Tak apa.
Kejap.
Mati tak?
Nice. Boleh end mid tu? Boleh.
Ni, siapa? Aku siapa? Aku kat atas. Naik, aku drop. Wow! Aku drop.
Dia nak nip.
Ni, aku tahan.
Dia salah ulti.
Aku dulu. Dah, belah dulu. Reset. Aku tahan belakang. Jangan dash. Terbang ni. je. Jangan dash.
Mati tak?
Dah, belah. Lot.
Boleh, fikir dia. Fikir dia dah paksa.
Ni dapat 2.
Tengok.
Dapat 2 ni tengok aku. Tak boleh. Cici, ke belakang.
Salah.
Boleh lah.
Nice, man. Nice, man. Lot, jom.
Turu dek!
Lot.
Turu dek! Kita maju. Aku boleh
Kari.
Aku tengah zone ni. Aku tengah zone ni belakang ni.
Itulah dia comeback daripada pasukan Todak. Saya Jas Suzuran sebagai anda punya stage host dan bersama dengan Abang Jas sekarang kita ada Momo. Apa khabar Momo?
Khabar baik.
First of all, Abang Jas nak tanya, apakah perasaan Momo di atas kemenangan ke atas pasukan HomeBois sebentar tadi?
Rasa penat lah sebab puasa kan.
Ya tak, ya juga kan, sama lah kan. Bila tiba jadi Abang Jas nak tanya soalan kedua kan. Okey, apa pendapat Momo kan untuk game yang ketiga ni? Okey, Todak menang berdasarkan apa? Maksudnya daripada segi gameplay ke, draft ke?
Kita orang menang sebab kita orang tahu yang dia punya hero semua late game. Kita orang kena gerak agresi awal tu untuk dapatkan kemenangan.
Baik, Momo. I feel you. Alright, so sekarang berilah sorakan sikit untuk kita punya Momo sekarang ni. Alright, itu dia sorakan daripada penonton. Jadi Momo, apa pendapat Momo tentang kesemua tim-tim yang ada di season MPL pada kali ini?
Semua tim yang ada dekat MPL season ni semua sangat hebat-hebat semua. Tapi yang paling kita orang nak jumpa SMG lah.
SMG ya? SMG. Baik, jadi last but not least mungkin Momo ada ucapan untuk diberikan kepada penonton yang ada kat sini dan juga di rumah, silakan.
Pada fans yang datang di sini dan penonton yang di rumah, terima kasih banyak sebab menyokong kita orang.
Baik, terima kasih Momo. Jadi untuk ulas perlawanan nanti dengan lebih lanjut kita bersama dengan Syamilo dan juga Lafel. Please take it away.
Biarpun HomeBois tertewas tapi harapan masih lagi ada untuk mereka. Anda bersama saya Syamilo dan juga kali ini ditemani oleh Amal Lafel dan juga kita ada Gideon di mana kita akan bincangkan apa yang berlaku sebenarnya di game yang ketiga sebentar tadi.
Sebelum kita cerita pasal tu juga, again kena ingatkan pasukan HomeBois 1 point, so nak tak nak bila lawan Karakal kena 2-0, but pressure yang tinggi untuk pasukan HomeBois. Dan dekat dalam game tadi ada banyak back and forth di mana Momo cakap dia orang nak lawan pada bahagian early game, pada pendapat I tak menjadi, dia gagal. Tetapi moving forward kita nampak late game sebenarnya menyebabkan pasukan Todak menang.
Ya betul tu, kalau kita lihat daripada segi drafting kat sini, kita akan tanyakan kepada Gideon apa yang awak boleh bincangkan tentang kedua-dua pick oleh pasukan ini dan juga daripada segi item.
Personally, in terms of the picks, I thought it was really interesting because I thought HomeBois was trying to go for a fake out in the gold lane, and it ends up that they were, except they're going to throw carry in towards the jungle, which I thought was really interesting. But overall, the item build was a little bit jarring. Number one, getting the Winter Trudger, I think it is very, very necessary. But he did change up the build towards the end there, switching his Scarlet Phantom in towards a Demon Hunter sword towards the very end, but unfortunately I felt like it was a little too late. He should have done that way earlier. But for Todak's side, very strong team fight composition. Momo, very, very dependent. If he walks up too far close forward, that's when you see Vince catches him with the Sanguine Claw.
Ya, sebenarnya I pun nak sentuh sikit di mana Chibi pada bahagian awal-awal game dia fokus pada critical macam mana Gideon cakap. Dia dah siapkan dia punya Windtalker, dia dah siapkan dia punya Scarlet Phantom. But the thing is, critical dia ada kena-mengena dengan armor yang you buat. Lagi tinggi armor, lagi sikit dia punya critical yang dikeluarkan. So I pun tak sure dekat dalam game ni kalau pasukan Todak satu je hero yang keras is okay, tapi ada 3 hero keras untuk pasukan Todak.
3 hero keras. Jadi kita akan lihat kan selepas ni data-data di mana kumpulnya damage yang dikeluarkan ataupun damage taken untuk kedua-dua pasukan.
Ya, first of all kita kena cakap di mana Rich Guy dan juga the carry diberikan kepada Chibi 712 gold per minute dan 93,000 damage yang dikeluarkan. So in terms of damage memang ada. Dia berjaya untuk keluarkan and Vince tak jauh daripada Chibi punya position. Untuk pasukan Todak yang paling tinggi adalah Formaze dan juga Moon. Di mana Momo sebenarnya nampak sangat ganas, tapi Formaze sentiasa kat bahagian depan. Dia adalah sandbag, terima 204,000 damage. Berjaya untuk keluarkan damage paling tinggi untuk Todak.
Boleh katakan total heal tu kalau kita boleh bincangkan balik, adakah sebab Formaze saja Sebab dia punya total kill untuk pasukan TODAK memang sangat-sangat besar. Dan kalau kita lihatkan juga untuk pasukan HomeBois, sebenarnya Chibi bermain dengan sangat baik. Betul tak Ida?
Yeah, no, I think it's a little tough to say. When it comes down to the total heal, obviously we're looking towards Formace as well, but I think Momo was able to actually heal quite a bit with Inspire and with the fact that, Muddles is able to connect everybody together, so it's like as if you have a Mia passive and you're shooting at multiple people at once. I think at the end of the day, what really makes the difference is how you kind of approach these team fights, right? And Yums, interestingly enough, on the Atlas was surprisingly effective at forcing out Purifies. And I think this is the most important factor, right? Once your opponents don't have the Purifies, Moon is able to drop the real world manipulation without much punishment other than Vince trying to catch him out with the Sanguine Claw. Again, he has missed a couple of Sanguine Claws where he was just short of cancelling the real world manipulation, but Moon just played it better today.
Yap, sebab damage dia kalau kita lihat untuk pasukan HomeBois lebih tinggi, tapi untuk turret sebenarnya adalah pasukan TODAK. Dan boleh katakan pasukan TODAK bermain dengan mereka punya objektif, dengan mereka punya cakap seni. Afel, apa yang sebenarnya punca utama untuk kekalahan pasukan HomeBois?
I have to say Anip, because Anip banyak dia punya positioning sangat-sangat salah.
Ya, itulah perkara yang bercakap. Tapi kita akan lihatkan MVP untuk game kita yang ketiga, di mana diberikan kepada Formace dengan match KDA 725, match kill participation 60%, goal per minute 682. Saya rasa macam siapa yang pakai Purifier ni dia dapat MVP lah.
Ya, tolonglah nerf Purify. Oh, jangan. Kalau Purify kena nerf, habislah. Macam-macam hero dah meta balik.
Oh, that's so true. That's so true. I think, it's great that people are utilizing the battle spells correctly, especially even preemptively using it to make sure you minimize the time of how long. Like, even if you waste like 0.5 seconds, that could be a make it or break it for your team. I think Formace played it perfectly. He punished Irfan for building aggressive, and he couldn't get on top of Momo because Momo pops his ult. What are you going to do? Try and get into my circle? No. Completely no. And Formace not only controlled Irfan, but was able to start punishing the backline at the same time.
Ya, dekat sini kita boleh cakap di mana frontliners, untuk kedua-dua pasukan, where untuk side of TODAK sebenarnya Moon susah nak main because Akai selalu pergi ke belakang cuba untuk gunakan dia punya Hurricane Dance untuk cancel the real world manipulation. Sama juga dekat sini di mana Formace, dia yang akan bagi impact besar pada bahagian backline untuk pastikan diorang tak boleh keluarkan damage, diorang fokus semua damage pada Formace and create a lot of space untuk the rest of pasukan TODAK untuk keluarkan damage.
Jadi kita akan lihat kat sini dari segi highlight yang dibawakan khas oleh Samsung. Banyak kali yang pasukan TODAK bermain agresif, tapi pasukan HomeBois berjaya untuk baca perkara tersebut. Dan Chibi boleh katakan sebenarnya tak mati pada awal game. Lepas tu apa yang terjadi sebenarnya, Lafel?
Ya, here's the thing. Untuk pasukan HomeBois, kita nampak early game, diorang tahu apa yang TODAK nak lakukan. Sebab obviously kita pakai carry dekat jungle, pasukan TODAK mereka nak punish. Jadi bila dah tahu punishment tu akan datang, diorang akan lawan balik. But then bila pasukan TODAK mereka dapat balik mereka punya footing dengan mereka punya team fight, yes, diorang berjaya untuk scale back. But untuk pasukan HomeBois, I boleh kata, yes, TODAK berjaya untuk dapatkan a few good engagements. Tapi kalau kita tengok, every single time HomeBois punya positioning, tengok position Anip, tengok position Chibi. Chibi is doing well. And Anip pun, dua-dua marksman tapi tengok positioning mereka. Sangat-sangat berbeza.
Yeah,
no, I totally agree with him. And I think a lot of it has to do with the way that the marksmen are positioning themselves. A lot of these winning fights coming in from HomeBois is when Anip is able to kind of participate in it and drop a fat ult in the middle. But as soon as they start to split apart, and more importantly so for Chibi and as well as Anip, you see results like this where they get completely cut in half when they need to fight together.
Yeah, almost I boleh cakap just kejap je. Kalau Anip tak ada flicker, HomeBois akan kalah team fight. Sebab biasanya dia akan salah position. Kalau dia ada flicker, dia boleh patah balik. Kalau tak ada, then habis team fight.
Pada minggu lepas, kita ada tanya Ciku. Dan Ciku cakap, dia kata dia nak mencari hero dia. Dan kali ni kita nampak 3 game dia gunakan tanker untuk bermain di bahagian jungler, Akai, dan juga kali ini digunakan Baxia. Adakah dia dah menjumpai hero kesukaan dia ataupun kegemaran dia dan menyatakan bahawa TODAK berjaya untuk mendapatkan kemenangan hari ini? Jadi kita akan terus lihat kepada kedudukan kumpulan di mana dekat bahagian Group A, HomeBois naik satu sikit anak tangga, di mana HomeBois dan juga MLBB masih lagi kedua-dua 50-50, dan juga untuk pasukan SUHAZ juga perkara yang sama. Di pasukan Grup B, TODAK terus ke hadapan dengan 23 poin dan Red Esports 21 poin.
Dekat sini just nak cakap, HomeBois dengan MLBB dua-dua 13, SUHAZ dengan Orange dua-dua 14. So semua tim kat sini ada peluang nak pergi upper bracket, ada peluang untuk balik rumah. So Group A is very, very intense.
Group A is a little too nerve-wracking for me. I can't believe it's come to a stage like this where we have to start comparing the scores in this particular way. And I think, Momo was correct. This is one of the most competitive seasons. Every team has a shot at playoffs at this stage of the game.
siapa yang dapat nombor 2 dekat grup B tu dia akan lawan dengan pasukan yang paling konsisten dekat MPL yang musim yang ke-9 ni. Jadi untuk pasukan Red dengan pasukan TODAK, okay, pasukan TODAK dah macam alright, kita dah lega kejap. Jadi untuk game kedua ni kita akan lihat adakah Red akan mampu untuk menewaskan pasukan SUHAZ ataupun pasukan Red yang akan dikejutkan oleh pasukan SUHAZ. Sebab kat sini
actually kat sini I pun nak buat satu interesting observation.
Okay, apa dia?
SMG je yang dia punya lose single digit.
Yang lain betul.
Semua 14, 13, 11, 17, 15, 21. 6 kali je throughout 8 minggu kita main. 8 kali je. Ya, dan HomeBois kalau mereka menang match ni diorang akan second place, tapi here's the thing. Tengok perbezaan. 20 win, 6 kalah. Dan untuk HomeBois 19 win tapi 14 kalah. So the consistency kat situ kita boleh nampak SMG is out of this world.
Okay, kalau kat sini sebenarnya kalau saya kat grup B, saya lagi seram sebenarnya jumpa pasukan SMG tau. Dia punya konsisten untuk pasukan SMG.
Lepas ni Red kena menang. Kalau Red menang 2-0, mereka boleh atas TODAK.
Kalau Red menang 2-0, mereka boleh berhadapan TODAK. Dan kalau mereka kalah dari pasukan SUHAZ, boleh kata mereka akan berada di atas. Dan selesa untuk pasukan SUHAZ menjadi bukan titik peluh lah, berpeluh sebenarnya pasukan MLBB dengan pasukan HomeBois sebenarnya kat sini. Dia
tak bukan titik. Dia memang dah shower dah. Shower, baldi semua ada.
Kalau jatuh kat mulut tu dia macam terbuka. Bahaya. Kat grup B
awak dah buat lawak, awak terus.
Tak dah, dia macam dekat grup A ni berbahaya sebenarnya ni. Tengah lihatkan di mana key to success untuk pasukan TODAK yang berjaya untuk memenangkan game ni. Daripada 4 key to success ni, apa yang kita boleh bincangkan dengan lebih lanjut, Afram?
Honestly, nombor 2 dengan nombor 4. Sebab untuk kesemua game, diorang memang try untuk pastikan Chibi tak ada farm dengan sangat bagus. Game ketiga cuba lagi, cuma Chibi dah baca, dia dapat overcome apa yang pasukan TODAK nak lakukan. And nombor 4, Momo dominate okay, but yang paling penting I rasa is just that dia tak kalah dekat dia punya own lane, and then bila masuk dekat dalam team fight, I would say they will contribute a lot of the damage.
Yeah, I would agree as well. I think not letting Chibi snowball is going to be the main one for me, because I feel like even Momo dominating his lane, half the time it's about 50-50, and I think Anip he knows his lane matchups really, really well. It's just once the games get really, really draggy, and especially for game number 3, you can see him kind of like get a little too overly aggressive with his flicker, and half the time that's one of his most important utility spells to get him out of tough spots. But making sure that Chibi wasn't able to farm and just let him snowball, game 1 was the perfect example, making sure that if you shut him down early, there's no way he's bouncing back.
Yep, dan untuk key sukses yang ketiga, fokus on objektif. Dan game yang terakhir tadi kita dah nampak, walaupun mereka punya damage dekat pasukan HomeBois lebih sedikit, tetapi mereka punya turret damage sangat-sangat tinggi, dan itulah kunci kemenangan untuk pasukan TODAK. Jadi boleh kata kat sini untuk pasukan TODAK, mereka bermain dengan sangat baik untuk game yang pertama, game yang ketiga, sebab mereka tahu draft mereka. Dan Chibi pun kalau nampak yang kalau Chibi tak mampu untuk lakukan apa-apa pada awal game, itu adalah kesukaran yang sangat-sangat besar untuk pasukan HomeBois. Jadi untuk pasukan TODAK lepas ni mungkinlah mereka kena keep cari lagi mereka punya konsisten dalam gameplay.
Nah, I just rasa that TODAK in terms of macam mana mereka main, mereka of course diorang akan selalu cakap kita fokus kat diri sendiri. Tapi kita pun boleh perasan in terms of cara mereka draft berbeza untuk setiap team yang mereka berlawan. So sometimes dia tak kira meta. Macam Akai pun kita tahu it's not necessarily meta. Tapi I rasa memang the Akai pick, the Melissa pick khas untuk lawan dengan Chibi. Sebab diorang pun sedar that Chibi is the main win condition. So hero yang ada boleh control Chibi is good enough.
No, I totally agree with you there. I think, it's interesting that we are seeing this sort of version of TODAK where they're trying to expand their hero pool and the types of compositions that they're capable of playing depending on who the star player is of a team. I'm interested to see them actually, I'm hoping that Red Esports is able to get a 2-0 and actually force TODAK to face against Team SMG very early on. Because what kind of a draft are they going to come up with against a disciplined team like SMG where all the players are consistently good at their jobs?
Masalahnya Momo pun dah cakap dah. Kita nak jumpa SMG. Well, you may get your wish.
Hopefully.
Biasanya kalau adakah jumpa awal-awal ataupun jumpa lambat sikit, itu mungkinlah untuk pasukan TODAK mereka dah ada perancangan. Jadi untuk lepas ni kita akan ada satu lagi match di mana pasukan SUHAZ akan menentang pasukan Red. Pasukan Red, kena ingat mereka juga bermain dengan sangat baik dan mereka berjaya untuk kekal dekat tangga nombor 1 grup B agak lama. Pasukan SUHAZ, prestasi mereka turun naik. Jadi pendapat awak, Gigin, saya akan tanya awak dulu untuk match yang kedua.
Personally,
it's really tough for me because I really love both of these teams. And I think, especially for SUHAZ, the one thing that really is jarring is the fact that AJ comes in and out. I'm not entirely sure when exactly. And Zed, he has had hot performances. And I think as of yet, he is supposed to be the staple player. However, AJ not being in the mid lane, and we're seeing these just weirder picks coming in, like Grok coming out all of a sudden, Show, and forcefully Phoveus as well, coming in for HY, does bring up a lot of concerns. And I think if Red wants to get that 2-0 to force, TODAK to fight SMG, this is the game.
Ya, kalau kita nak cerita pasal storyline, you guys ada pen ke? Sebab I punya skrip untuk game HomeBois dengan TODAK ni, I rasa sebab untuk Red, diorang nak menang supaya mereka nombor 1.
Okay.
And untuk pasukan SUHAZ, mereka okay, bukan setakat apa bracket. Kalau mereka kalah, mereka boleh juga relegated keluar. So I rasa based on game pertama tadi, kita just tukar nama kat sini because it's the same narrative. Sebab walaupun technically diorang nombor 3 sekarang. Kalau selepas ni, kalau SUHAZ langsung tak ada point, langsung tak menang apa-apa minggu ni, and then MLBB menang, and then HomeBois menang, nanti tiba-tiba SUHAZ pula jatuh. And enemy diorang pula is Red. So SUHAZ, mereka pun tak boleh nak relax, mereka tak boleh chill. Walaupun nombor 3, same dengan Orange. Tak ada sesiapa boleh relax sekarang.
Dulu kita tak sebut pasal nama Orange sangat tau. Sampai kali ni macam 3 pula yang masalah, dan Orange macam dah okay guys, kita relax je. Menang dapat 1 point pun dah mungkin dah selamat, dah memang selamat lah untuk pasukan. Jadi kehangatan untuk grup A tu kali ni lebih terasa, dan kita nak tahu siapa yang tersingkir ataupun siapa yang tidak. Jadi kita akan lihat selepas ni ada satu tujuan endorsement. Endorsement kepada endorsement. Tak terkeluar soalannya kan. Ni MPL predictor di match yang pertama. Kita akan baca sikit kita punya pemenang. Kita ada Zunur Zahran, Mutekidin dan juga Nakib Nazran. Jadi cara nak menang macam mana match yang pertama ataupun match yang kedua lepas ni akan berlangsung, letakkan game ID dan juga server ID, komen siapa yang akan menang game tersebut. Jadi anda berpeluang untuk mendapatkan skin Ruby kat sini. Dan Gideon pun explain. Jadi Ruby tu cantik tak skin tu?
Yeah, sure. I think that's a pretty decent Ruby skin. You're looking at the wrong guy here. You know what? Here, let me just readjust my glasses and embody my co-caster.
Embody
Staffa, where it's just like I'm a one-trick Ruby, and this is the one skin that I need because it's the best looking one. Because Ruby doesn't have a lot of skins, to be fair.
Betul. Jadi dia excited lah.
Yes, dia sangat excited. Dia sangat excited.
Keluar pula air mata dia kat situ.
Kalau Khalid ataupun Yuzong, lagilah dia suka.
Dia ada satu lagi event yang akan diberikan kepada anda semua, iaitu MPL Learning. Jadi sebelum tu, cara nak join macam mana? Scan QR code dan isikan jawapan yang betul, di mana semua huruf besar, dan pastikan tak ada typo. Soalan dia, berapa kali SMG menang 2-0 musim ini? 7 times, 8 times, 11 times.
Okay, so sekarang kita akan fikir secara matematik. Time ni Lafel San akan membantu semua orang kat rumah. Tadi kita kalau kita imbas balik, kita nampak dekat kita punya scoreboard, mereka kalah 6 kali saja. Alright, mereka cuma kalah 6 kali. So menang 20. Dan kalau 20 bagi dengan 6, dan kalau kita kira ada game yang 2-0, ada game yang 2-1, kalau ikut matematik yang betul, nombor yang paling dekat dengan 6 adalah 7, jadi 7 kali.
Saya datang balik lepas berbuka lah. Tak boleh nak fikir sekarang
7 kali. Tapi siapa letak 7 times akan dapat satu skin.
Kalau siapa yang dapat skin tu boleh tag Lafel dekat TikTok kalau buat konten kan. Dapat kalau dia random satu skin, dan kat situ semua skin yang mahal, yang paling yang dekat tengah tu yang paling best. Sebab skin Abyss Selina. Siapa yang pakai yang tu, dia punya arrow tu memang tepat lah.
Arrow yang tak patut kena, tiba-tiba kena. Sebab rezeki Ramadan. Jadi
kita akan ada satu lagi kita punya event untuk anda, di mana kalau petang tak larat nak buat TikTok, tak larat nak berjoget, jangan risau. Boleh klik balik apa yang seed tersasul ke, arta tersasul ke, klip, kemudian boleh buat konten. #ini gaya kita, di mana anda berpeluang untuk memenangi ada smartphone, kita ada kerusi, kemudian kita ada diamond setiap minggu. Jadi kat sini, kenapa lah Fer?
Tak, terus terang kan, saya tak nak cakap lah sebab Munton tengah tengok, orang tengah tengok kan. Tapi sebabkan ini gaya kita ni, I menyesal jadi caster. Kalau tak jadi caster, kita dah boleh join dah. Nampak tak? Sebab kalau kita join, tiba-tiba kita menang, nanti orang cakap, boleh lah ni kroni semua. Macam time ni je lah aku menyesal jadi caster. Kalau tak, dapat dah free. Aku nak secret lab chair.
Saya nak phone. Sebab lalu rating tak kena. Baru. kita jangan gelak terlalu lebih sebab lagi kita nak tahu apa yang akan jadi di game yang kedua. Di mana game yang kedua akan jadi lebih sengit. Jadi kita akan berehat terlebih dahulu. Jumpa anda selepas ini di mana game yang kedua pasukan SUHAZ menentang pasukan Red. Jadi kita berehat terlebih dahulu.
Hey everyone, DevPow here. In this video, I brought fantastic news. MLBB is releasing a new system, Creation Cam. Without further ado, let's take a look at the system's 4 major features. Today, I'll be recommending a few of my favorite gameplay. Watch carefully and make sure you don't miss a step. 1. Hide and seek. This gameplay allows you to fully experience the thrill of one against many. Now that it's hide and seek, we first need to assign the roles of the 2 teams. You can configure the size of each team on the configuration screen. First, I'll set 1 player from Team A as the Seeker, and 5 players from Team B as Hiders. Next, I'll check the Hide Minimap avatar option, so the 2 teams can't see each other on the minimap. And then I'll adjust the 2 teams' attributes. Since there's only 1 Seeker, I'll give them a major boost on damage, defense, and HP, but lower their movement speed. For Hiders, I'll increase their cooldown reduction and movement speed, but take a chunk out of their HP. The 5 Hiders need to avoid the Seeker's attack, assemble as fast as possible, and eventually take down the Seeker together, before their base is destroyed. Who will be the last one standing? The exceptionally strong Seeker, or the 5 Hiders united as one? Go and find out for yourself. 2. Zero cooldown blitz. Now this is something you can't experience in regular matches. With the cooldowns removed, many of the heroes are bound to offer a fantastic experience. The configuration is here. The most important is to set the cooldown reduction and battle spell cooldown reduction to 100%. You can also limit the available heroes and adjust some of the other attributes. I, for one, particularly like to disable basic attacks for a competition of skills only. Spam skills throughout the game and get familiar with each hero during the process. Can this deal get any sweeter? 3. Go, Franco, go! If you like mischief, you must not miss this one. The rule's simple. Hit the opponent with your hook before they hook you. For the configuration, set the available heroes to Franco only and adjust the hook's range. Ooh, caught you again. Think you can run away from me? Alright, that's all for today. Be sure to check out the system after its release. There's so much more fun gameplay awaiting you to explore. Customize your own gameplay, team up with your friends, and don't forget to share your lobby codes. This time, everyone is a game designer.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Xavier, the third hero of the Forsaken Light series. Xavier is a ranged mage, boasting superb sustained damage. With his unique skill set, he can extend his attack distance almost infinitely and enhance his power each time he lands a skill shot on an enemy. Hero skills. First skill, Infinite Extension. Infinite Extension is Xavier's foremost damage tool. Xavier fires a mystic bullet that damages enemies in a straight line. The bullet's flying distance increases each time it hits a target. Second skill, Mystic Field. Mystic Field is a functional skill that integrates pursuit, escape, and crowd control. Xavier conjures a mystic barrier that slows enemies and speeds up allies. When hit by Xavier's other skills, the barrier will expand into a forbidden field that immobilizes enemies within. Ultimate Dawning Light. Dawning Light is the first ever global attack in Mobile Legends. Xavier unleashes a beam of mystic magic that damages all enemies in a line on the map and directly enters the Transcendent state. Passive. Transcendence. Transcendence allows Xavier to scale steadily in battle. Each skill hit on enemy heroes grants Xavier a passive stack that enhances his subsequent skills. At max stacks, his next skill cast allows him to enter the Transcendent state, during which all his skills are enhanced to the maximum. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Make use of minions and creeps to extend the attack range of Infinite Extension and launch a surprise attack on enemies in the distance.
Crumble into dust.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Infinite Extension or Dawning Light and then Mystic Field on the path of the skill to control enemies in the target area. Pathetic. Pro tip number 3. For positional teamfights, accumulate 3 passive stacks with Infinite Extension and Mystic Field. Then cast Dawning Light to hit as many enemies as possible. For sudden encounters, directly cast Dawning Light to enter the Transcendent state. Then spam the enhanced Infinite Extension and Mystic Field for damage. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, use Infinite Extension for wave clear and poke. Look for opportunities to slow the enemy with Mystic Field, then cast Infinite Extension again to activate the field and immobilize them. Finally, cast Dawning Light to secure the kill. Team fights. In team fights, cast Mystic Field to restrict the enemy's movements, and then Infinite Extension to activate the field for crowd control. Launch Dawning Light on the immobilized enemies and enter the Transcendent state. Then finish them off using the enhanced Infinite Extension.
Double kill.
Not even close. Tactics. Early to mid-game. Xavier's performance in the early to mid-game is mediocre. Relying heavily on cooldown reduction, he needs to wait until he gets his hand on a few pieces of equipment to unleash effective attacks during the Transcendent state. Late game. Xavier's damage will skyrocket in the late game. Once with sufficient cooldown reduction, he can easily enter and extend the Transcendent state and chuck out the enemies with his enhanced skills.
Enemy has been slain. Triple kill.
For equipment, we suggest this build for maximized cooldown reduction and magic power. For emblem, choose the Mage emblem to further boost Xavier's cooldown reduction and damage capabilities. As for battle spells, Flicker is recommended to make up for Xavier's lack of mobility. Well, that's our new hero, Xavier, the Defier of Light, coming on March 22nd. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Defier of Light, Xavier, coming on March 22nd.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
IGN Kuja dan peranan saya dalam tim Karakal adalah coach.
Nama saya Muhammad Noradim bin Yusuf. Saya jungler dan umur saya 17 tahun ni.
IGN saya ialah Im. Saya bermain mid laner untuk tim Karakal.
Nama saya Herwin bin Barudin. IGN saya Ciwing dan peranan dalam Karakal saya akan jadi tukang tengok lah.
Jalan cerita permulaannya join Karakal ni memang dah lama dibincangkan dan baru season ni kita orang bergerak.
Dan sekarang baru kita orang dapat untuk capai maklumat sendirilah untuk kita orang join daripada bawah qualifier dan kita dapat main MPL. Memang dah lama plan.
Kedua yang layak ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9.
Ni spesies-spesies macam Karakal. Karakal 1, Karakal 2. Ini Karakal biasa punya lagi. Alright, jom kita check. Lord Zaraki cari.
Macam mana saya untuk describe tim ni? Okay, untuk Karakal ni boleh dikatakan semua player kurang cakap besar.
Bersyukur sebab tak ada masalah ego ataupun star syndrome yang dalam tim Karakal ni tak ada so far.
Okay, kenapa Karakal?
Sebab saya suka sifat dia. Dia macam kucing hutan kan. Kucing hutan yang sangat garang lah. So bila garang ni kita pun nak garang. Lepas tu dia boleh survive. Kita ambil sifat-sifat dia untuk kita contohi lah.
Sebelum kita orang jumpanya nama Karakal ni, kita orang nak pakai nama Black Widow. Kita orang nak pakai nama Labah-Labah. Dia sebab apa Black Widow tu dia punya konsep color tu lawa, dia hitam merah. Tapi bila kita orang cuba search dekat Google, dia keluar Black Widow yang superhero tu. So jadi macam tak nak lah.
Kalau tim yang dulu disebabkan semua baru je, kita ada satu leader je. Tapi disebabkan semua ni, 5 player ni semua yang orang cakap bagus lah. Semua ada minda sendiri dan banyak pilihan sendiri. So susahlah nak communicate.
Ini bukan saya yang cakap, ini majority netizen atau orang-orang luar atau pro player cakap. Diorang kata tim ni tim all star. Diorang kata every player yang ada dalam ni player-player yang berbakat. Tapi kekuatan dekat sini adalah bila kita kumpulkan semua all star dalam satu tempat. Problem dia akan timbul satu je benda. Bila semua menganggap diri ni hebat, diorang akan ada naik satu perasaan ego. So benda tu yang paling susah untuk kita orang kontrol sekarang, untuk turunkan semua ego dan semua orang kata apa, saling bekerjasama.
Bagi aku masih kurang sikit lah sebab apa? Sebab kurang chemistry, baru tukar line up. Tapi saya rasa bolehlah kita dapat fight yang terbaik di MPL Season 9 ni.
Bila dalam environment tu ramai yang matang berfikir, matang untuk bercakap, secara tak langsung Link Eza dia akan turut join kematangan bila bercakap, kematangan untuk berfikir. So rasanya tak susah untuk handle Link Eza even though dia punya umur 17.
Tarakan! Meow!
Squad playstyle tim ni
lebih pasif daripada yang lain. So kita orang main apa je lah.
Tepat setiap game, setiap draft different. Jadi kita kena menyesuaikan diri, bawa setiap draft yang ada lah. So tak ada macam spesifik kita kuatkan ni, kuatkan tak.
Mati weh.
Wow! Halo. Halo. Halo.
Everyone yang dalam tim ni, diorang ada task diorang sendiri dan diorang ada perspektif diorang punya role. Setiap momen tu diorang ada perspektif diorang masing-masing. So di mana kat sini kita perlukan trust each other untuk buat shot call. So tak kisahlah siapa pun yang buat shot call, kalau diorang tak ada kepercayaan, benda tu akan susah nak buat.
Sometimes banyak juga macam terlagah mulut dengan dia, bergaduh dengan dia. Apa yang kadang-kadang player macam tak boleh bawa apa yang dalam kepala otak dia. Tapi sebenarnya benda tu kalau player boleh executekan benda yang dia nak tu, sebenarnya benda tu bagus. Jadi saya rasa sekarang pun dengan cara training pun mungkin ada juga bawa benda-benda yang aneh-aneh tu. Dan saya rasa benda tu continue kot.
Untuk player-player Karakal, bersama-sama berjuanglah untuk MPL Season 9 ni. Dan saya ucapkan tahniah lah sebab masing-masing dah berjaya untuk first step kita layak ke MPL. Tu first step yang sangat berharga lah untuk kita orang yang mengharapkan slot ni. Dan kita teruskan, kalau boleh kita teruskan sampai kita champion. Lepas tu kita wakil Malaysia. So kita sama-sama berjuang lah.
Rambut dah kemas. Handsome juga aku hari ni
Apa korang tengah buat sekarang ni? Tengah mencuba mengkaji-kaji gameplay negara luar.
Tim sekarang tengah review game Region MPL Philippines. Buat analis lah, cari ilmu untuk tim juga.
Itu sepatutnya. So kalau boleh, paling penting kita semak. Semak.
Kami cuba buat yang terbaik je lah. Walaupun diorang kuat, kami pun kuat.
Guys, sekarang ni pukul 8. So setiap hari kalau ada game ke tak ada game, kita akan morning walk. So morning walk ni dekat sana. Inilah rutian harian kami untuk panas badan. Lepas tu kita akan fokus kat game. Let's go guys. Let's go.
So far semua okey. Jaga diorang pun senang walaupun diorang lelaki. Tapi bila diorang dengan saya, diorang okey lah dengan cakap macam kita nak kena jaga diorang punya schedule, diorang punya makan apa semua. So far diorang okey dan diorang ikut je.
You suka game yang awal-awal ke atau game yang lewat petang?
Anytime, anywhere, any set time, set place, saya ready. Kita orang semua ready. Just call us. Bring it on!
Sekarang band Muntun dah sampai untuk bawa kita ke arena. Kita jumpa di sana ya.
Okay, guys, jangan lupa pakai seat belt.
Dengan mask sekali.
Mask, seat belt. Mask, seat belt dengan tidur.
Assalamualaikum. Nama saya Muhammad Fadil bin Hishamuddin ataupun saya lebih dikenali Fadil dalam Mobile Legends ni. And saya merupakan manager untuk SUHAZ Esports. Okey, kenapa saya join SUHAZ? Saya mempunyai group bosses yang sangat support dan sangat meminati Mobile Legends. Mereka ada visi dan misi untuk membuat esports scene Mobile Legends ni lebih ke hadapan dengan menggunakan nama SUHAZ Esports.
Kita orang kekalkan 5 pemain yang sama sebab kita orang maybe ada chemistry lebih sikit daripada tim lain dan kita orang percayalah sesama sendirilah kita orang boleh buat 5.
Okey, kita reset balik. Masa je lepas dia habis season 8, AV bincang dengan family dia nak stop. So dia nak fokus ke family dia lah. So kita pun tak ada nak halang kan. So it's okay lah kan. Lepas tournament emisi baru-baru ni, kita orang dah try out banyak orang. Tapi tak jumpa macam dia. So saya try call dia, dia kata dia nak main lagi.
Untuk transfer window yang akan datang, maybe SUHAZ akan ambil player yang flex lah, yang boleh main banyak posisi. So senang lah kita nak tukar-tukar, mengelirukan enemy lah.
Untuk pelan jangka masa panjang SUHAZ, for sure sekarang kami nak bermain di MPL Season 9 dan kami memang nak sangat main dekat MSC, Sukan C ataupun M4. So itu bermula daripada sekarang, perjalanan tu adalah daripada sekarang. Dan untuk kami tak pernah pegang lagi trofi MPL tu yang katanya berat tu. So far tak pernah pegang. So season ni ialah milik kami, milik SUHAZ.
SUHAZ ni macam saya dah pernah cakap dulu, kita orang dah stick together, dah macam keluarga. Bagi saya susahlah kita nak pecah.
Oh! Langkah pokok.
Silam fix.
SUHAZ untuk saya, SUHAZ is me.
Satu family.
Satu family lah.
Family je. Kita tak boleh nak berpecah.
Yes, SUHAZ is my family and segalanya.
Okey, semua dah and cut.
Perasaan tahun 16 agak teruja untuk buat benda dengan player yang baru, dapat chemistry yang barulah untuk next level punya journey. Secara jujur saya sedih lah sebab mereka bukan lagi satu tim dengan saya, tapi saya harus terus move on lah. Yang tu sedih lah, tapi nak buat macam mana, semua orang ada perjalanan masing-masing. So kita orang masih dalam kontrak berjuang untuk tim ni.
Ramai yang keluar tapi saya lebih gembira dengan teammate saya yang sekarang lah sebab dapat perubahan yang besar lah.
Ini adalah first time saya menjadi captain lah, jadi agak takut lah sebab takut tidak dapat lead team lah. Saya cuba untuk lebih matang lah dengan teammate-teammate yang lain dan saya belajar untuk memberi info-info lah semasa in game.
Bekerja dengan player-player yang agak baru sebenarnya satu cabaran sebab target kami sangat-sangat tinggi. It's a very good learning process, bukan sahaja untuk mereka tapi saya. Sebab season ni ialah kami mempertaruhkan sistem yang telah selama ini RSG daripada season yang lepas sampai sekarang. Sebab tu kita bawa Jason daripada Singapura datang ke Malaysia. Agak memberi cabaran sebenarnya sebab Jason tidak fasih berbahasa Melayu.
Hi, my name is Jason Koh Wei Hao and I'm the coach for RSG Malaysia.
Bagi pandangan saya, Jason ni sebagai coach dia memang baguslah dari segi drafting. Sebab sebelum ni Jason ni adalah bekas player Mobile Legends, jadi dia fahamlah dengan player-player apa yang player mau main, apa yang player takut. Jadi dia memahami player. Jadi bagi saya itu amat baguslah.
I became a coach to go to other regions to coach a full-time team and hoping that with my many years in the mobile experience, I can help all the talented kids in the other region reach somewhere that I couldn't reach lah. Some problems that I faced while doing online coaching with the team is that first of all, I think language barrier is a thing that definitely we have to face. So not all players can speak fluent English, and of course the things that I say they might not fully understand at times. Maybe they can only understand 90% or 80% of what I'm talking. So that's one of the biggest challenges, as well as I'm not there with them physically. So rather I'm not able to read their mood, or rather how they are feeling through their webcam. So I think these are some of the biggest challenges that I'm facing right now.
Definitely underdog, because this season we reshuffle everything. We start back from scratch, but we trust in our system. Sistem kami insya-Allah akan membawa kami, at least kami akan target ke playoff dahulu. Underdog is the best thing that orang kata boleh describe RSG untuk season ini.
Season ni kalau ada orang yang anggap kami underdog, kami terimalah, sebab memang season lalu kami underperform. Untuk saya sendiri, saya rasa saya perlu lebih confident dan kembalikan gameplay season 7 saya sebelum ni. Bagi saya, meta sekarang ni boleh fit dengan RSG sebab Kuza ni dia bermain hero assassin, dan meta sekarang adalah meta-meta hero assassin. Dan saya juga hero-hero yang meta sekarang ni adalah match-match yang perlukan farming lah. Jadi saya rasa season ni sesuai lah dengan meta kami lah, di stage yang lebih tinggi lah.
Kami telah pergi ke M Series beberapa kali untuk RSG Singapore, dan kami confident dengan apa yang ada, bukan sahaja dari segi management tapi dari segi knowledge dan skill dan juga sistem. Kami percaya di setiap negara yang kami masuk M4, contoh seperti Singapore, Filipina dan Malaysia, kami boleh pergi ke N4 lah.
Maybe to my boys as well as to the fans out there, like I mentioned previously, we're gonna have a rocky journey, but at the end of the day we will reach our destination lah. I hope that you guys, fans and boys included, continue to believe in what we are doing. At the end of the day, when we reach the journey, then we will smile and laugh together.
GG! RSG!
Bener? Like always, let's get safe first.
The team TODAK Semai, take one.
Pada pandangan saya, diorang salah kot. Sebab kita orang 3 season kita orang ada kat grand final. So nak cakap tak konsisten, saya rasa tak kot. Kita orang insya-Allah konsisten. Tak ada lagi tim yang boleh masuk grand final 3 kali berturut-turut lah.
Mungkin diorang tak faham daripada segi cuba. Contoh daripada segi nak cuba hero, sebab mungkin itu hero yang kita bawa untuk pergi ke tournament ataupun berlawan dengan certain team ataupun player. So nak tak nak kita orang nak kena try benda yang something new untuk kita orang.
First and second week kita orang memang agak kurang perform sikit sebab first kita orang agak tak sihat because of kita orang disahkan positif, and some players pun memang ada rasa lesu badan and then tak semangat. Communication kita orang pun susah sikit lah, agak susah sebab kan kita orang guna Discord kan and not by face to face.
Masa qualifier SEA Games tu kita orang still tak sihat, tapi kita orang still keep training sebab kita orang nak sangat masuk SEA Games tu. Semua orang nak lah. So kita orang just all out, buat yang terbaik, just trust each other lah. Dan alhamdulillah kita dapat SEA Games tu.
Perasaan jadi jungler first line up kali ni susah sebab ganti Ciku. So the pressure sangat tinggi lah.
Dia gantikan tempat Ciku, macam you nak gantikan tempat nombor 1 jungler lah, macam mana kan. Dia akan, of course akan ada pressure apa semua, tapi alhamdulillah Haji ni kita selalu bagi semangat dekat dia untuk overcome benda tu lah. And alhamdulillah dia berjaya lakukannya dengan bagus.
Kita juga cuba untuk mainkan peranan Haji as jungler tu supaya satu tim tu dapat bergerak sebagai satu tim yang penuh dengan chemistry and menggunakan hashtag TODAK langgar.
Dan minggu pertama kalah 2 kali berturut tu, biasalah kena kecam kan. Saya tu mental saya kurang kuat, so saya rasa macam nak give up, tapi teammate kata tak apa, boleh lagi. So Ikuto call, Ashi call, Ciku pun bagi semangat.
Dia kena kawal dia punya bad mood tu lah. Dia sebab
Dia kadang-kadang ada mood okey, ada mood tak okey. So time tu lah dia jadi masalah. Tentu jugalah team rasa macam tak selesa sangat dengan dia sebab dia punya mood macam tu. So kalau dia kekalkan mood dia okey je, insyaAllah dia boleh jadi main jungler.
Kau nak kerja sama-sama boleh. Tak, aku poke je. Aku tak lagi. Aku macam poke dia ke belakang je. Banyak-banyak kau je. Kan bila kau tak ada shadow ni dia datang. Ya tu lah.
Kita orang semua bermain dengan sangat teruk, 5-5 sekali. Saya tak nak salahkan dia, saya tak nak salahkan siapa-apa. Just teamwork. Bila dah masuk minggu ketiga dan selepasnya kita dapat tahu yang Ajik ni seorang yang terlampau sangat ikut buku. Orang suruh buat ni, dia buat ni. Orang suruh buat tu, dia buat tu. So kita try to change the mindset lah first. Kena brainwash dia, nak kena fahamkan.
Boss masih lagi activate, tetapi lihatlah damage daripada Chiku. Legendary untuk beliau. Zaraki, satu lagi kill yang ingin dicari oleh Chiku.
Sebenarnya kita memang plan daripada awal lagi. Untuk week keempat, Chiku akan masuk ke dalam line up. Dia cakap dia bukannya nak rehat pun. Dia just nak settlekan beberapa hal yang dia perlu settlekan lah. Perasaan kita orang amat gembira sebab Chiku dah nak main kembali lah kan. Sebab dah lama dia tak main, lebih kurang 4 minggu dah. Kita orang rasa lebih bersemangat dengan adanya Chiku.
Kalau ada Chiku ni kita orang boleh buat banyak lagi benda. Kiranya macam banyak meta yang pelik-pelik kita orang boleh bawa kalau ada Chiku.
Sepanjang saya main MPL daripada season 4 sampailah season sekarang ni, saya rasa this is one of the hardest season lah yang saya boleh kata macam tu, sebab kita ada nampak player-player baru, muka-muka baru. Contoh macam team daripada Esports, Zahid daripada Esports, diorang player-player yang bagus lah.
Kita nak champion MPL, betul kita nak cuba buat yang terbaik dekat SEA Games ni untuk dapatkan emas lah kan. Impian saya untuk tahun ni ialah main di M Series sebab tahun lepas saya tak main.
Disebabkan Moon ni jenis yang kompetitif, so target Moon ataupun my dream is to become a number one apa millennial ke match ke apa. My dream is to become a number one team kat dalam dunia ni. Memang sebab itu pun Moon join this scene, this pro scene, MPL dan sebagainya. Memang sebab tu kita orang always try hard to become the best team in the world.
Hashtag TODAK Langgar.
Hashtag TODAK Langgar. Hashtag TODAK Langgar.
Untuk rig ni sebenarnya daripada awal masuk ni saya target macam orang kata organisation macam football lah.
Playstyle rig ni kita main macam sekepala lah. Setiap decision yang kita nak buat ni pastikan semua decision tu sama.
Halo, ada orang? Halo. Rick?
Momennya jadi weak the boss up. You guys are dead. Oi, bangun. Dah masa nanti view nanti, oi. IGN Uncle is obviously Uncle Cikano. And Uncle punya role dalam Red Esports is COO untuk Red Esports lah.
Hai, saya Kak Pen daripada Pen Halo dan saya adalah owner ataupun founder bagi tim Red Esports yang sedang main dekat MPL season 9 sekarang ini. Kalau season 9 ni orang fikir tim kita ni tim laut sebab dapat slot daripada Bosco.
Banyak sangat kesilapan yang kita lakukan, so kita orang repair at times.
Pada pandangan saya, prestasi Red pada musim ni sebenarnya agak konsisten. Walaupun kita orang ada kalah dengan TODAK dan Karakal, tapi kita orang dapat revenge balik. So, yeah, feels good.
Sebagai seorang player and also student, I sanggup je nak hadapi apa-apa as long as I keep improving daripada segi kehidupan. I still yakinlah dengan diri I untuk maju ke hadapan.
Bagi saya, Red Esports nampak perform season ni disebabkan kemasukan coach kita orang, Sora. Player dah punya pengalaman and skill individu yang tersendiri. Cuma just perlukan guide dari seorang coach yang berpengalaman.
Saya ni macam kata apa, boleh-boleh je. Tapi disebabkan macam Sora ni, kadang-kadang saya tengah malam duduk berdua je dengan dia. Duduk depan map dia macam memperbesarkan hero pool saya lah. Kiranya dia dalam masa yang sama dia kata kita nak bawa kelainan setiap week lah untuk lawan opponent supaya opponent tak boleh pasti kan.
Lepas ni kau kena belajar kaedah tank dan final tank.
First time Sora datang tu, soalan pertama saya tanya dia, Sora boleh tak bantu tim saya? Dan dia cakap, jangan risau, dia boleh jamin dia akan bagi tim saya nombor 1 hingga 3.
Perbezaannya ialah season lepas masa coach Haz tu kita orang mungkin lacking somewhere dan mungkin apa yang dia cuba nak bawa tu kita orang tak boleh bawa, tak kena lah. So dengan Sora ni dia fix tau kita orang punya kelemahan tu, dia tahulah macam mana nak handle. Mungkin gameplay Sora tu kena dengan gameplay tim kita. Saya kena bagi ajar sedikit bagi jalan untuk diorang supaya diorang lebih berkembang. Saya agak risau sebab diorang adalah player yang lama. So saya risau yang diorang tak nak dengar cakap saya, tapi alhamdulillah diorang support saya, diorang dengar cakap saya happy lah untuk berada kat tim ni.
So Sora ni saya respect dia sebab dia rajin bincang teori semua sampai dapat solution.
Saya masuk ke Red ni start dari second tier lah. Saya kenal dengan seorang player Red ni, Ash. Lepas tu dia main dengan dia lama-lama. Lepas tu dia pun minat dekat saya, dia kenalkan saya dekat Red. Dari situlah saya dapat masuk Red Esports.
Zaid ni perangai budak-budak dia memang ada. Friends tu nampak lah dia macam dia masih perlukan kena ada orang tegur dia. Benda-benda tu lah sebab dia muda lagi kan.
Zaid ni perwatakan dia seorang yang pembersih lah. Saya terkejut lah sebab muka dia macam gangster tapi rupanya pembersih. Zaid pada mulanya agak keras sedikit. Dia player yang kuat, selalu menang dekat rank. So agak susah untuk kami tegur dia. Tapi lama kelamaan dia rasa yang dia perlu belajar lebih lagi bila masuk dekat pro scene. Tu buat saya happy lah sebab dia dah berubah untuk menjadi lebih baik.
Saya dapat merasakan main game ni berhasil lah, tak sia-sia. So, saya bangga dengan diri saya. Dah saya dapat capai apa yang saya nak. Saya jadikan sebagai ini kejayaan saya.
Sebab ramai orang ingat kita orang ni team underdog, team yang mungkin dia orang tak expect yang kita orang akan dapat nombor 1 placing dalam bracket.
Impian saya untuk Red champion lah. Kalau boleh saya nak champion lah season ni. Wakil MSC dan cuba try untuk grab that title.
Dream saya nak sangatlah champion untuk MPL season 9 ni dan saya nak banggakan kat ibu bapa saya yang saya boleh pergi jauh dalam dunia e-sport ni dan saya bukan main game hanya sia-sia.
Pertama sekali saya fokuskan untuk lepas playoff. Kedua, saya nak player nampak ke mana kesilapan diorang, mana part yang diorang boleh baiki supaya boleh jadi champion.
So you've been with SMG for 2 years, but for this current roster, what do you feel about this current roster?
It's a very competitive roster. You know, with some new member coming in, Sasa experience from the other region, he actually pushed everyone to work harder. Harder could be more stressful, could be more anything, but as long as to reach the goal for the team. Because you know we've been 7-8 for like so many seasons. I think with Sasa coming in, he also don't want to be 7-8. That's what pushed others to try to play as much as we can. Because we feel that all the standard in Malaysia team are quite evenly. We never underestimate any of our opponent. Any one extra game for us to play is a bonus for us. Because it's not any time we can get a playoff or stage game. Any one game for us is actually a bonus for us preparation for M3. That's what the difference maybe. Yeah.
3, 2, 1, the difference, yeah. For me, MPL ID is more harder than Malaysia MPL MY lah. The player hero pool, the gameplay style a lot different.
Tapi Zaim Saipua sebenarnya yang diberikan tekanan kembali dan bantuan Sasa pula yang
Meta Malaysia side, the player all suka hadiah dia, just like they play what they like to play what just play only like that. But Indo gameplay is totally very different lah. Really teamwork gameplay, cannot have one mistake.
Kita kebanyakan ngambus, Cok. Di tengah gitu nggak ngapa-ngapain.
Kita udah pernah ngalahin mereka, jadi tinggal kita lakuin lagi apa yang pernah kita lakuin.
Situasi Malaysia punya fans sekarang ni agak kurang sikit untuk compare dengan negara luar macam Indonesia dengan Filipina. Dekat sana dia punya sambutan lagi rancak lah daripada di Malaysia. Tapi sejak daripada M1 tak silap saya yang Malaysia di host. Sejak daripada M1 tu dah mula ramai yang nampak Esports ni dah berjaya lah MLBB ni di Malaysia. Pada saya agak slow sikit fan Malaysia ni sebab gameplay team pro kita. Team pro di Malaysia ni macam rotation dia, drum dia masih selalu belakang compare dengan tim-tim PN dan Indo. So bila drum dia slow, dia punya rotation slow, fans pun macam lebih tertarik pada negara luar daripada negara kita sendiri.
Season 8 ni kita bergerak sebagai pasukan yang underdog and kita buktikan kita dapat tempat pertama MPL Season 8 ni. Macam tu juga lah ke M3. Walaupun kita menang ke kalah, kita tetap bawa nama Malaysia, so sentiasa support.
Berat. Todak langkah. Watch it for Todak! Todak!
Perasaan saya first memang sangat bersyukur lah sebab tim saya berjaya masuk ke kali ini untuk kejohanan dunia untuk kali yang ketiga berturut-turut lah. Saya memang sangat bangga lah dengan pencapaian ini. Dan perasaan saya memang rasa lain lah sebab sebelum ni M1, M2 saya sebagai player and sekarang saya sebagai manager, rasa dia memang agak lain sebab sekarang saya kena manage player berbanding saya main.
Lepas tu Semir dapat turtle, bapak
bagi Moon, grup B tu memang kalau kita nampak daripada sudut fizikal memang nampak yang tu grup yang paling berbahaya daripada grup-grup yang lain, tapi apa perbezaan dia adalah dia main best of one. So bila the best of one macam-macam boleh terjadi. Boleh comeback, boleh mistake, boleh ada tu. So kita mungkin daripada situ kita boleh dapatkan apa bracket lah untuk ni. Kita kena just confident dengan diri sendiri, dengan pasukan masing-masing.
Malaysian meta is very taste the dopamine sort of meta, you know? Whatever makes you feel really good about yourself at the end of the day. We like to be flashy, of course. Everybody likes being flashy, but more importantly, I think it's becoming more refined in a sense where we're not as afraid to try out new things. We're not as stubborn following a very limited meta. We want to start pushing out of it. We've taken a lot of inspiration from both Indonesia and as well as Philippines, and we're starting to weed out what we like and don't like about their metas to come up with our own.
It just pushes the limit of Mobile Legends in terms of meta, in terms of players' mentality, in terms of stamina. There's a lot of aspects to it, and I feel like it actually shows you that this is how you'd be a professional player.
apakah meta Malaysia? Kami ada meta sendiri tak?
Actually kita ada tim TODAK lah. Apa yang saya nampak contoh macam unik, dia bawa high loss side ataupun tank XP. Basically kita orang yang bawa dulu. Jungler tank pun kita bawa dulu and then ditiru oleh yang lain. Benda tu, dua meta ni adalah meta yang susah untuk dibawa. Bukan semua orang boleh guna. Tim tertentu ataupun player tertentu saja yang boleh bawa meta-meta ni.
Untuk improve prestasi diorang sebelum M3 ni, mental diorang kena jaga. Sebab dulu saya jadi player pun mental memang sangat teruk sebab susah nak jaga mental dekat sana. Sebab dengan quarantine, dengan penat apa semua, tempat yang sama saja training, mental. Lepas tu bagi saya untuk improve lagi, kena lebihkanlah training untuk M3 kali ni.
Kalau ditukar pun kan.
Because I play for Malaysia, I feel very happy lah. But it's like need to win also lah. Cannot lose too much lah. That's why I try my best to give Malaysia something. I feel a lot of pressure from it.
Kalau dia nak depan, yang penting aku tak nak duduk depan.
Kami Malaysia.
Bye. Berhenti guys. Sebenarnya seorang. Sebenarnya seorang.
Any training now? First day quarantine.
So kepada supporter TODAK, jangan lupa suruh kita orang ke M3 nanti.
This is the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M3 World Championship.
SMG, diorang bukan just ada Sasa, player yang ada banyak pengalaman daripada Indonesia punya scene, tapi diorang juga ada super coach James. M1 dia tolong RRQ dapat nombor 2. And then M2 dia still tolong RRQ juga. And then RRQ pun dapat banyak championship MPL dekat Indonesia. And then this time around dia tolong SMG. 5 season SMG dapat nombor 8. This season SMG dah dekat grand final. So kita dapat nampak significant change and improvement yang James bawakan. And then for TODAK pun diorang ada banyak nafas baru. Ada Momo, ada Yums, and then diorang ada analyst. So diorang dapat full bagaikan lagi gameplay diorang, dan Angka yakin dua-dua tim ni boleh pergi sangat jauh dekat M3.
Apa dia? Hello, 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Slow dong, aku pergi slow sikit. Bye bye. See you tomorrow.
Are you ready? Let's get it. Let's see the stage right now.
I follow TODAK closely masa M3, tengok diorang dari dekat backstage and so on. They are very chill person, they are very chill player. Kalau waktu Onyx PH, if I'm not mistaken, Onyx PH group stage, waktu tu BO1, waktu tu memang ada macam salah faham sikit and ada macam pergaduhan sikit lah between, if I'm not mistaken, Moon and Fomes. And Moon pun cerita pasal benda ni. And then, tapi yang I sangat suka diorang ni, for example, okay, I bagi you 2 minutes, gaduh, lalala, dah, that's it. Masuk stage, it's a new journey, it's a new momentum, it's a new mindset. Susah tau untuk you shifted in a very small amount of time, daripada you macam gaduh, marah, semua emosi dekat sini, and then you nak shift kepada new mental, new team, new momentum. After that, after diorang kalah dengan Onyx PH, diorang menang dengan Onyx Indonesia, which is one of the giant in Indonesia, and diorang menang MPL S8 if I'm not mistaken.
I still believe in my boys. I still believe in TODAK. Go with the TODAK Langgar style. Be the Malaysian Vikings.
Sekarang ini untuk mendapatkan pertarungan yang lebih cantik, SUHAZ akan menjatuhkan Momo sebentar tadi. Yus terperangkap di tengah-tengah perlawanan, tak mampu untuk lakukan apa-apa. Tiko masih lagi bernyawa sekarang ini, tetapi lihat, Fomen akan dalam serang kristal ini. Hampir saja dijatuhkan. Immortality akan menghidupkan dan Fomen akan mendapatkan kemenangan. Satu kemenangan yang cukup penting. Fomen berjaya untuk membawa pasukan Malaysia bermain di kawasan upper bracket.
TODAK suka buat orang sakit jantung lah. Suka sangat. And kita, to be honest, kita pun tak tahu. Kalau menang, menang. Kalau kalah pun tak apa.
But how did they make the comebacks was really surprising. And it's not just in Malaysia itself, Indonesia, Philippines, and even the NA servers. They didn't expect TODAK make such a comeback like against ODAK Esports. They made a strict push just like that.
Yang begitu baik, tapi lihatlah tarikan daripada Lolzi sebentar tadi. Expedia akan dijatuhkan terlebih dahulu oleh LY4. Diablo di bahagian belakang. Sasa telah dimusnahkan.
Level 239 you don't want to burst, you go and burst level 4 high loss.
Esme OT, skill 1 dia dah mati mah. Terus ini for apa?
Saya agak terkejut juga sebab tengok daripada bracket team SMG, sebenarnya SMG lagi senang untuk go to next round. Tapi SMG yang turun ke lower bracket dan tak layak. So saya agak terkejut lah dengan prestasi SMG.
Am I surprised today that they got eliminated so early? I can say not surprised because that's the very first time entering international or world championships, except for Long and Sasa. The rest, they're very fresh to this.
From Malaysia, we're bringing in Team SMG. These guys, again, still moving under gunfire.
And remember, both of these teams, they are the MPL champions. So into the first match of the day between ODAK Esports and Team SMG. Teams are ready, we are ready, but are you guys ready? Let's get straight into it.
Okay, aku naik balik. Aku cover atas balik.
Jangan keluar weh, Man. Keluar ni ke bawah.
I do believe Team SMG kena terciduk dulu supaya diorang boleh bangkit dengan lebih baik. Because sometimes we need the hard lesson for us to be better. Of course, Team SMG memang terciduk. Dia bukannya satu perkataan yang kita nak hentam dia, tak. It's a fact. But I do believe kalau diorang tak give up, they will make an amazingly comeback. Sebab itu cara permainan Malaysia tau. Malaysia bila kalah sekali je, we will come back stronger than before lah. For example, like macam TODAK. TODAK before ni, diorang start kecil je. Diorang menang tournament-tournament kecil and then they make it to the MPL. So it's a very humble journey about TODAK pergi MPL, and then if I'm not mistaken, for the first time diorang dah masuk MPL, diorang dapat 6 juara. And then after that they go into M1 dapat top 3. So yeah, I think same goes to Team SMG. I think maybe because of the pressure, maybe because of the environment itself, or maybe tak biasa lagi. Tapi once you ada pengalaman tu, you unstoppable lah. That's why I rasa Team SMG perlu rasa pahit tu untuk you rasa manis selepasnya. Sebab TODAK is something that kind of team juga. You perlu telan rasa pahit tu supaya you boleh rasa kemanisannya yang akan datang. Itu adalah cabaran atau ujian yang you tak biasa lagi. Once you get used to it, habislah semua orang. Serious.
Representing MPL Cambodia, see you soon. That's gonna be a few more stats put in. Kiku guys at half health. They're juggling. In goes Hoob. He's a monster kill and it's over. See you soon. Takes game number 1. The yells and the screams. See you soon.
Tak ada Kagura yang dalam boost kan. Tak, tapi sebelum tu dia tak ada mesej je kan. Orang pada start sebelum tu. Dia camping dia memang.
The base is the target, and just like that, we're going to game 3. TODAK still alive. He's punching through. That's gonna be the vengeance. That's gonna be the counter inferno. Not enough. Kiku guys knocks him out. 2 down. See you soon. That's gonna be the target of Momo. Down goes Kiku guys, but down goes the base.
It's over.
Ladies and gentlemen, Na'Vi takes game one. Memory, not enough. Momo falls. Sunset Lover gets one. It's just two guys left. Double kill for Sunset Lover as in a flash, they take the base. They're sitting at match point. Na'Vi, 2-0.
Dorang punya seorang pun nak kena clear dulu. Tapi dorang clear. Dorang lagi untung, dorang dapat tower. Aku rasa better kita ban Linda tu. Ataupun kita break Ekan tu. Kalau dia bawa
Toda's gonna have to pull out their best skills. They have to bring out that Langar style. Game number 4 gonna go over to the Malaysia squad. TODAK goes 2-2, and they're targeting the base right now. Ladies and gentlemen, TODAK moves on.
From Singapore, it's gonna be EVOS SG. Can't do anything. GG. Well played to EVOS SG.
So game ketiga bagi saya outdraft lah. Draft tak berapa kena untuk dengan gameplay yang kita nak main.
I think satu je lah yang TODAK perlu perbaiki. Nafsu kill tu masih ada. I think kalau nafsu kill tu dah ada disiplin, sebab diorang ada disiplin tau. Kalau nafsu kill tu you jaga lagi, best lah, serius best.
Terlampau stick sangat dengan Cik. Lepas tu Cik pun over commit.
Moon, soalan pertama. Apa perasaan Moon sekarang?
Perasaan sedih. Tapi dalam masa yang sama still nak kena banggalah dengan setiap orang yang dah cuba sehabis baik dengan kita semua, termasuk player dan termasuk analyst and termasuk Iwan sekali.
Ada apa nak cakap kepada fan-fan?
Bye, jumpa kat Malaysia.
Bye, Team TODAK.
Bye.
Pada pendapat Fauzi, kami ada meta sendiri tak?
Saya rasa ada daripada tim TODAK juga, sebab tim TODAK sendiri, Ciku, dia hybrid tau. Dia boleh buat mage, dia boleh buat tank, dia boleh buat fighter, semua tu jadi jungler. So itulah meta yang daripada Malaysia sendiri. Meta hybrid yang boleh guna semua jurus sebagai jungler.
Sekarang ni diorang ada Hazim. Hazim adalah penganalisis yang tak ada background kompetitif. Maksudnya dia tak pernah masuk tournament and so on. It shows that kalau you rajin study, you rajin analisis orang lain, and you rajin minta ilmu dengan orang, sebab dia kata dia tengok coach yang luar, dia belajar cara coach lain, belajar macam mana buat meta semua. It shows that with dedication and passion, you boleh create something lah. Sebab semua orang terkejut masa TODAK guna Lunox as jungler, if I'm not mistaken.
Chico on the jungle, Lunox!
I told you, man. This is TODAK at there, 100%.
Meta Malaysia dulu kita selalu dikenali sebagai orang yang suka adapt dengan meta, especially dekat Philippines dan juga di Indonesia. But right now, kita sendiri pun dah develop our own meta di mana kita quite rely on memakai marksman dan juga support untuk support kepada marksman itu and make the marksman strong at the late game and then try to win the game. So our meta is more focusing on helping or contributing dekat marksman supaya dia boleh, orang kata istilah fat, get the more items, get the level and power spike yang dia perlukan untuk win the game.
So in terms of developing the meta, ramai orang cakap kita tiru say Indonesia ataupun Philippines. Part of it is true for certain teams. Ada beberapa team dekat Malaysia, diorang very innovative. Orange is very innovative, TODAK very innovative, as well as GFM, diorang very innovative. But the thing about meta is, bila kita try tiru orang, kadang-kadang benda tu tak jadi. So, this is where the process begins. Kita tengok for inspiration and then we try. And then based on the try and error, kita tengok what works for us and apa yang tak okay untuk kita orang. And then you make adjustment dekat situ. So, walaupun kalau kita awal-awal ambil meta orang lain, but through trial and error, dia akan jadi identity kita sendiri.
Meta special yang Malaysia selalu gunakan untuk kalahkan banyak tim daripada luar is kita punya split push meta. Split push meta kita paling kuat dekat Southeast Asia yang aku boleh kata. And then TODAK is one of the best team yang boleh mainkan meta ni dengan baik.
No way! Are you serious? Oh no! Is this how it ends? Is this how it ends? That's an unstoppable streak for us. But guess what? Chico!
I think semua orang mungkin akan setuju dengan benda ni, termasuk pro player. Meta split push. Pasukan Malaysia sangat nakal bila dalam Land of Dawn. Diorang suka macam umpan and then diorang akan konon-kononnya macam nak ajak team fight because dia ada team diorang tahu they are very strong in team fight. Tapi sebenarnya bila for example TODAK nak engage, kita orang bukannya nak engage untuk team fight pun. Kita orang maybe just nak macam nakal, melakukan tipu daya so that the other person buat speed push. So I do believe benda ni, meta ni daripada dulu lagi, pada Asia Cyan, MYA. I think TODAK pun pernah buat sekali masa dekat M3. So and it's very well known not from Malaysia saja, but from other country juga lah.
Well playing, it doesn't seem like it, but he gets away. But again and again, TODAK use all this as a distraction to take the objectives.
I mean, they're getting...
Meta speed push Malaysia adalah satu perkara yang sangat digeruni dan masih dikenali dalam arena Mobile Legends.
Dulu kita tak ada dismantle coach, but now banyak pasukan yang bawa coach and analyst or even their own manager sendiri pun akan turun padang, orang kata, untuk berikan yang terbaik kepada pasukan mereka, menunjukkan day by day or season by season MPL is getting bigger and is getting more and more competitive.
Teringat orang antara yang terbaik dan kita harus satu season.
Selama ni orang cakap MPL Malaysia kalau diorang main internationally lawan dengan Indonesia, lawan dengan Philippines, no chance. But even in M1 kita boleh tengok tim TODAK dah jadikan Malaysia the top 2 region during M1. During M2 again TODAK membawa Malaysia kepada level yang tinggi. And now especially bila hanging out with the teams, you know, Orange, GFM and such, bila mereka stream dengan all of the other regions, semua respect Malaysia. And that's the thing. Kalau kita nak cerita pasal dorang punya growth, dorang punya competitiveness, it's better bila ada results. And the thing is, Malaysia dah berkali-kali membawa result, and I really think the MPL teams, people dah tak boleh nak pandang rendah. Pergi mana-mana region, any part of the world, kita orang boleh perform.
I think dari segi gameplay, we need to study a lot. When we talk about meta, most effective tactical available meta is actually a trend. Dalam this patch, what is the trend and how we can counter it, and you can be creative about it.
Here we go. We're seeing the Lolita coming out of Shark once again with a 66.7% win rate. It's only come out literally 3 times from Shark and as well as JPL.
Oh, they have done it! North America take another game!
It doesn't matter kalau kita guna hero baru ke ataupun hero lama. Macam BTK, the US team, tunjuk yang walaupun itu meta baru, we can still use hero lama macam Saber untuk counter and so on.
And most importantly, retakes are great.
The retakes, he finally gets hit by the last hit of the sweep, and it also final.
So, I think for Malaysia team sebenarnya kena study. Kalau you tak ada coach, kalau you tak ada analisis, memang you kena buat sendiri. And then second, kalau dah famous, jangan ada superstar syndrome lah, because itu yang akan buat you macam lupa diri lah. Always be humble kerana kita selalu kena sandwich between Indonesia and Philippines. So, and kita tak pernah menang trofi lagi walaupun kita dah 3 kali ataupun a few times pergi kejuaraan dunia lah. Jangan rasa bila kita power ataupun jago kampung, kita rasa kita paling best. Tak. Actually have that kind of a mindset, masuk tournament apa-apa pun, have the mindset that I'm the best in the world, not just in Malaysia lah.
Telah tiba masanya untuk pasukan-pasukan terbaik Mobile Legends Bang Bang daripada seluruh Asia Tenggara berkumpul. Piala MLBB Asia Tenggara atau MSC 2022. Siapa yang akan menang dan siapa yang akan kalah? Pasukan manakah yang akan terbang ke langit biru dan dinobatkan Raja Asia Tenggara? Seperti zodiak, 12 pasukan daripada rantau ini akan bertanding dalam 2 peringkat. Peringkat kumpulan dan peringkat kalah mati. setiap kumpulan akan ada 3 pasukan dan mereka akan bertanding antara satu sama lain dalam perlawanan terbaik daripada 2 di mana pasukan terbawah di dalam setiap kumpulan akan disingkirkan. 8 pasukan yang masih tinggal akan meneruskan perjalanan dahsyat mereka. Sebagai pentas kepada perlawanan-perlawanan hebat antara gergasi-gergasi ini, MSC 2022 akan diadakan di Bandar Perbezaan dan Kepelbagaian, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Saksikan pertembungan antara gergasi daripada rantau MLBB terunggul daripada 11 Jun hingga 19 Jun. Ikuti #Supremacy untuk ikuti perkembangannya. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, tempat adiwira mencipta sejarah.
The subterranean secrets will be uncovered. Belonging is my elixir. Alchemy, the arts of miracle. Breaking limits, that's alchemy. Infinite potential. Turn the unknown into the known. Sorrow can be transmuted into joy. One man's stone resonates from the buried ores. I extract the visions of the future. Turn the unknown into the known. Resonate! Resonate!
Legendary!
Keep moving forward.
Horology is my craft. Diggy is my name. First blood. Late? Just slow down the time. Time is science. You have slain an enemy. Time is science. Time is science.
This will sting. You have my word. Saber guys just can't stop preaching. Saber guys just can't stop. Hey, that purple thing looks cool. Well, well, who's the hero now?
Hey everyone, DevPow here. In this video, I brought fantastic news. MLBB is releasing a new system, Creation Cam. Without further ado, let's take a look at the system's 4 major features. Today, I'll be recommending a few of my favorite gameplay. Watch carefully and make sure you don't miss a step. 1. Hide and seek. This gameplay allows you to fully experience the thrill of one against many. Now that it's hide and seek, we first need to assign the roles of the 2 teams. You can configure the size of each team on the configuration screen. First, I'll set 1 player from Team A as the seeker, and 5 players from Team B as hiders. Next, I'll check the hide minimap avatar option so the 2 teams can't see each other on the minimap. And then I'll adjust the 2 teams' attributes. Since there's only 1 seeker, I'll give them a major boost on damage, defense, and HP, but lower their movement speed. For hiders, I'll increase their cooldown reduction and movement speed, but take a chunk out of their HP. The 5 hiders need to avoid the seeker's attack, assemble as fast as possible, and eventually take down the seeker together before their base is destroyed. Who will be the last one standing? The exceptionally strong seeker or the 5 hiders united as one? Go and find out for yourself. 2. Zero cooldown blitz. Now this is something you can't experience in regular matches. With the cooldowns removed, many of the heroes are bound to offer a fantastic experience. The configuration is here. The most important is to set the cooldown reduction and battle spell cooldown reduction to 100%. You can also limit the available heroes and adjust some of the other attributes. I, for one, particularly like to disable basic attacks for a competition of skills only. Spam skills throughout the game and get familiar with each hero during the process. Can this deal get any sweeter? 3. Go, Franco, go! If you like mischief, you must not miss this one. The rule's simple. Hit the opponent with your hook before they hook you. For the configuration, set the available heroes to Franco only and adjust the hook's range. Ooh, caught you again. Think you can run away from me? Alright, that's all for today. Be sure to check out the system after its release. There's so much more fun gameplay awaiting you to explore. Customize your own gameplay, team up with your friends, and don't forget to share your lobby codes. This time, everyone is a game designer.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Xavier, the 3rd hero of the Forsaken Light series. Xavier is a ranged mage, boasting superb sustained damage. With his unique skill set, he can extend his attack distance almost infinitely and enhance his power each time he lands a skill shot on an enemy. Hero skills. First skill, Infinite Extension. Infinite Extension is Xavier's foremost damage tool. Xavier fires a mystic bullet that damages enemies in a straight line. The bullet's flying distance increases each time it hits a target. Second skill, Mystic Field. Mystic Field is a functional skill that integrates pursuit, escape, and crowd control. Xavier conjures a mystic barrier that slows enemies and speeds up allies. When hit by Xavier's other skills, the barrier will expand into a forbidden field that immobilizes enemies within. Ultimate Dawning Light. Dawning Light is the first ever global attack in Mobile Legends. Xavier unleashes a beam of mystic magic that damages all enemies in a line on the map and directly enters the Transcendent state. Passive. Transcendence. Transcendence allows Xavier to scale steadily in battle. Each skill hit on enemy heroes grants Xavier a passive stack that enhances his subsequent skills. At max stacks, his next skill cast allows him to enter the Transcendent state, during which all his skills are enhanced to the maximum. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Make use of minions and creeps to extend the attack range of Infinite Extension and launch a surprise attack on enemies in the distance.
Crumble into dust.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Infinite Extension or Dawning Light and then Mystic Field on the path of the skill to control enemies in the target area.
Pathetic.
Pro tip number 3. For positional teamfights, accumulate 3 passive stacks with Infinite Extension and Mystic Field. Then cast Dawning Light to hit as many enemies as possible. For sudden encounters, directly cast Dawning Light to enter the Transcendent state. Then spam the enhanced Infinite Extension and Mystic Field for damage. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, use Infinite Extension for wave clear and poke. Look for opportunities to slow the enemy with Mystic Field, then cast Infinite Extension again to activate the field and immobilize them. Finally, cast Dawning Light to secure the kill. Team fights. In team fights, cast Mystic Field to restrict the enemy's movements, and then Infinite Extension to activate the field for crowd control. Launch Dawning Light on the immobilized enemies and enter the Transcendent state. Then finish them off using the enhanced Infinite Extension.
Double kill.
Not even close. Tactics. Early to mid-game. Xavier's performance in the early to mid-game is mediocre. Relying heavily on cooldown reduction, he needs to wait until he gets his hand on a few pieces of equipment to unleash effective attacks during the Transcendent state. Late game. Xavier's damage will skyrocket in the late game. Once with sufficient cooldown reduction, he can easily enter and extend the Transcendent state and chuck out the enemies with his enhanced skills.
Enemy has been slain. Triple kill.
For equipment, we suggest this build for maximized cooldown reduction and magic power. For emblem, choose the Mage emblem to further boost Xavier's cooldown reduction and damage capabilities. As for battle spells, Flicker is recommended to make up for Xavier's lack of mobility. Well, that's our new hero, Xavier, the Defier of Light, coming on March 22nd. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Defier of Light, Xavier, coming on March 22nd.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star,
IGN Kuja dan peranan saya dalam tim Karakal adalah coach.
Nama saya Muhammad Nurhadim bin Yusuf. Saya jungler dan umur saya 17 tahun ni.
IGN saya ialah Aim. Saya bermain mid laner untuk tim Karakal.
Nama saya Herwin bin Barudin. IGN saya Ciwing dan peranan dalam Karakal saya akan jadi tukang tengok lah.
Jalan cerita permulaannya join Karakal ni memang dah lama dibincangkan dan baru season ni kita orang bergerak.
Dan sekarang baru kita orang dapat untuk capai maklumat sendirilah untuk kita orang join daripada bawah, qualifier dan kita dapat main MPL. Memang dah lama plan.
Kedua yang layak ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9.
Ni spesies-spesies macam Karakal. Karakal 1, Karakal 2. Ini Karakal biasa punya lagi. Alright, jom kita check. Lord Zaraki cari.
Macam mana saya untuk describe tim ni? Okay, untuk Karakal ni boleh dikatakan semua player kurang cakap besar.
Bersyukur sebab tak ada masalah ego ataupun star syndrome yang dalam tim Karakal ni tak ada so far.
Okay, kenapa Karakal?
Sebab saya suka sifat dia. Dia macam kucing hutan kan. Kucing hutan yang sangat garang lah. So bila garang ni kita pun nak garang. Lepas tu dia boleh survive. Kita ambil sifat-sifat dia untuk kita contohilah.
Sebelum kita orang jumpanya nama Karakal ni, kita orang nak pakai nama Black Widow. Kita orang nak pakai nama Labah-Labah. Sebab apa Black Widow tu dia punya konsep color tu lawa, dia hitam merah. Tapi bila kita orang cuba search dekat Google, dia keluar Black Widow yang superhero tu. So jadi macam tak naklah.
Kalau tim yang dulu disebabkan semua baru je, kita ada satu leader je. Tapi disebabkan semua ni, 5 player ni semua yang orang cakap baguslah. Semua ada minda sendiri dan banyak pilihan sendiri. So susahlah nak communicate.
Ini bukan saya yang cakap, ini majority netizen atau orang-orang luar atau pro player cakap. Diorang kata tim ni tim all star. Diorang kata every player yang ada dalam ni player yang berbakat. Tapi kekuatan dekat sini adalah bila kita kumpulkan semua all-star dalam satu tempat, problem dia akan timbul satu je benda. Bila semua menganggap diri ni hebat, diorang akan ada naik satu perasaan ego. So benda tu yang paling susah untuk kita orang kontrol sekarang, untuk turunkan semua ego dan semua orang kata apa, saling bekerjasama.
Bagi aku masih kurang sikit lah sebab apa? Sebab kurang chemistry, baru tukar line up. Tapi saya rasa bolehlah kita dapat fight yang terbaik di MPL Season 9 ni.
Bila dalam environment tu ramai yang matang berfikir, matang untuk bercakap, secara tak langsung Lieza dia akan turut join kematangan bila bercakap, kematangan untuk berfikir. So rasanya tak susah untuk handle Link Eza even though dia punya umur 17.
Karakal! Miau!
Describe playstyle tim ni.
Lebih pasif daripada yang lain. So kita orang main apa je lah.
Tepat setiap game, setiap draft different. Jadi kita kena menyesuaikan diri, bawa setiap draft yang ada lah. So tak ada macam spesifik kita kuatkan ni, kuatkan tak.
Mati weh. Wow! Halo.
Everyone yang dalam tim ni, diorang ada task diorang sendiri dan diorang ada perspektif, diorang punya role. Setiap momen tu diorang ada perspektif diorang masing-masing. So di mana kat sini kita perlukan trust each other untuk buat shot call. So tak kisahlah siapa pun yang buat shot call, kalau diorang tak ada kepercayaan, benda tu akan susah nak buat.
Sometimes banyak juga macam terlagah mulut dengan dia, bergaduh dengan dia. Apa yang kadang-kadang player macam tak boleh bawa apa yang dalam kepala otak dia. Tapi sebenarnya benda tu kalau player boleh executekan benda yang dia nak tu, sebenarnya benda tu bagus. Jadi saya rasa sekarang pun dengan cara training pun mungkin ada juga bawa benda-benda yang aneh-aneh tu. Dan saya rasa benda tu continue kot.
Untuk player-player Karakal, bersama-sama berjuanglah untuk MPL Season 9 ni. Dan saya ucapkan tahniah lah sebab masing-masing dah berjaya untuk first step, kita layak ke MPL. Tu first step yang sangat berharga lah untuk kita orang yang mengharapkan slot ni. Dan kita teruskan, kalau boleh kita teruskan sampai kita champion, lepas tu kita wakil Malaysia. So kita sama-sama berjuang lah. rambut dah kemas. Handsome juga aku hari ni
Ili, apa korang tengah buat sekarang ni?
Tengah mencuba mengkaji-kaji gameplay negara luar.
Tim sekarang tengah review game Region MPL Philippines. Buat analis lah, cari ilmu untuk tim juga.
Itu katanya. So kalau boleh, paling penting kita semak. Semak.
Kami cuba buat yang terbaik je lah. Walaupun diorang kuat, kami pun kuat.
Guys, sekarang ni pukul 8. So setiap hari kalau ada game ke tak ada game, kita akan morning walk. So morning walk ni dekat sana. Inilah rutian harian kami untuk panas badan. Lepas tu kita akan fokus kat game. Okay, let's go guys. Let's go.
So far semua okey. Jaga diorang pun senang walaupun diorang lelaki. Tapi bila diorang dengan saya, diorang okey lah dengan cakap macam kita nak kena jaga diorang punya schedule, diorang punya makan apa semua. So far diorang okey dan diorang ikut je.
You suka game yang awal-awal ke atau game yang lewat petang?
Anytime, anywhere, any set time, set place, saya ready. Kita semua ready. Just call us. Bring it on!
Sekarang band Muntun dah sampai untuk bawa kita ke arena. Kita jumpa di sana ya.
Okay guys, jangan lupa pakai seat belt.
Dengan mask sekali.
Mask, seat belt. Mask, seat belt dengan tidur.
Assalamualaikum. Nama saya Muhammad Fadil bin Hishamuddin ataupun saya lebih dikenali Fadil dalam Mobile Legends ni. And saya merupakan manager untuk SUHAZ Esports. Okey, kenapa saya join SUHAZ? Saya mempunyai group bosses yang sangat support dan sangat meminati Mobile Legends. Mereka ada visi dan misi untuk membuat esports scene Mobile Legends ni lebih ke hadapan dengan menggunakan nama SUHAZ Esports.
Kita orang kekalkan 5 pemain yang sama sebab kita orang maybe ada chemistry lebih sikit daripada tim lain dan kita orang percayalah sesama sendirilah kita orang boleh buat 5.
Okey, kita reset balik. Masa je lepas dia habis season 8, AV bincang dengan family dia nak stop. So dia nak fokus ke family dia. So kita pun tak ada nak halang kan. So it's okay lah kan. Lepas tournament MEC baru-baru ni, kita orang dah try out banyak orang. Tapi tak jumpa macam dia. So saya try call dia, dia kata dia nak main lagi. Untuk transfer window yang akan datang, maybe SUHAZ akan ambil player yang flex lah, yang boleh main banyak posisi. So senang lah kita nak tukar-tukar, mengelirukan enemy lah.
Untuk pelan jangka masa panjang SUHAZ, for sure sekarang kami nak bermain di MPL Season 9 dan kami memang nak sangat main dekat MSC, Sukan C ataupun M4. So itu bermula daripada sekarang, perjalanan tu adalah daripada sekarang. Dan untuk kami tak pernah pegang lagi trofi MPL tu yang katanya berat tu. So far tak pernah pegang. So season ni ialah milik kami, milik SUHAZ.
SUHAZ ni macam saya dah pernah cakap dulu, kita orang dah stick together, dah macam keluarga. Bagi saya susah lah kita nak pecah.
Langkah pokok. Sisi flick.
SUHAZ untuk saya, SUHAZ is me.
Satu family.
Satu family lah.
Family je. Kita tak boleh nak berpecah.
Yes, SUHAZ is my family and segalanya.
Okay, semua dah and cut.
Perasaan tahun 16 agak teruja untuk buat benda dengan player yang baru, dapat chemistry yang barulah untuk next level punya journey.
Secara jujur saya sedih lah sebab mereka bukan lagi satu tim dengan saya, tapi saya harus terus move on lah.
Yang tu sedih lah, tapi nak buat macam mana, semua orang ada perjalanan masing-masing. So kita orang masih dalam kontrak berjuang untuk tim ni.
Ramai yang keluar tapi saya lebih gembira dengan teammate saya yang sekarang lah sebab dapat perubahan yang besar lah.
Ini adalah first time saya menjadi captain lah, jadi agak takut lah sebab takut tidak dapat lead team lah. Saya cuba untuk lebih matang lah dengan teammate-teammate yang lain dan saya belajar untuk memberi info-info lah semasa in game.
Bekerja dengan player-player yang agak baru sebenarnya satu cabaran sebab target kami sangat-sangat tinggi. It's a very good learning process, bukan sahaja untuk mereka tapi saya, sebab season ni ialah kami mempertaruhkan sistem yang telah selama ini RSG daripada season yang lepas sampai sekarang. Sebab tu kita bawa Jason daripada Singapura datang ke Malaysia. Agak memberi cabaran sebenarnya sebab Jason tidak fasih berbahasa Melayu.
Hi, my name is Jason Koh Wei Hao and I'm the coach for RSG Malaysia.
Bagi pandangan saya, Jason ni sebagai coach dia memang baguslah dari segi drafting sebab sebelum ni Jason ni adalah bekas player Mobile Legend, jadi dia fahamlah dengan player-player apa yang player mau main, apa yang player takut. Jadi dia memahami player. Jadi bagi saya itu amat baguslah.
I became a coach to go to other regions to coach a full-time team and hoping that with my many years in the mobile experience, I can help all the talented kids in the other region reach somewhere that I couldn't reach lah. Some problems that I faced while doing online coaching with the team is that first of all, I think language barrier is a thing that definitely we have to face. So not all players can speak fluent English, and of course the things that I say they might not fully understand at times. Maybe they can only understand 90% or 80% of what I'm talking. So that's one of the biggest challenges, as well as I'm not there with them physically. So rather I'm not able to read their mood or rather how they are feeling through their webcam. So I think these are some of the biggest challenges that I'm facing right now.
Definitely underdog, because this season we reshuffle everything. We start back from scratch, but we trust in our system. Sistem kami insya-Allah akan membawa kami, at least kami akan target ke playoff dahulu. Underdog is the best thing that orang kata boleh describe RSG untuk season ini.
Season ni kalau ada orang yang anggap kami underdog, kami terimalah sebab memang season lalu kami underperform.
Untuk saya sendiri, saya rasa saya perlu lebih confident dan kembalikan gameplay season 7 saya sebelum ni.
Bagi saya, meta sekarang ni boleh fit dengan RSG sebab Kuza ni dia bermain hero assassin dan meta sekarang adalah meta-meta hero assassin. Dan saya juga hero-hero yang meta sekarang ni adalah match-match yang perlukan farming lah. Jadi saya rasa season ni sesuai lah dengan meta kami lah, di stage yang lebih tinggi lah.
Kami telah pergi ke M Series beberapa kali untuk RSG Singapore dan kami confident dengan apa yang ada, bukan sahaja dari segi management tapi dari segi knowledge dan skill dan juga sistem. Kami percaya di setiap negara yang kami masuk M4, contoh seperti Singapore, Filipina dan Malaysia, kami boleh pergi ke N4 lah.
Maybe to my boys as well as to the fans out there, like I mentioned previously, we're gonna have a rocky journey, but at the end of the day, we will reach our destination lah. I hope that you guys, fans and boys included, continue to believe in what we are doing. At the end of the day, when we reach the journey, then we will smile and laugh together.
Bener? Like always, let's give first.
TODAK Semai, take one.
Pada pandangan saya, diorang salah kot. Sebab kita orang 3 season kita orang ada kat grand final. So nak cakap tak konsisten, saya rasa tak kot. Kita orang insyaAllah konsisten. Tak ada lagi tim yang boleh masuk grand final 3 kali berturut-turut lah.
Mungkin diorang tak faham daripada segi cuba. Contoh daripada segi nak cuba hero, sebab mungkin itu hero yang kita bawa untuk pergi ke tournament ataupun berlawan dengan certain team ataupun player. So nak tak nak kita orang nak kena try benda yang something new untuk kita orang.
First and second week kita orang memang agak kurang perform sikit sebab first kita orang agak tak sihat because of kita orang disahkan positif, and some players pun memang ada rasa lesu badan and then tak semangat. Communication kita orang pun susah sikit lah, agak susah sebabkan kita orang guna Discord kan and not by face to face.
Masa qualifier SEA Games tu kita orang still tak sihat, tapi kita orang still keep training sebab kita orang nak sangat masuk SEA Games tu. Semua orang nak lah. So kita orang just all out, buat yang terbaik, just trust each other lah. Dan alhamdulillah kita dapat SEA Games tu.
Perasaan jadi jungler first line up kali ni susah sebab ganti Ciku. So the pressure sangat tinggi lah.
Dia gantikan tempat Ciku, macam you nak gantikan tempat nombor 1 jungler lah, macam mana kan. Dia akan, of course akan ada pressure apa semua, tapi alhamdulillah Haji ni kita selalu bagi semangat dekat dia untuk overcome benda tu lah. And alhamdulillah dia berjaya lakukannya dengan bagus.
Kita juga cuba untuk mainkan peranan Haji as juggler tu supaya satu tim tu dapat bergerak sebagai satu tim yang penuh dengan chemistry and menggunakan hashtag TODAK langgar.
Time minggu pertama kalah 2 kali berturut tu, biasalah kena kecam kan. Saya tu mental saya kurang kuat, so saya rasa macam nak give up, tapi teammate kata tak apa, boleh lagi. So Ikuto call, Ashi call, Ciku pun bagi semangat.
Dia kena kawal dia punya bad mood tu lah. Dia sebab dia kadang-kadang ada mood okey, ada mood tak okey. So tentulah dia jadi masalah. Tentu jugalah tim rasa macam tak selesa sangat dengan dia sebab dia punya mood tentu. So kalau dia kekalkan mood dia okey je, insyaAllah dia boleh jadi main jungler. Kau nak kerja sama boleh. Tak, aku poke dia, aku tak lagi, aku macam poke dia ke belakang je. Banyak-banyak kau je. Bila kau tak ada shadow ni teratap. Ya tu lah.
Kita orang semua bermain dengan sangat teruk, 5-5 sekali. Saya tak nak salahkan dia, saya tak nak salahkan siapa-apa. Just teamwork. Bila dah masuk minggu ketiga dan selepasnya, kita dapat tahu yang Ajik ni seorang yang terlampau sangat ikut buku. Orang suruh buat ni, dia buat ni. Orang suruh buat tu, dia buat tu. So kita try to change the mindset lah first. Kena brainwash dia, nak kena fahamkan.
Masih lagi activate, tetapi lihatlah damage daripada Ciku. Legendary untuk beliau. Saraki, satu lagi kill yang ingin dicari oleh Ciku.
Sebenarnya kita memang plan daripada awal lagi untuk week keempat Ciku akan masuk ke dalam line up. Dia cakap dia bukannya nak rehat pun, dia just nak settlekan beberapa hal yang dia perlu settlekan lah. Perasaan kita orang amat gembira sebab Ciku dah nak main kembali lah kan. Sebab dah lama dia tak main, lebih kurang 4 minggu dah. Kita orang rasa lebih bersemangat dengan adanya Ciku.
Kalau ada Ciku ni kita orang boleh buat banyak lagi benda. Kira-kira macam banyak meta yang pelik-pelik kita orang boleh bawa kalau ada Ciku.
Sepanjang saya main MPL daripada season 4 sampailah season sekarang ni, saya rasa this is one of the hardest season lah yang saya boleh kata macam tu, sebab kita ada nampak player-player baru, muka-muka baru. Contoh macam tim daripada Esports, Zahir daripada Esports, diorang player-player yang bagus lah.
Kita orang nak champion MPL, lepas tu kita orang nak cuba buat yang terbaik dekat SEA Games ni untuk dapatkan emas lah kan. Impian saya untuk tahun ni ialah main di M Series sebab tahun lepas saya tak main.
Disebabkan Moon ni jenis yang kompetitif, so target Moon ataupun my dream is to become a number one apa millennial ke match ke apa. My dream is to become a number one team kat dalam dunia ni. Memang sebab itu pun Moon join this scene, this pro scene, MPL dan sebagainya. Memang sebab tu kita orang always try hard to become the best team in the world.
#TODAK langgar.
#TODAK langgar.
#TODAK langgar.
Untuk rate ni sebenarnya daripada awal masuk ni saya target macam orang kata organisation macam football lah.
Playstyle rate ni kita main macam sekepala lah. Setiap edition yang kita nak buat ni pastikan semua edition tu sama.
Hello, ada orang? Hello. Rate.
Momennya ini with the boss up. The guys are dead. Oi, bangun. Dah masa nanti view nanti, oi. IGN Uncle is obviously Uncle Cikano. And Uncle punya role dalam Red Esports is COO untuk Red Esports lah.
Hai, saya Kak Pen daripada Pen Halo dan saya adalah owner ataupun founder bagi tim Red Esports yang sedang main dekat MPL Season 9 sekarang ini. Kalau Season 9 ni orang fikir tim kita orang ni tim laut sebab dapat slot daripada Bosco.
Banyak sangat kesilapan yang kita lakukan. So kita orang repair at times.
Pada pandangan saya, prestasi Red pada musim ni sebenarnya agak konsisten. Walaupun kita orang ada kalah dengan TODAK dan Karakal, tapi kita orang dapat revenge balik. So, yeah, feels good.
Sebagai seorang player and also student, saya sanggup je nak hadapi apa-apa as long as I keep improving daripada segi kehidupan. I still yakinlah dengan diri I untuk maju ke hadapan.
Bagi saya, Red Esports nampak perform season ni disebabkan kemasukan coach kita orang, Sora. Player dah punya pengalaman and skill individu yang tersendiri. Cuma just perlukan guide dari seorang coach yang berpengalaman.
Saya ni macam kata apa, boleh-boleh je. Tapi disebabkan macam Sora ni, kadang-kadang saya tengah malam duduk berdua je dengan dia. Duduk depan mic dia macam memperbesarkan hero pool saya lah. Kiranya dia dalam masa yang sama dia kata kita nak bawa kelainan setiap week lah untuk lawan opponent supaya opponent tak boleh baca kan.
Lepas ni kau kena belajar kaza tank dan final tank.
First time Sora datang tu, soalan pertama saya tanya dia, Sora boleh tak bantu tim saya? Dan dia cakap jangan risau, dia boleh jamin dia akan bagi tim saya nombor 1 hingga 3.
Perbezaannya ialah season lepas masa coach Haz tu kita orang mungkin lacking somewhere dan mungkin apa yang dia cuba nak bawa tu kita orang tak boleh bawa, tak kena lah. So dengan Sora ni dia fix tau kita orang punya kelemahan tu, dia tahulah macam mana nak handle. Mungkin gameplay Sora tu kena dengan gameplay tim kita.
Saya kena bagi sengaja sedikit bagi jalan untuk diorang supaya diorang lebih berkembang. Saya agak risau sebab diorang adalah player yang lama. So saya risau yang diorang tak nak dengan sikap saya. Tapi alhamdulillah diorang support saya, diorang dengan sikap saya happy lah untuk berada kat sini.
So Sora ni saya respect dia sebab dia rajin bincang teori semua sampai dapat solution.
Saya masuk ke Red ni start dari second tier lah. Saya kenal dengan seorang player Red ni, Ash. Lepas tu dia main dengan dia lama-lama. Lepas tu dia pun minat dekat saya. Dia kenalkan saya dekat Red. Dari situlah saya dapat masuk Red Esports.
Zaid ni perangai budak-budak dia memang ada. Friends tu nampak lah dia macam dia masih perlukan kena ada orang tegur dia. Benda-benda tu lah sebab dia muda lagi kan.
Zaid ni perwatakan dia seorang yang pembersih lah. Saya terkejut lah sebab muka dia macam gangster tapi rupanya pembersih.
Zaid pada mulanya agak keras sedikit. Dia player yang kuat, selalu menang dekat rank. So agak susah untuk kami tegur dia. Tapi lama kelamaan dia rasa yang dia perlu belajar lebih lagi bila masuk dekat pro scene. Tu buat saya happy lah sebab dia dah berubah untuk menjadi lebih baik.
Saya dapat merasakan main game ni berhasil lah, tak sia-sia. So, saya bangga dengan diri saya dan saya dapat capai apa yang saya nak. Saya jadikan sebagai ini kejayaan saya.
Sebab ramai orang ingat kita orang ni tim underdog, tim yang mungkin dia orang tak expect yang kita orang akan dapat nombor 1 placing dalam bracket.
Impian saya untuk Red champion lah. Kalau boleh saya nak champion lah season ni. Wakil MSC dan cuba lah try untuk grab that title.
Dream saya nak sangatlah champion untuk MPL season 9 ni, dan saya nak banggakan kat ibu bapa saya yang saya boleh pergi jauh dalam dunia e-sport ni, dan saya bukan main game hanya sia-sia.
Pertama sekali saya fokuskan untuk lepas playoff. Kedua, saya nak player nampak ke mana kesilapan diorang, mana part yang diorang boleh baiki supaya boleh jadi champion.
So you've been with SMP for 2 years, but for this current roster, what do you feel about this current roster?
It's a very competitive roster. Even though with some new member coming in, Sasa experience from the other region, he actually pushed everyone to work harder. Harder could be more stressful, could be more anything, but as long as to reach the goal for the team. Because you know we've been 7-8 for like so many seasons. I think with Sasa coming in, he also don't want to be 7-8. That's what pushed others to try to play as much as we can. Because we feel that all the standard in Malaysia team are quite evenly. We never underestimate any of our opponent. Any one extra game for us to play is a bonus for us. Because it's not any time we can get a playoff or stage game. Any one game for us is actually a bonus for us preparation for M3. That's what the difference maybe. Yeah.
3, 2, 1, The difference, yeah. For me, MPL ID is more harder than Malaysia MPL MY lah. The player hero pool, the gameplay style a lot different.
Tapi Zaim Saipua sebenarnya yang diberikan tekanan kembali dan bantuan Sasa pula yang
Meta Malaysia side, the player all suka hadiah dia. Just like they play what they like to play, what just play only like that. But Indo gameplay is totally very different lah. Really teamwork gameplay, cannot have one mistake.
Kita kebanyakan ngambus, Cok. Di tengah gitu nggak ngapa-ngapain.
Kita udah pernah kalahin mereka, jadi tinggal kita lakuin lagi apa yang pernah kita lakuin.
Situasi Malaysia punya fans sekarang ni agak kurang sikit untuk compare dengan negara luar macam Indonesia dengan Filipina. Dekat sana dia punya sambutan lagi rancak lah daripada di Malaysia. Tapi sejak daripada M1 tak silap saya yang Malaysia jadi host. Sejak daripada M1 tu dah mula ramai yang nampak e-sport ni dah berjaya lah MLBB ni di Malaysia. Pada saya agak slow sikit fan Malaysia ni sebab gameplay team pro kita. Team pro di Malaysia ni macam rotation dia, drum dia masih terlalu belakang compare dengan tim-tim PN dan Indo. So bila drum dia slow, dia punya rotation slow, fans pun macam lebih tertarik pada negara luar daripada negara kita sendiri.
Season 8 ni kita bergerak sebagai pasukan yang underdog, and kita buktikan kita dapat tempat pertama dengan MPL season 8 ni. Macam tu juga lah ke M3. Walaupun kita menang ke kalah, kita tetap bawa nama Malaysia, so sentiasa support.
Todak langkah. Watch us for Todak. Todak langkah.
Perasaan saya first memang sangat bersyukurlah sebab tim saya berjaya masuk ke kali ini untuk kejohanan dunia untuk kali yang ketiga berturut-turut lah. Saya memang sangat bangga lah dengan pencapaian ini. Dan perasaan saya memang rasa lain lah sebab sebelum ni M1, M2 saya sebagai player and sekarang saya sebagai manager, rasa dia memang agak lain sebab sekarang saya kena manage player berbanding saya main.
Lepas tu Semir dapat turtle, bapak
bagi Moon, grup B tu memang kalau kita nampak daripada sudut fizikal memang nampak yang tu grup yang paling berbahaya daripada grup-grup yang lain, tapi apa perbezaan dia adalah dia main best of one. So bila the best of one macam-macam boleh terjadi. Boleh comeback, boleh mistake, boleh ada tu. So kita mungkin daripada situ kita boleh dapatkan apa bracket lah untuk ni. Kita kena just confident dengan diri sendiri, dengan pasukan masing-masing.
Malaysian meta is very chase the dopamine sort of meta, you know? Whatever makes you feel really good about yourself at the end of the day. We like to be flashy, of course. Everybody likes being flashy. But more importantly, I think it's becoming more refined in a sense where we're not as afraid to try out new things. We're not as stubborn following a very limited meta. We want to start pushing out of it. We've taken a lot of inspiration from both Indonesia and as well as Philippines, and we're starting to weed out what we like and don't like about their metas to come up with our own.
It just pushes the limit of Mobile Legends in terms of meta, in terms of players' mentality, in terms of stamina. There's a lot of aspects to it, and I feel like it actually shows you that this is how you'd be a professional player.
Apakah meta Malaysia? Kami ada meta sendiri tak?
Actually kita ada tim TODAK lah. Apa yang saya nampak contoh macam unik, dia bawa high loss side ataupun tank XP. Basically kita orang yang bawa dulu. Jungler tank pun kita bawa dulu and then ditiru oleh yang lain. Benda tu, dua meta ni adalah meta yang susah untuk dibawa. Bukan semua orang boleh guna. Tim tertentu ataupun player tertentu saja yang boleh bawa meta-meta ni.
Untuk improve prestasi diorang sebelum M3 ni, mental diorang kena jaga sebab dulu saya jadi player pun mental memang sangat teruk sebab susah nak jaga mental dekat sana sebab dengan kuarantin, dengan penat apa semua, tempat yang sama saja training, mental. Lepas tu bagi saya untuk improve lagi kena lebihkan training untuk M3 kali ni.
Kalau ditukar, bukan kalau ditukar pun kan.
Because I play for Malaysia, I feel very happy lah. But it's like need to win also lah. Cannot lose too much lah. That's why I try my best to give Malaysia something. I feel a lot of pressure from it.
Kalau dia nak depan, yang penting aku tak boleh depan.
Kami Malaysia. Kami Malaysia. Malaysia. Boleh.
Bye. Yo. Berhenti guys. Spray seorang. Spray seorang.
Jadi training now. First day quarantine.
So kepada supporter TODAK, jangan lupa suruh kita orang M3 nanti.
This is the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M3 World Championship.
SMG, diorang bukan just ada Sasa, player yang ada banyak pengalaman daripada Indonesia punya scene, tapi diorang juga ada super coach James. M1 dia tolong RRQ dapat nombor 2. And then M2 dia still tolong RRQ juga. And then RRQ pun dapat banyak championship MPL dekat Indonesia. And then this time around dia tolong SMG. 5 season SMG dapat nombor 8. This season SMG dah dekat grand final. So kita dapat nampak significant change and improvement yang James bawakan. And then for TODAK pun, diorang ada banyak nafas baru. Ada Momo, ada Yums. And then diorang ada analyst. So diorang dapat pelbagaikan lagi gameplay diorang. Dan Angka yakin dua-dua tim ni boleh pergi sangat jauh dekat M3.
Apa dia? Hello, 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Slow dong, habis slow sikit.
Bye bye. Bye bye. See you tomorrow.
Are you ready? Let's get it. Let's see the stage right now.
I follow TODAK closely masa M3, tengok diorang dari dekat backstage and so on. They are very chill person. They are very chill player. Kalau waktu Onyx PH, if I'm not mistaken, Onyx PH group stage, waktu tu BO1. Waktu tu memang ada macam salah faham sikit and ada macam pergaduhan sikit lah between, if I'm not mistaken, Moon and Fomes. And Moon pun cerita pasal benda ni. And then, tapi yang I sangat suka diorang ni, for example, okay, I bagi you 2 minutes, gaduh, lalalala, dah, that's it. Masuk stage, it's a new journey, it's a new momentum, it's a new mindset. Susah tau untuk you shifted in a very small amount of time daripada you macam gaduh, marah, semua emosi dekat sini, and then you nak shift kepada new mental, new team, new momentum. After that, after diorang kalah dengan Onyx PH, diorang menang dengan Onyx Indonesia, which is one of the giant in Indonesia, and diorang menang MPL S8 if I'm not mistaken.
I still believe in my boys. I still believe in TODAK. Go with the TODAK Langgar style. Be the Malaysian Vikings. Sekarang ini untuk mendapatkan pertarungan yang lebih cantik, SUHAZ akan menjatuhkan Momo sebentar tadi. Yus terperangkap di tengah-tengah perlawanan. Tak mampu untuk lakukan apa-apa. Tiko masih lagi bernyawa sekarang ini. Tetapi lihat, Fomen akan dalam serangan kristal ini. Fomen saja dijatuhkan. Immortality akan menghidupkan. Dan Fomen akan mendapatkan kemenangan.
Satu kemenangan yang cukup penting. Fomes berjaya untuk membawa pasukan Malaysia bermain di kawasan upper bracket.
TODAK suka buat orang sakit jantung lah. Suka sangat. And kita, to be honest, kita pun tak tahu. Kalau menang, menang. Kalau kalah pun tak apa.
But how did they make the comebacks was really surprising. And it's not just in Malaysia itself. Indonesia, Philippines, and even NA servers, they didn't expect TODAK make such a comeback. Like against Onyx Esports. They made a strict push just like that.
Yang begitu baik, tapi lihatlah tarikan daripada Lolzi sebentar tadi. Expedia akan dijatuhkan terlebih dahulu oleh LY4. Diablo di bahagian belakang. Sasa telah dimusnahkan.
Level 2 Selina, you don't want to burst. You go and burst level 4 high loss. Esme OT, skill 1 dia dah mati, Mak. Terus ini pun apa?
Saya agak terkejut juga sebab tengok daripada bracket team SMG, sebenarnya SMG lagi senang untuk go to next round. Tapi SMG yang turun ke lower bracket dan tak layak. So saya agak terkejut lah dengan prestasi SMG.
Am I surprised today that they got eliminated so early? I can say not surprised because that's the very first time entering international or world championships, except for Long and Sasa. The rest, they're very fresh to this.
From Malaysia,
we're bringing in Team SMG. These guys, again, still moving under gunfire.
And remember, both of these teams, they are the MPL champions. So into the first match of the day between Onyx Esports and Team SMG. Teams are ready, we are ready, but are you guys ready? Let's get straight into it.
Nice. Okay, aku naik balik. Aku cover atas balik.
Jangan keluar weh, Man. Keluar ni ke bawah.
He's gonna recall away. It is gonna be Onyx pushing in with
I do believe Team SMG kena tercedok dulu supaya diorang boleh bangkit dengan lebih baik. Because sometimes we need the hard lesson for us to be better. Of course, Team SMG memang tercedok. Dia bukannya satu perkataan yang kita nak hentam dia, tak. It's a fact. But I do believe kalau diorang tak give up, they will make an amazingly comeback. Sebab itu cara permainan Malaysia tau. Malaysia bila kalah sekali je, we will come back stronger than before lah. For example, like macam TODAK. TODAK before ni, diorang start kecil je. Diorang menang tournament-tournament kecil and then they make it to the MPL. So it's a very humble journey about TODAK pergi MPL, and then if I'm not mistaken, for the first time diorang dah masuk MPL, diorang dapat naib juara. And then after that they go into M1 dapat top 3. So yeah, I think same goes to Team SMG. I think maybe because of the pressure, maybe because of the environment itself, or maybe tak biasa lagi. Tapi once you ada pengalaman tu, you unstoppable lah. That's why I rasa Team SMG perlu rasa pahit tu untuk you rasa manis selepasnya. Sebab TODAK is something that kind of team juga. You perlu telan rasa pahit tu supaya you boleh rasa kemanisannya yang akan datang. Itu adalah cabaran atau ujian yang you tak biasa lagi. Once you get used to it, habislah semua orang. Serius.
Representing MPL Cambodia, see you soon. That's gonna be a few more stats put in. Kiko guys at half health. They're juggling. In goes Oob. He's a monster kill and it's over. See you soon. Takes game number 1. The yells and the screams. See you soon.
Tak ada Kagura yang dalam bus kan. Tak, tapi sebelum tu dia tak ada kat situ je kan. Orang pada start sebelum tu. Ada dia camping dia memang.
The base is the target, and just like that, we're going to game 3. TODAK still alive. He's punching through. That's gonna be the vengeance. That's gonna be the counter inferno. Not enough. Kiko guys knocks him out. 2 down. 4. See you soon. That's gonna be the target of Momo. Down goes Kiko guys, but down goes the base. Too late. Ladies and gentlemen, Na'Vi takes game 1. Memory, not enough. Momo falls. Sunset Lover gets 1. It's just Kiko guys left. Double kill for Sunset Lover as in a flash they take the base. They're sitting at match point. Na'Vi 2-0.
Diorang punya seorang pun nak kena keliru, tapi diorang clear. Diorang lagi untung, diorang dapat tower. Aku rasa better kita ban Linda tu, ataupun kita break hacker tu. Kalau dia bawa
That's gonna have to pull out their best skills. They have to bring out that Langar style. Game number 4 gonna go over to the Malaysia squad. TODAK goes 2-2, and they're targeting the base right now. Ladies and gentlemen, TODAK moves on.
From Singapore, it's gonna be EVOS SG. Can't do anything. GG. Well played to EVOS SG.
So game ketiga bagi saya outdraft lah. Draft tak berapa kena untuk dengan gameplay yang kita nak main.
I think satu je lah yang TODAK perlu perbaiki. Nafsu kill tu masih ada. I think kalau nafsu kill tu dah ada disiplin, sebab diorang ada disiplin tau. Kalau nafsu kill tu you jaga lagi, best lah, serius best.
Terlampau stick sangat dengan Cik. Lepas tu Cik pun over commit.
Moon, soalan pertama. Apa perasaan Moon sekarang?
Perasaan sedih. Tapi dalam masa yang sama still nak kena banggalah dengan setiap orang yang dah cuba sehabis baik dengan kita apa semua, termasuk player dan termasuk analis and termasuk Iwan sekali.
Ada apa nak cakap kepada fan-fan?
Bye, jumpa kat Malaysia.
Bye, Team TODAK.
Bye.
Pada pendapat Bossy, kami ada meta sendiri tak?
Saya rasa ada daripada tim TODAK juga, sebab tim TODAK sendiri, Ciku, dia hybrid tau. Dia boleh buat mage, dia boleh buat tank, dia boleh buat fighter, semua tu jadi jungler. So itulah meta yang daripada Malaysia sendiri. Meta hybrid yang boleh guna semua jurus sebagai jungler.
Sekarang ni diorang ada Hazim. Hazim adalah penganalisis yang tak ada background kompetitif. Maksudnya dia tak pernah masuk tournament and so on. It shows that kalau you rajin study, you rajin analisis orang lain, and you rajin minta ilmu dengan orang, sebab dia kata dia tengok coach yang luar, dia belajar cara coach lain, belajar macam mana buat meta semua. It shows that with dedication and patience, you boleh create something lah. Sebab semua orang terkejut masa TODAK guna Lunox as jungler, if I'm not mistaken.
Chico on the jungle, Lunox!
I told you, man. this is TODAK at their 100%.
Meta Malaysia dulu kita selalu dikenali sebagai orang yang suka adapt dengan meta, especially dekat Philippines dan juga di Indonesia. But right now, kita sendiri pun dah develop our own meta di mana kita quite rely on memakai marksman dan juga support untuk support kepada marksman itu and make the marksman strong at the late game and then try to win the game. So our meta is more focusing on helping or contributing dekat marksman supaya dia boleh, orang kata istilah fat, get the more items, get the level and power strike yang dia perlukan untuk win the game.
So in terms of developing the meta, ramai orang cakap kita tiru say Indonesia ataupun Philippines. Part of it is true for certain teams. Ada beberapa team dekat Malaysia, diorang very innovative. Orange is very innovative, TODAK very innovative, as well as GFM, diorang very innovative. But the thing about meta is, bila kita try tiru orang, kadang-kadang benda tu tak jadi. So, this is where the process begins. Kita tengok for inspiration and then we try. And then based on the try and error, kita tengok what works for us and apa yang tak okay untuk kita orang. And then you make adjustment dekat situ. So, walaupun kalau kita awal-awal ambil meta orang lain, but through trial and error, dia akan jadi identity kita sendiri.
Meta special yang Malaysia selalu gunakan untuk kalahkan banyak tim daripada luar is kita punya split push meta. Split push meta kita paling kuat dekat Southeast Asia yang aku boleh kata. And then TODAK is one of the best team yang boleh mainkan meta ni dengan baik.
No way! Are you serious? Oh no! Is this how it ends? Is this how it ends? That's an unstoppable streak for us. But guess what? Chico!
I think semua orang mungkin akan setuju dengan benda ni, termasuk pro player. Meta split push. Pasukan Malaysia sangat nakal bila dalam Land of Dawn. Diorang suka macam umpan and then diorang akan konon-kononnya macam nak ajak team fight because dia ada team diorang tahu they are very strong in team fight. Tapi sebenarnya bila for example TODAK nak engage, kita orang bukan nak engage untuk team fight pun. Kita orang maybe just nak macam nakal, melakukan tipu daya so that dia ada person buat speed push. So I do believe benda ni, meta ni daripada dulu lagi, pada Asia Science, MYA. I think TODAK pun pernah buat sekali masa dekat M3. So and it's very well known not from Malaysia saja but from other country jugalah.
Well playing, it doesn't seem like it when he gets away. But again and again, TODAK use all this as a distraction to take the objectives.
I mean, they're getting...
Meta speed push Malaysia adalah satu perkara yang sangat digeruni dan masih dikenali dalam arena Mobile Legends.
Dulu kita tak ada dismantle coach, but now banyak pasukan yang bawa coach and analyst or even their own manager sendiri pun akan turun padang, orang kata, untuk berikan yang terbaik kepada pasukan mereka, menunjukkan day by day or season by season MPL is getting bigger and is getting more and more competitive.
Kita ingat korang antara yang terbaik dan kita harus satu season.
Selama ni orang cakap MPL Malaysia kalau diorang main internationally lawan dengan Indonesia, lawan dengan Philippines, no chance. But even in M1 kita boleh tengok tim TODAK dah jadikan Malaysia the top 2 region during M1. During M2 again TODAK membawa Malaysia kepada level yang tinggi. And now especially bila hanging out with the teams, you know, Orange, GFM and such, bila mereka scrim dengan all of the other regions, semua respect Malaysia. And that's the thing. Kalau kita nak cerita pasal dorang punya growth, dorang punya competitiveness, it's better bila ada results. And the thing is, Malaysia dah berkali-kali membawa result and I really think the MPL teams, people dah tak boleh nak pandang rendah. Pergi mana-mana region, any part of the world, kita orang boleh perform.
I think dari segi gameplay, we need to study a lot. When we talk about meta, most effective tactical available meta is actually a trend. Dalam this patch, what is the trend? and how we can counter it. And you can be creative about it.
Here we go. We're seeing the leader coming out of Shark once again with a 66.7% win rate. It's only come out literally 3 times from Shark and as well as JPL.
Oh, they have done it! North America take another game!
It doesn't matter kalau kita guna hero baru ke ataupun hero lama. Macam BTK, the US team, tunjuk yang walaupun itu meta baru, we can still use hero lama macam Saber untuk counter and so on.
And most importantly, retakes are great.
The retake forward, he finally gets hit by the last hit of the sweep, and it also final.
So, I think for Malaysia team, sebenarnya kena study. Kalau you tak ada coach, kalau you tak ada analisis, memang you kena buat sendiri. And then second, kalau dah famous, jangan ada superstar syndrome lah. Because itu yang akan buat you macam lupa diri lah. Always be humble kerana kita selalu kena sandwich between Indonesia and Philippines. So, and kita tak pernah menang trofi lagi walaupun kita dah 3 kali ataupun a few times pergi kejuaraan dunia lah. Jangan rasa bila kita power ataupun jago kampung, kita rasa kita paling best. Tak. Actually have that kind of a mindset, masuk tournament apa pun, have the mindset that I'm the best in the world, not in just in Malaysia lah.
Telah tiba masanya untuk pasukan-pasukan terbaik Mobile Legends Bang Bang daripada seluruh Asia Tenggara berkumpul. Piala MLBB Asia Tenggara atau MSC 2022. Siapa yang akan menang dan siapa yang akan kalah? Pasukan manakah yang akan terbang ke langit biru dan dinobatkan Raja Asia Tenggara? Seperti zodiak, 12 pasukan daripada rantau ini akan bertanding dalam 2 peringkat. Peringkat kumpulan dan peringkat kalah mati. Setiap kumpulan akan ada 3 pasukan dan mereka akan bertanding antara satu sama lain dalam perlawanan terbaik daripada 2 di mana pasukan terbawah di dalam setiap kumpulan akan disingkirkan. 8 pasukan yang masih tinggal akan meneruskan perjalanan dahsyat mereka. Sebagai pentas kepada perlawanan-perlawanan hebat antara gergasi-gergasi ini, MSC 2022 akan diadakan di Bandar Perbezaan dan Kepelbagaian, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Saksikan pertembungan antara gergasi daripada rantau MLBB terunggul daripada 11 Jun hingga 19 Jun. Ikuti #Supremacy untuk ikuti perkembangannya. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, tempat adiwira mencipta sejarah.
The subterranean secrets will be uncovered. Belonging is my elixir. Alchemy, the arts of miracle. Breaking limits, that's alchemy. Infinite potential. Turn the unknown into the known. Sorrow can be transmuted into joy. One man's stone resonates from the buried ores. I extract the visions of the future. Turn the unknown into the known. Resonate! Resonate!
Legendary!
Keep moving forward.
Horology is my craft. Diggy is my name.
Hey, that purple thing looks cool. Well, who's the hero now?
Hey everyone, DevPow here. In this video, I brought fantastic news. MLBB is releasing a new system, Creation Cam. Without further ado, let's take a look at the system's 4 major features. Today, I'll be recommending a few of my favorite gameplay. Watch carefully and make sure you don't miss a step. 1. Hide and seek. This gameplay allows you to fully experience the thrill of one against many. Now that it's hide and seek, We first need to assign the roles of the two teams. You can configure the size of each team on the configuration screen. First, I'll set 1 player from Team A as the Seeker, and 5 players from Team B as Hiders. Next, I'll check the Hide Minimap avatar option so the two teams can't see each other on the minimap. And then I'll adjust the two teams' attributes. Since there's only 1 Seeker, I'll give them a major boost on damage, defense, and HP, but lower their movement speed. For Hiders, I'll increase their cooldown reduction and movement speed, but take a chunk out of their HP. The 5 Hiders need to avoid the Seeker's attack, assemble as fast as possible, and eventually take down the Seeker together, before their base is destroyed. Who will be the last one standing? The exceptionally strong Seeker, or the 5 Hiders united as one? Go and find out for yourself. 2. Zero cooldown blitz. Now this is something you can't experience in regular matches. With the cooldowns removed, many of the heroes are bound to offer a fantastic experience. The configuration is here. The most important is to set the cooldown reduction and battle spell cooldown reduction to 100%. You can also limit the available heroes and adjust some of the other attributes. I, for one, particularly like to disable basic attacks for a competition of skills only. Spam skills throughout the game and get familiar with each hero during the process. Can this deal get any sweeter? 3. Go, Franco, go! If you like mischief, you must not miss this one. The rule's simple. Hit the opponent with your hook before they hook you. For the configuration, set the available heroes to Franco only and adjust the hook's range. Ooh, caught you again. Think you can run away from me? Alright, that's all for today. Be sure to check out the system after its release. There's so much more fun gameplay awaiting you to explore. Customize your own gameplay, team up with your friends, and don't forget to share your lobby codes. This time, everyone is a game designer.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Xavier, the 3rd hero of the Forsaken Light series. Xavier is a ranged mage, boasting superb sustained damage. With his unique skill set, he can extend his attack distance almost infinitely and enhance his power each time he lands a skill shot on an enemy. Hero skills. First skill, Infinite Extension. Infinite Extension is Xavier's foremost damage tool. Xavier fires a mystic bullet that damages enemies in a straight line. The bullet's flying distance increases each time it hits a target. Second skill, Mystic Field. Mystic Field is a functional skill that integrates pursuit, escape, and crowd control. Xavier conjures a mystic barrier that slows enemies and speeds up allies. When hit by Xavier's other skills, the barrier will expand into a forbidden field that immobilizes enemies within. Ultimate Dawning Light. Dawning Light is the first ever global attack in Mobile Legends. Xavier unleashes a beam of mystic magic that damages all enemies in a line on the map and directly enters the Transcendent state. Passive. Transcendence. Transcendence allows Xavier to scale steadily in battle. Each skill hit on enemy heroes grants Xavier a passive stack that enhances his subsequent skills. At max stacks, his next skill cast allows him to enter the Transcendent state, during which all his skills are enhanced to the maximum. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Make use of minions and creeps to extend the attack range of Infinite Extension and launch a surprise attack on enemies in the distance.
Crumble into dust.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Infinite Extension or Dawning Light and then Mystic Field on the path of the skill to control enemies in the target area.
Pathetic.
Pro tip number 3. For positional teamfights, accumulate 3 passive stacks with Infinite Extension and Mystic Field. Then cast Dawning Light to hit as many enemies as possible. For sudden encounters, directly cast Dawning Light to enter the Transcendent state. Then spam the enhanced Infinite Extension and Mystic Field for damage. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, use Infinite Extension for wave clear and poke. Look for opportunities to slow the enemy with Mystic Field, then cast Infinite Extension again to activate the field and immobilize them. Finally, cast Dawning Light to secure the kill. Team fights. In team fights, cast Mystic Field to restrict the enemy's movements, and then Infinite Extension to activate the field for crowd control. Launch Dawning Light on the immobilized enemies and enter the Transcendent state. Then finish them off using the enhanced Infinite Extension.
Double kill.
Not even close. Tactics. Early to mid-game. Xavier's performance in the early to mid-game is mediocre. Relying heavily on cooldown reduction, he needs to wait until he gets his hand on a few pieces of equipment to unleash effective attacks during the Transcendent state. Late game. Xavier's damage will skyrocket in the late game. Once with sufficient cooldown reduction, he can easily enter and extend the Transcendent state and chuck out the enemies with his enhanced skills.
Enemy has been slain. Triple kill.
For equipment, we suggest this build for maximized cooldown reduction and magic power. For emblem, choose the Mage emblem to further boost Xavier's cooldown reduction and damage capabilities. As for battle spells, Flicker is recommended to make up for Xavier's lack of mobility. Well, that's our new hero, Xavier, the Defier of Light, coming on March 22nd. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Defier of Light, Xavier, coming on March 22nd.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan
IGN, Kuja, dan peranan saya dalam tim Karakal adalah coach.
Nama saya Muhammad Nurhadim bin Yusuf. Saya jungler dan umur saya 17 tahun ni.
IGN saya ialah Aim. Saya bermain mid laner untuk tim Karakal.
Nama saya Herwin bin Barudin. IGN saya Ciwing dan peranan dalam Karakal saya akan jadi tukang tengok lah.
Jalan cerita permulaannya join Karakal ni memang dah lama dibincangkan dan baru season ni kita orang bergerak.
Dan sekarang baru kita orang dapat untuk capai maklumat sendirilah untuk kita orang join daripada bawah, qualifier dan kita dapat main MPL. Memang dah lama plan.
Kedua yang layak ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9.
Ni spesies-spesies macam Karakal. Karakal 1, Karakal 2. Ini Karakal biasa punya lagi. Alright, jom kita check. Lord Zaraki cari.
Macam mana saya untuk describe tim ni? Okay, untuk Karakal ni boleh dikatakan semua player kurang cakap besar.
Bersyukur sebab tak ada masalah ego ataupun star syndrome yang dalam tim Karakal ni tak ada so far.
Okay, kenapa Karakal?
Sebab saya suka sifat dia. Dia macam kucing hutan kan. Kucing hutan yang sangat garang lah. So bila garang ni kita pun nak garang. Lepas tu dia boleh survive. Kita ambil sifat-sifat dia untuk kita contohi lah.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera, selamat kembali lagi bersama kami di MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9 minggu ke-8, hari yang pertama di mana kita berada di match yang kedua MPL Malaysia yang dikuasai oleh Munton, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery, telefon pintar rasmi kita iaitu Samsung. Raikan bersama Nescafe dan juga tak dilupakan gaming dengan Cadbury Zip. Anda bersama saya sekali lagi, Syamilo dan juga Charles Susuran, ditemani oleh dua orang jejaka kita. Seperti biasa, Amal Lafel dan juga Gideon.
Ya. Itu dah semangat daripada seorang Lafel di situ. Semangat
Kita dah buka. Tenaga mana? Tenaga. Where's the energy?
Okay. Tenaga betul, tenaga. Gideon nampak. Gideon nampak. Okay, tenaga.
Aku cuba.
Baik.
Okay,
match kita yang
dia buka puasa awal sikit.
Awal sikit hari ni. Baik ni, Lafel, Syamilo, Gideon. Match kita yang kedua, SUHAZ menentang Red Esports.
Oh, I tak sabar tengok. Terus terang, apa-apa game SUHAZ dengan Red, I suka tengok sebab diorang suka lawan. Diorang memang suka gaduh. Red antara team yang paling berdapat team fight yang paling baik. Dan SUHAZ, bila mereka dapat, mereka punya rentak. Mereka punya quality of gameplay, mereka punya pushing power memang sangat hebat. So, I memang looking forward untuk tengok dua tim ni lawan.
So, jadi untuk yalah sebab kita tahu untuk kedua-dua pasukan ni memang suka tim
gaduh
yang gaduh awal kan. Jadi macam Gideon sini, awak dapat expect apa-apa tak untuk game kita di antara SUHAZ dengan Red ni?
Honestly, I don't know what to expect here because I feel like Red Esports seems to be very clearly on paper the better team. But I think, SUHAZ Esports, in the position that they're in, they cannot afford to lose a game. And I think it's more optimal for them to win this as a 2-0. But Red Esports, definitely not a pushover. And I'm more curious about what roster they're going to be fielding today. Is it going to be HY in the mid lane once more? Or are we going to see AJ return?
Saya tertarik dengan apa yang Gideon katakan sebab tadi. Adakah HY ataupun AJ yang akan bermain di bahagian tengah? Sebab sebelum ni kalau HY yang main pun boleh bawa kemenangan, AJ main pun boleh bawakan kemenangan. Jadi kat sini saya nak tanya, kita tanya Lafel dululah. Dengan pertukaran pemain dekat bahagian tengah tu, adakah menjadi kesan kepada prestasi pasukan SUHAZ?
Saya rasa dia kepada apa yang mereka cuba lakukan. Sebab kalau HY memang akan main fighter dekat kawasan mid ataupun some kind of tanky hero macam Grok. Jadi bila ada composition macam tu, yes, kelemahan tak ada magic damage, tapi mereka in terms of lawan front to back team fight jauh lebih kuat sebab HY very good engage, and kalau dia pakai hero macam Chow, dia boleh tangkap dengan bagus. But untuk lawan dengan Red ni, di mana Mom dengan Ash, diorang punya control kat mid tu sebenarnya sangat-sangat kuat. So pada pendapat ini antara game, kalau boleh masuk AJ awal sikit, maybe a little bit better. And then game ketiga baru diorang boleh buat decision nak kekal AJ ataupun masukkan HY just untuk dapat extra catching power.
Jadi boleh tak Abja nak katakan yang SUHAZ sekarang ini kena all out?
Oh, memang kena.
Sebab kalau kalah 2 game 2-0 and then MLBB menang 2-1 dan secara automatiknya
agak sukar sikit
kan?
Dia boleh kata agak sukar sebab kita tahu macam mana pasukan SUHAZ, mereka sedikit prestasi mereka kurang baik, tapi mereka macam naik turun lah. Tapi kita akan lihatkan selepas ni di mana key to success untuk kedua-dua pasukan. Kita mulakan dengan pasukan SUHAZ Esports terlebih dahulu. Kita ada 4 key to success kat sini. Kita akan serahkan kepada Gideon terlebih dahulu untuk bincangkan kunci-kunci kemenangan mereka.
Yes, so the keys to success, clear early rotations, ensure lane dominance, secure Zed's heroes early, and contain Mom. I think the most important one here is going to be the most difficult is ensuring lane dominance, right? Because a lot of that has to do with the draft. So I think the roster is going to be the most important because the limitations of hero pools, and based on what we've seen so far, it feels like HY isn't going to switch on over in a blink of an eye to traditional mages that we're used to seeing. Yve, the Lilia, so on and so forth.
Yeah, and nombor 1 rasanya, just in case kalau sesiapa tak faham, clearer early rotation ni bermaksud di mana SUHAZ Esports, mereka punya rotation awal tu, mereka kena ada objektif yang jelas. Maksudnya, okay, awal-awal nak ambil turtle ke, nak menangkan EXP lane, nak menangkan gold lane. Sebab so far SUHAZ Esports, sebelum minit ketiga, nampak seperti mereka tak pasti apa yang mereka nak achieve terlebih dahulu. Jadi saya rasa untuk mereka punya key to success, lagi-lagi lawan dengan pasukan Red yang mereka punya flank semua bagus, mereka punya early game kena lebih teratur.
Boleh kata kat sini pasukan SUHAZ Esports perlu bersedia dekat bahagian tengah. Jadi itu apa yang mereka perlu lakukan. Kita akan lihatkan pasukan lawan mereka iaitu pasukan Red Esports. Dan kat sini Gideon, apa yang paling menarik tentang key to success oleh mereka pasukan Red ni?
Contesting Lilia and Yve, more Kadita, please. Unleashing Mom and secure.
Senang betul key to success ni ya.
Banyak minggu dah.
Senang betul kita punya key to success untuk Red.
Yeah, I mean honestly, I think it's pretty straightforward for Red. They clearly are the better team on paper, and I think they need to use that to their advantage. They've got overall the better stats, and I think they've got a lot of star power and a lot of developing players who are turning into superstars themselves. I think the most important one here is going to be about this Kadita, whether or not we're going to see it. We did see some limitations of Ash by himself when he's up against someone from Team SMG, Stormy in particular, where he got a little outclassed, and I think Maybe it's an off day, maybe it's a possibility that in lane, maybe he needs a little bit of help from Mom. So I think unleashing Mom number 3 is going to be that key to success.
Tapi dekat sini, kalau I boleh tambah, I nak tambah key to victory yang kelima, which is macam mana kita tengok key to success untuk pasukan SUHAZ ialah diorang punya clear early rotation, control dekat pada bahagian mid. Punish yang HY ataupun AJ, diorang banyak kali bertukar-tukar, so maybe diorang punya rotation kat mid tu, susah untuk diorang adapt. So I rasa itu a very clear weakness yang SUHAZ ada. So untuk Red menang, fokus je kat situ.
Kena fokus kat bahagian tengah tu. Sekarang ni, selain daripada fokus, mereka nak fokus kat bahagian tengah. Kalau mereka main lah, kita kena fokus kat satu benda, Beja.
Betul.
Kita kena fokus kat mana? Kita ada tawaran menarik kepada anda semua, iaitu dengan spend RM50 secara minimum. Kemudian gunakan MPL Rewards. Ada S untuk dapatkan free 6 ketul nugget dan juga berpeluang untuk mendapatkan skin. Ni simpan sambil tengok, kalau nak sambil tengok MPL pun tak ada masalah. Kerana sambil makan moreh pun boleh.
Betul. Dan kod tu, tuan-tuan dan perempuan, jangan dilupa berapa kali pesan kita dah minggu yang ke-8 ni.
Dah marah dah.
Tak, tapi orang kreatif yang saya tunjuk tadi tu, yang S tu ditukar dengan 5. Yang MPL reward, yang A tu ditukar dengan 4. Kita tak tahu kenapa orang nak kreatif sangat untuk dia punya MPL reward. Bukannya MPL tu salah satu macam, ni bagus ni. Boleh lah. Make sure huruf semua betul. Capital. Tapi lah.
Capital.
Untuk yang ni, jangan kreatif sangatlah. Buat biasa je. Okey, sekarang ini kita dah tak sabar untuk melakukan coin toss. Sekarang ini apa kata sama-sama kita lihat coin toss untuk kita buat coin toss untuk mengekalkan kita punya integriti. Dan sekarang ini kita punya head of League of Melena Lai sangat cantik di situ, ditemani dengan kedua-dua pasukan SUHAZ dan juga Red Esports akan melakukan coin toss. Jadi sekarang ini tanpa buang masa lagi, jom Melena kita mempersilakan untuk melakukan coin toss. Dan coin toss ini dibawakan oleh Cabri Gaming dengan Cabri Zip.
Jadi kita akan saksikan untuk pasukan SUHAZ Esports, mereka pilih Heads dan juga Red memilih Tails. Kita akan lihat Tails untuk pasukan Red, mereka memilih mendapatkan first pick terlebih dahulu kat sini dengan 80% win rate first pick, Rafael.
Ya, first pick memang kita boleh cakap ini dah minggu ke-8, semua orang suka first pick. So in case lah, sebab saya pun beberapa kali dapat soalan ni di mana audience, fans tanya, bang, mana lagi bagus lah, first pick ataupun second pick? Bagus juga kita buat coin toss ni. Jadi at least audience pun boleh tahu in terms of kita punya professional teams, kalau diberi pilihan, ramai yang suka ambil first pick.
Ya, first pick, lepas tu dapat lebih banyak kemenangan. Peratus kemenangan 80% dan tadi pun kita nampak 70 lebih. Jadi boleh katakan yang first pick ni membawa hasil kepada kemenangan. Setuju. Nampak tangan tu?
Jadi kalau macam second pick pula, apa kelebihannya? Selalunya lah.
Second pick, kita boleh jawab balik. Sebab biasanya, first pick, dia akan bagi soalan. Second pick yang kena dapatkan jawapan. Yes, dia kena counter. Dia kena bagi jawapan. So, yang first pick, dia selalu buat masalah untuk tim sebelah. Jadi, tim sebelah, yang second pick, diorang dah kena fikir jawapan untuk masalah tersebut.
Jadi, kita akan lihat adakah first pick tersebut berkesan untuk pasukan Red. Jadi kita akan pass kepada BM dan juga English caster. Guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Shamilo. And once again, you guys are currently watching the MPL MY Season 9. This is the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12, and joining me is going to be Gideon Q from the panel desk, as we are going to be your commentators for today. It is going to be the last match for today. It is between both SUHAZ Esports versus Red Esports, both looking to secure their W here in the final week in the regular season. But before that, I'd like to shout out to our amazing sponsors here, our official gaming chess Secret Lab, partner in Esports, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, EGG Network, and our co-organizers ESI for making all this happen. Now, coming to this match here, any additional thoughts you want to talk about this coming match here? What's at stake between both these teams?
Honestly, I think people need to understand that right now it's a make it or break it for SUHAZ Esports. It's going to be tough, but for, this is some deadly news. It's really tough for SUHAZ fans out there. So just in case you are a SUHAZ fan, don't worry. You have hit the shared milestones brought to you by McDelivery. Hitting that 500 share is only one out of the 3 milestones we need to hit today. Claim that code while you still can. 2 more, 800 and 1,000. You want the 1,000 because of the lucky draw selection picks right at the end of the show. There's not a lot of time, so quickly get to it. Anyways, it's going to be a tough call. Red Esports, SUHAZ, what are you feeling?
I don't know. Why do you guys make a prediction right now? Because this is going to be the predictors for you guys here. Do be sure to hashtag MPL Predictor and comment your predictions on this match winner with the hashtag Predictor. And don't forget to include your game ID as well as your server ID, as we will be giving away one of you guys, a couple of lucky winners perhaps, the Ruby Edelweiss skin. So be sure to hashtag your predictor game ID as well as the server ID.
Stay sharp. Now, considering how this match is going to go, I personally feel that Red Esports is my personal pick for this matchup, mainly because of the overwhelming numbers that we're going to see in a little bit. But I think the cue's been given. It's time to bring out the teams here live on our stage.
SUHAZ Esports.
Well, as of yet, AJ is back on the roster as the crowd goes crazy as they are cheering for them as they walk out on stage. SUHAZ has been looking a little bit more stable with this current roster. Can SUHAZ regain the momentum they have lost throughout the regular season and avoid relegation? And of course, aim for the upper brackets.
Oh boy, it's going to be a tough call, but the fans are happy to see their boys up on the stage. With this consistent lineup, hopefully they're going to achieve their goals.
Red Esports.
Red Esports currently in a very, very comfortable position in the upper brackets in his respective group. However, it is still important for them to go all out to retain the #1 spot.
Yep, and if they're able to get 2-0, they can jump over TODAK. However, they do have a bit of space to experiment and prepare for the playoffs.
Exactly. Experimentation is key when it comes to today's, especially this weekend as well, where it's our first time ever. Xavier finally going to be sneaking in towards the drafts for all these professional players to be potentially bringing it on to showcase out for you guys watching at home.
So keep your eyes on HY and Ash for this game. It's going to be exciting to see who else is going to start these experimentation, but let's start off with the statistics here, starting with SUHAZ Esports.
Yep, we have Eve, Box, DAs, AJ, as well as Zed here. Zed has been performing really, really well since his debut. However, a lot of teams have started to adapt to SUHAZ Esports' playstyle over the weekends, kind of limiting and also stopping him in his track. However, with AJ back in the pool, hopefully things are going to be a little bit better, I guess.
You know, we have to talk about their partners in crime, and it's going to be the Ace here in particular. He's really great at engaging and seeing those opportunities to actually help out the side lanes while still maintaining control over that river. And I think with the help of AJ, the rotations are going to be a lot cleaner. They're going to be doubling up on the cavalry to help out either losing lanes or press the advantage on winning lanes.
Yep, SUHAZ Esports has been swapping up their rosters over the weeks as well, and this time this is the most comfortable final roster for SUHAZ Esports to make it or break it. Can they make it to the upper brackets, or do they risk getting kicked out, considering how tight their groups are in their respective groups?
It's tough. Honestly, I think it's really, really tough to tell, but let's have a look at the statistics of their opponent, Red Esports here. And starting to kick things off, we have to talk about Ash. He's been performing stellar this season. He did have it rough last week, and this is going to be his redemption arc. Let's not forget his partner in crime, Mom, who's really been helping him to enable him to get him out of the lane.
Yeah, I like how Mom has took a little bit of a mental when it comes to playstyles here, following the once known legendary Zorn's playstyle, but mixing it with his own style to develop a very, very interesting initiation for his team to engage. But no strangers as well, a potential rookie rising star, Zayed. Pretty tall himself and looking pretty good in terms of overall stats with his juggling role so far for Red Esports, and he's been doing really, really well considering that Red Esports has struggled to in the jungle role over the seasons.
See, here's the thing. With Zayed, he's extremely good at securing these objectives. He knows at what time, at what place he needs to be for the team. But that's the most important thing, for the team. Let's see what the talents have predicted for this particular matchup with me, you, as well as LaFell going for Red Esports. Looks like we're united here on the English broadcast, but everybody else, Josh, Shamilo, Arthur, and Sid are going for SUHAZ Esports.
Well, I think 80% of the time, us on the English broadcast, we're pretty much on the same wavelength when it comes to prediction, except the one time. But most of the times, we are kind of okay when it comes to stats here, but based on the track record right now, Red Esports is looking pretty good, but SUHAZ Esports, they have been very, very inconsistent. And honestly, this was like me predicting SUHAZ Esports in the earlier weekends as well, where we thought they are going to be going in strong, but I don't know, there's too much variables to discuss when it comes to this match. But let's take a look at what the audience think at home. Seems like it is still going to be siding towards Red Esports a little bit more, but SUHAZ Esports also having their fair share of fans. As you can see, the fans are just cheering so loud. And I believe these are SUHAZ Esports' fans, right? Oh.
Yep. These are. Look at that roaring crowd for SUHAZ. They're like, you know what? We don't need to start scanning no QR code. We're going to come in live to support the boys. And I love that sort of sportsmanship.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how it all goes on as well. It's rare for us to see like half of the hall consists of Red Esports fans and half of it to all SUHAZ. Usually it's like one-sided all the way through. But this is going to be a pretty interesting one here. I think like the right side of the crowd from your screen should be like SUHAZ fans and the left side is all red. I believe so.
But one thing that I know for certain is that everybody here is going to be making sure that they capture this awesome gaming experience with the new Samsung Galaxy A5 free 5G.
Yep, and be sure if you make sure to play check out the Mobile Legends Backband using the brand new smartphone with slick design with MPL Malaysia Season 9's official smartphone Samsung. You can also get yourself a free protective standing cover worth 99 ringgit when you buy the brand new Samsung Galaxy A53 5G. All you gotta do is just scan the QR code on screen. Oh, it's gone.
Better be quick on it with 10 seconds left. It is time to get right into the draft. High stakes here in week number 8 and Friday to kick things off. Let's jump into our second best of 3.
Ooh-wee. Seems to me Red Esports is going to be starting off with their bans and drafts. It seems like they are going to be first banning the Grok, considering how earlier series today with TODAK going up against HomeBois, where Grok didn't exactly fare too well in both the matches that it was played.
Yeah, personally, I feel like Grok is either a hitter or a miss for a lot of teams. A lot of people are trying to force out this Grok, but unfortunately not getting that high-risk, high-reward results that we're looking for just yet. However, a lot of teams in the MPL do respect it, and it looks like their scrim results are reflecting that. SUHAZ Esports going to follow up with a Valentina ban, and priority goes back to Red.
Yeah, SUHAZ Esports is one of the teams that actually flex the Grok as well, which the Ace has demonstrated that he can play the roaming Grok as compared to the, I would say, current playstyle in the meta where Grok is going to be played on the side lane. So it's understandable they want to limit those options. However, Cho is something that both teams kind of like to pick. When HY was in it for SUHAZ Esports, but Red Esports, I don't think they should ban it off, considering that Mom loves playing it.
Exactly. There's just no reason to, but let's not forget some of the other, well, I wouldn't say bizarre. Now it's becoming very much meta. The Masha is still a big question mark. The Fanny still hasn't been touched just yet. We'll see how SUHAZ position themselves in the draft.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see whether or not they're going to prioritize the Masha, because surprisingly enough, in the earlier series, Masha was just completely ignored and not even picked or banned, which was very, very weird for me, considering that it is very, very popular now. But as of yet, they are going to be banning out the Fanny, and seems like on the screens as well, we do see Lancelot being hovered. Likewise, coming in for the 1-1, which is something that Mao loves to play once upon a time. But seems like they are going to ban it off instead. So that means there are a couple of heroes out for grabs.
Well, let's not forget that Mao's hero pool is actually a lot bigger than what people imagine. Yes, he's great at marksmen, but he has so far shown a couple of really successful win rates on Yin, for an example, and as well as Yuzong. So remember those two pocket picks as we run into this game, because out of all the members here, we know Zed in particular, very much dedicated to the marksman role, doesn't seem to stray too far away. If they need double fighters, that's when they call HY.
I'm a little bit curious to see whether or not Zed can match up now. I agree with what you say as well. Zed does have a tendency to lean on towards the marksman / assassin playstyle, whereas Zayed, I'm a little bit curious, can he play a tank role jungler? This is something that I think SUHAZ Esports has kind of struggled over the weekends as well, considering that everyone has adapted to the tank jungle playstyle.
Yeah, no, I think the tank jungle playstyle, for me personally, I don't really enjoy it, but there are a lot of uses because, again, the jungler who can affect the map the most is depending on laners to make sure it happens. Now, coming back into the draft, Masha gets locked in with 89% win rate, only picked 9 times in the league so far and banned out 30. An absolute menace. Let's see whether SUHAZ Esports is actually ready for the counter-offensive.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is going to be the tank Masha for Mom, or they could flex him for the XP lane, which I wouldn't be surprised as well. But now I'm a little bit curious here, SUHAZ Esports, what are they gonna pick? Because if you think about it here, there's not a lot of heroes that can actually match up to a Masha. I would say yeah, Valir is one exception coming from Zyme standpoint from SMG. Hilda is pretty good as well, but looks like they are not going to go for the matchup. They are going to prioritize their Karina and Lilia for their mid laner as well as their jungler.
I actually like this because not a lot of heroes can actually outpush Lilia, and Karina, if she needs to buy time, can actually just sit in the Shadow Dance form while Masha is just auto-attacking the air, buying enough time for your mid laner to hit level 2 and make their way over towards the purple buff side. So I think generally this is an okay strategy. I am still curious on what the roamer is going to be for SUHAZ Esports to actually counteract with this Masha, but so far the foundation's pretty good.
Yeah, Hilda is pretty good as a roamer as well, but at the same time,
well,
that's the thing, that's just me, right? But Red Esports, if they feel like Hilda is a threat, they can potentially play it as an XP laner, whereas they are going to compensate a lot when it comes to magical damage in overall general. But they are going to pick the Yujong and Kimi instead. So the Kimi works pretty well when it comes to chunking down a Karina.
Yeah.
Early on, I guess.
I think it's also all about diving, right? You have the Masha. She's not exactly the best in the world when it comes down to peel, but with the Thunderclap, you can just immediately target the enemy marksman, look to disarm them, stop them from auto-attacking, and take away a good source of physical damage. So I think, you know, adjusting your overall draft to be a little bit more dive-oriented is a smart idea.
I guess if you put it that way, but SUHAZ Esports, they are going to be picking up the Paquito, so that is going to be the XP laner, Eve on the Paquito.
Haven't seen him on Paquito in a while. Let's see what his
When was the
playmaking...
last time he played a Paquito?
Oh, quite a while. I think very much earlier into the season when they were flexing it around with Box for a little bit.
Yeah,
that changed very quickly after the patch. Now, priority still by SUHAZ Esports. They recently just banned out Ling. Great options here for the side of SUHAZ Esports. Bouncing back to red, however, SUHAZ is currently still missing their marksman. They kind of know who their jungler... They definitely know who their jungler is, unless, you know, they're really flexing Karina. Wouldn't be too surprised if they do, but it's kind of strange to see.
I think Beatrix is something they need to get rid of, just because of how much burst potential it can actually do towards a Kimi. Estes is something that they may consider as well if they want to play around it. Not my personal favorite, but Hilda, they are going to be hovering their way through. They're a little bit afraid, but looks like they will not take the risk and they will ban it instead.
Yeah, they want to make sure that whoever their jungler isn't going to get disturbed, considering that the mid lane matchup is already going to be pushing in the favor of SUHAZ Esports. So therefore, if you have two supports that are invading in the opposite jungles, somebody else has to save the day, and right now it's looking like SUHAZ Esports.
This is a little bit of a tough spot right now. What can actually do with the Masha? You talked about the Valir, and I don't think SUHAZ Esports wants to play it unless they really, really have to, considering that Lila has been played, but I think the Valir support is not too bad of an idea if they decide to follow the tracks of Zyme standpoint from SMG to play this from SUHAZ Esports. But aside from that, I feel like the biggest threat right now is how do they do this Masha?
Well, personally, I think Valir is actually great, especially since there's two strong divers from the side of Red Esports. The Searing Torrents is such a powerful spell, but has such a high cooldown for something so simple and so effective against these divers. Now, the main issue here is that if SUHAZ, and especially if the Ace decides to go for Valir, I feel like that's very opposite of the style he wants. Yes, he likes to fight, but he wants to engage, and Valir just doesn't do that.
Oh yeah, Angela is pretty okay, but we've seen instances where even with Angela, it wasn't exactly a good solution to deal with Masha, but Red Esports, they're just not taking any chances, and I feel like there's so many more options for SUHAZ Esports to actually play this. One in particular is that the carry is amazing when it comes to chunking down HP on Masha. However, needs a little bit more time. And right now, they need a way to find for the Ace to actually zone out this Masha. That's going to be a big problem right now. But it looks like they are keeping it up open. They are going to secure the Brody instead.
Okay, so Brody is very much a comfort pick for Zed. And now as we're getting closer to the end of this draft, the SUHAZ Esports fans are just relentless in the crowd. They are showing support and hopefully trying to break the mentality of Red Esports, who are refusing. You can see Ashley's looking up like, come on guys, come on.
What's going on? The amount of support from SUHAZ Esports is phenomenal, and I really hope they really pull off like a seriously crazy draft from the A's. Like, I know Arkai is like really popular in the previous series, but I don't think Arkai can zone off a Masha, right?
No. It's tough. It's tough. I mean, they still have Hylos who can.
Oh yeah, Hylos pretty good. Yeah, you're right.
Utilize the stun to buy that bit of time for Lilia to clear that wave. We are also seeing that Yin as well as Esmeralda, a full Big Daddy composition coming out from the side of Red Esports. It's all about diving their opponents, and Yin is going to turn it into a 4v4.
Looks like that's going to be a jungle Yin coming from Red Esports, so they are going to be going back to the roots here. Zai is going to be playing it instead of Mao, I guess? I might be wrong, but...
I mean, it could just be like a Kimmy jungle. That'd be really funny.
Yeah, and then what? Yin mid lane?
No, they just throw Esme. They just throw Esme. Actually, no. Now that I think about it, a little bit more, the fact that they have Esme as well as Yuzong does tell me that Ashe is going to be playing Kimmy in the mid lane to try and contest the Lilia in terms of how fast they push.
I guess it's pretty good based on the drafts here, but I feel like Carry is just so much better than Brody. But so as Esports, they're picking the signature Atlas.
I kind of like this. With Atlas's passive, he can naturally slow down the attack speed of Ashe, minimizing the damage on top of the fact that, you know, Karina has the Shadow Dance to stop auto attack damage. So this might work it out into the favor of SUHAZ Esports. Let's see how Mom handles the whole ordeal.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very tough one here, but I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down, because is Atlas a great counter against Masha? Is it not? This is going to be a proving ground for SUHAZ Esports, because there is a lot on the line for them. Can they make a break towards upper brackets, or can they not? That's going to be a tough one for them. However, Red Esports, they're looking to solidify their spots, and the draft has been set.
All right, let's make our way through the tunnel here as the SUHAZ fans are ready to roar. Captain Shah at the helm. Looking at the compositions, Red Esports with a Big Daddy composition to run down their opponents and jump straight to the back line. As we look, the SUHAZ fans want to see this composition survive. Strong team fight, great scaling, and a good amount of peel. It's time for battle.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game number 1 between SUHAZ Esports versus Red Esports, as the crowd is cheering for your favorite teams here in Quill City Mall. What a sight to behold as the crowds are giving all the energy, and I'm feeling it, man. But now, to start things off here, we can see the invades, and Mom, he is going to get chunked his way through, and my oh my, Box started over orange buff. That is going to mess up a huge margin of his HP for Mom, but is he going to pay with his price here? Can he steal it off? No, he cannot. That's going to be the Retribution forced out, but Mom, a little bit too low. He might be forced out of the sprint, and that is going to be him on retreat.
Really good play coming in from SUHAZ Esports. They give up a little bit of that mid priority to chunk out Mom to minimize the damage. Karina has no problems dealing with this, and the Ace can continue to harass. Now that AJ is ready to play the game, Mom has no sprint, tries to get out. First blood achieved by the Ace.
That is so smart from SUHAZ Esports here, forcing Mom, expecting that he is going to be on a purple buff, but instead he started on an orange buff. Because of this slight mix-up here, Mom is going to pay the price. So this is a little bit of space given for him.
Yep, this is all the perfect ingredients. Now, Rank QT, he does see the purple buff, and he wants to walk up towards AJ and to Ace, but can't afford to lose another wave. Yin is still farming on the bottom side of the map, and Zayed, he doesn't mind. He's okay with this. He just wants to get into a position where he can take somebody out of the fight into... Oh, here we go. This might be it. Zayed, he's looking for the gold crab right now. Evian as well as Box ready to pounce whenever the time is right. The Ace is here. Box walks up on forward and takes just the river crab. Doesn't want to push his luck.
Very nicely done coming from Raw, stealing the gold crab away from Rady. So that's going to give him a little bit more space and gold. So the Masha is not going to be able to do too much now compared to before. So, Mom, is he going to go in for the contest? The Ace is there. Box reveals his position. He might get stunned up. Eve is also going to be joining the fight, but it is going to be a setup. He's got a lot of HP. Zion and Ashe is in the vicinity, but SUHAZ Esports, they committed it too much, but it's just enough space for Box to secure the turtle.
Oh, Mal actually engaging on the top side. The turtle falls into the hands of SUHAZ Esports, and they do find Zion at the perfect time. They don't even give him a chance. He goes down straight away. A good play by SUHAZ Esports.
This is huge for them getting on a kill on towards the Yin. That is going to slow down the progression from Red Esports, and because of this, Red Esports, they are scrambling. They've lost up 2 very, very important rotations coming in, and it's all on them to bounce back. Can they do so? Because on the side lanes here, they don't exactly have a very, very strong marksman compared to the Brody.
Well, I mean, speaking of which, Mal has been trying to kill Brody pre-level 4, and I think now is where it's the most dangerous time for Mal to actually go for full combos. Because if he does, he could potentially get punished if Zayed has some quick fingers, flickers out of the way before the Furious dive, closes that distance, and then look to just run him down for the rest of it. But down on bottom side, Eevee is doing a really good job against RenQT.
Yeah, definitely as well. This Paquito is just trading pretty okay. He's 1 level ahead of RenQT, surprising enough. But considering that he's got a 1 kill advantage over him, he's gonna have a little bit of a decent time. So I think it's not that much of the issue. It's more like Red Esports, they have to figure a way to gain back the momentum to actually swing their way through, or they are gonna try and buy time for Zayed to farm his way through as the Yin. But so far, his turn has not worked out so far.
Yep. Red Esports unfortunately don't have the resources just yet. They've got some really strong heroes, but they don't have the information, which SUHAZ is continuously denying them time and time again by making sure that they're bringing their full force. Oh, Zayed. He was not happy about the first crab. He wanted to make sure, I'm going to get this second gold crab.
Yeah, it's very important for him to actually get that as well, considering that he did die once to actually build back. But Box, very early Curse Helmet coming in from him, not transitioning for something after the Molten Essence. So he really wants to try and stop the Kimi as much as he can. Eevee, however, getting pulled in towards the other dimension, but the combos from Zayed has messed up. Eevee will go and challenge him off, whereas the rest of the teams on the sides as well, they will secure the turtle. Fatal Link's not going to be connected from the Ace, but now Red Esports, they're scrambling to retreat. Mom needs to make a run for it, as Red Esports could not get the kill up on Zayed.
Yep, he pops the sprint as soon as he can. He can't afford to get caught up by Eevee's combo on Paquito so far, and I think SUHAZ have full control over this game as of yet. RenQT overextends his boundaries and gets collapsed on by Box.
Oh my goodness, he did not expect as well. Box was so quick to react, and Red Esports, they thought they were actually scrambling with SUHAZ Esports, but little did they know, they actually backed off to pursue him. So that is a very, very big mistake by RenQT to sense that SUHAZ Esports is not going to commit to that fight right from the get-go, despite a little bit of a skirmish with Yin early on.
Yep, and Mom, so far he has information on where the Ace is. He's going to start off slow, but really it doesn't matter. Bottom side is about to break, and Red Esports are just attacking top side as a response. The Ace is here to slow this down as much as he can. I'm waiting for the Fatal Links, but he's all going to start off with a perfect match to zone off Ash. In the meantime, AJ is here to back up, and they manage to save the top tier 1 and prevent a dive.
Ooh, so far it's a little bit weird that Red Esports is playing this as passively as they can, but it's more like RenQT needs his items before he actually comes up online, and once that happens, things are going to be okay. But Mao now going to be forcing an early Black Dragon to try and slow down this aggressive push, but the minions are still hitting on the tier 1, and he's all by himself. He might actually die. No. Can he buy enough time? No, he cannot. He won't die, as Zayed is going to be forced to clear the minions here. He clears it off, but the tower is just too low, and SUHAZ Esports will also take a tier 1.
Mal missed the Petrify. That's not a good sign there. And unfortunately for Red Esports, nothing just seems to be going their way. From small blunders to overall mechanical mistakes, SUHAZ Esports are not giving them a chance, completely shutting them down in every avenue so far. But Red Esports, their saving grace is that they know SUHAZ Esports wants to play for these major objectives. The neutral objectives, like Turtle, like Lord. Right now, Red Esports, they're not strong enough to contest it yet. They will have to give every turtle from here on out to SUHAZ Esports and then fight for the very first Lord.
Well, as you can see the chance here coming from SUHAZ. They're looking for the fight, but DA is now taking a little bit of trouble, taking a little bit too much damage. He's looking for the setup. A big Fatal Link comes in. Immediately gets obliterated here. Not enough time for the follow-up, but he does chunk Mao out pretty low, but Eevee goes in for the flicker. He will take down RenQT, but the My Turn there is going to keep him alive, but Zayed will be in turn, finish him off in his domain, and he's looking to party. Box is there. He's looking for the dive, but the Torn Apart Memories will take it out by Zed as they overwhelm him with numbers.
Oh, and this is why Karina is so darn busted. She's so tanky, yet she does so much true damage. Is this fair? Personally, I don't think so, and naturally should be a good reason as to why she needs to get banned off. But so far, Red Esports, they themselves have to be careful. They were winning out on that trade until the very latter half of it, where SUHAZ Esports were able to muster their full force.
Oh my goodness, that was a great pick off coming from SUHAZ Esports. However, Red, they're scrambling. Mom hasn't been able to harass the junglers, and Box is just out of control at this stage. What can Mom do? He needs a little bit more items to actually bounce back, or maybe even one-shot anyone from Lydia in the regards. But so far, he's been playing very passively. eBay is going to try and chunk him out, but that's about it. There's nothing much they can do for Red Esports now if they start to not play as a team.
Yep, I think Red Esports just needs a full-blown team fight. That's all they really need here, but it still is tough. The Ace is a great way for counter engagements, and AJ is an amazing source of peel. And if you think that AJ isn't enough, Eevee has got Zed's back, continuously pushing this Big Daddy comp backwards every single time we see them try to dive forward. Like, look at Mao. You can see that he's greeting out on his build. He's not going for anything tanky. He just wants has the War Axe. If he has the Hunter Strike, he has more opportunities to run through just the raw power that SUHAZ has to push him back.
Well, as of yet, Mom's got the Sky Gun and Helmet. However, Box having the Sky Gun and Helmet, the Curse Helmet, and potentially going for the Radiant Armor to make sure to shut down Ashe, which is going to be the backup plan for Red Esports. This is not looking good for Red Esports, because they are starting to lack a lot of physical damage overall in terms of AoE. But now, here comes the attempt. Mao going to be in a little bit of tough spot. Can he force out Black Dragon? Yes, he will, and he's going to be A-okay as he disengages here, as SUHAZ Esports is going to be revealing the cards up top. So, as of yet, Red Esports, they are going to trade a tier 1 down bottom.
Yep, they are going to be playing on opposite sides of the map, and again, these neutral objectives are really hard for Red Esports to actually contest for, so they'll take anything. Ren QT, on the other hand, ooh, still is alive, manages to hold on strong with the the Frost Moon Shield, but SUHAZ Esports, they got what they wanted and they got what they were looking for. 5k of gold lead as well as Lord.
Yeah, it seems like Red Esports, they need to play for a specific timing, but I can't seem to see what it is, because Ren QT is only level 9. Like, the Esmeralda is going to be a big problem for SUHAZ Esports later on, but to what extent can he actually keep up in terms of farm? Because slowly but surely, Zed is going to get those more insane amount of chunks to actually burst him down.
Well, I mean, they just have to win the 4v4, right? I think that's the most important thing in the world. Now, I think it's difficult for Zai to predetermine who he wants to send into his domain, right? He's looking for Zai, but he has to go through AJ and as well as Eevee. So I think his primary target either is going to be Box or the Ace, just to remove that piece from the table.
Mom is trying to make a lot of space as well. He's doing a fantastic job. He forces a sprint, but he does have a little bit more health. Meanwhile, the middle turret will fall on the side of Red Esports. Mao going to be forcing a Black Dragon as they force the engagements, but it looks like it is not going to happen, and they are going to back out. Where the top side, Ren QT is going to be all by himself to clear a little bit of a minion damage towards the Lord, but I think he might get pulled back. Here comes the Falling Star Moon and gets bursted down. And that is going to be his downfall. The Ace will gladly trade with his life as the Lord will chunk onto this inhibitor. Red Esports, they've got to do a little bit more before they can do something about this. But the Black Magic coming in and Torn Power Memories will shut him down. And that's going to be 2 down from the side of Red Esports as SUHAZ Esports looking to close out game 1. However, it's not over yet as long as Ashe is still alive though.
Ooh, the SUHAZ Esports fans are excited, and it looks like SUHAZ Esports will not disappoint as they're looking for a second inhibitor. Mal gets the engagement, but his main target is AJ. He gets the Sha residue, manages to secure the kill for himself thanks to his Petrify and a maximum impact coming in from Ashe. A good security, but again, look at that gold lead. SUHAZ Esports setting up for checkmate.
Oh my goodness, SUHAZ Esports is playing out of their minds right now. But level 15 Albon and Box is so happy that he can tank through all the damage coming from Red Esports, whereas, take a look at this. Physical damage-wise, besides Mao, besides Zai, they've got a decent amount of damage, but they've got to focus on one guy, and they can't do a lot to the rest of the teams. And you can see even the itemizations as well, coming from both all the players coming from SUHAZ Esports, they've got it covered. They don't really need physical damage. They don't need a lot of magical defense because they know that Boxcat will dive in and completely reduce the damage coming, burst coming from Ashe as well as Ren QT.
Yeah, somehow they have to just kind of ignore box while still being able to push forward, which is a little bit tough here. Because again, Ash, you can see that he purchased an Ice Queen's one for the sole purpose of buying that extra little bit of time. Now, SUHAZ Esports, very good conceal play to kind of regain control over the bottom side jungle. They're going to be sitting on top of the Luminous Lord, while on the opposite side, Eevee is just sitting by Pixel Brush, keeping an eye on what's going on.
That is going to be the second Lord in the back coming from SUHAZ Esports. Red Esports not going to be reacting in time, and Eevee, they scout out this rotation. Looks like they are going to try and stall things out, but Eevee will play it safe. They don't exactly want to throw it in front of all the fans that are currently supporting them here. They want to take the game lead against Red Esports.
It's a bit tough now with the Luminous Lord crashing on through. SUHAZ Esports now be clearing the outer lanes before letting the lane naturally push in. They're just waiting for the call onto box to send it coming. That's going to be the bottom wave joining up and becoming one. Same goes to top side, and now Lilia clears up the mid lane to synchronize the wave. This is it for Red Esports.
This might be it as well. Divine Glaive up on AJ. That's going to be a significant amount of damage. But catches on Mount, catches on Zai. They're in some trouble. Domain is not going to help him. But Ash going to be dived in from Eevee. He's sidestepping his way through and he survives. He manages to take down Eevee, but the Lord is still alive. He needs to reset. He needs to fight his way through. And the rest of SUHAZ Esports, are they going to muscle their way through? As you can see, Box Z, they're focusing on the crystal. They're ignoring the T-fight. And they will take game one against Red Esports. SUHAZ Esports did not disappoint.
What a solid, stable game coming in from SUHAZ Esports with AJ back in the line. It's GG, well played for SUHAZ.
What a game, what a game. What a way to actually, you know, start things off and keep the crowd riled up for game number one. Ooh la la, SUHAZ Esports, they played a very, very convincing game. Whereas Red Esports, it's back to the drawing board. Something went wrong in terms of the draft.
Yeah, I mean, the Big Daddy comp was just not enough. Masha was unable to accomplish what she was looking for. We're going to talk more about it once we get into the post-analysis, but for now, SUHAZ Esports.
Ooh-wee, that's
are
one
the audience
game.
favorites.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's kind of split half-half right now.
I mean, yes, it is split half.
For now, it's the audience favorite for SUHAZ.
Of course.
If Red Esports win, then it's at the other side.
I mean, sure, yes, of course. But naturally, you wouldn't have imagined that a lot of the fans would be out here today, especially to support them on the very final week of MPL itself. They only have a few matches left to go, and if they're able to put themselves in the upper bracket, that would be ideal. They do not want to go into a tiebreaker.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Nobody wants to be put in a situation with a tiebreaker here. Neither for the players, neither for us as well, neither for anyone. Because tiebreaker means more games. It's fun for you guys, but it is going to be mentally taxing for the players because they have to review more cards before the playoffs.
Exactly. They need to make sure that they're looking in their tip-top shape, and every point is going to count. If SUHAZ is able to 2-0 Red, for Red Esports fans, don't worry. It's not that big of a deal. It just means that they won't be at the top of the list. But let's look at the item build real quick before we move on forward, because again, very straightforward game coming in from SUHAZ Esports.
Yeah, a little bit interesting itemization coming from Rocks is that we know the Curse Helmet, Sky Garden Helmet meta has kind of snuck in, but usually people kind of dwell off after the Molten Essence and transition to something else. He went for the full Curse Helmet because of the Kimi, which may or may not dictate a little bit tempo. As long as Box doesn't die, he can put a dent into the plans coming from Red Esports. And after that, him getting the Radiant Armor just means that Ash is not going to be able to do whatever he's intended to do, regardless of the Ice Queen 1, regardless of the Genius 1. Likewise, coming from the Ace as well, with the Radiant Armor to make sure that he does not chunk out a lot of damage.
Yeah, I don't know about this overall Kimi pick. I do think there was a little bit of issues here, because again, Kimi just doesn't out-push the raw burst damage coming in from Lilia, especially at level 1. And I think, you know, AJ played a really solid game all throughout, making sure that he not only cover his jungler in the earlier levels, but knowing when to sacrifice a little bit of EXP to do so. And now look at him. He's invested the time and effort and is 2 levels above Ash.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Marksman, without Marksman, there wasn't exactly a fallback plan coming from Red Esports. Like, they needed somebody to go back to, but the Yin jungle is just something that didn't exactly work out for Zayed, but it worked out for Mao. We were kind of expecting it to be playing on the gold lane. It's somehow for them to switch up. This was a very risky gamble coming from Zayed.
I think Zed played just a strong game, giving no options for Mao to get on top of him, playing the lane perfect, mechanically perfectly. And now let's look at the MVP coming in from SUHAZ Esports. It's the one and only AJ.
Yep, AJ, he really played a very solid Lilia game as well. He's got a lot of burst potential. He was able to set up multiple instances where members coming from Red Esports couldn't exactly get out, which allowed the Ace to actually set up for a sick Fatal Link combo in towards more Shadow Bombs, which was insane. So very nicely done coming from AJ.
Yeah, and he also greeted out. He was just like, you know what? I don't need defense. I just need cooldowns. Give me the cooldown boots, and I'm instantly starting to rush the Ice Queen's wand. And once we have that, we can do whatever we'd like. And AJ really proved he played an almost perfect game. Just one death to ruin his KD.
Yeah, that was just one. And that was the one time he actually messed up down middle where he actually overcommitted for the dive, but it was very worth it here, especially when they get a trade against a jungler, which arguably has been punished throughout the entirety of the game. So Zai didn't exactly have a pretty fun game on the Yin at all. Even his first My Turn wasn't exactly working out for members from SUHAZ Esports. Like, Lilia can completely just ignore the combo because anything happens, Black Shoe is out of there.
Yeah, the Black Shoes is just a really powerful spell overall, but let's check out the highlights just in case you didn't catch the games, and we'll keep you up to speed. Level 1, really straightforward for SUHAZ Esports. AJ was able to push out the wave. The Ace basically just slowed down Mom, and with a bit of a smart, intelligent way of playing the jungle, started on the red side. And this is where it gets a bit difficult, right? And Mal especially wasn't able to proc the Shaw residue in time and actually misses the Petrify, costing him a very valuable death.
Yeah, and even in this fight as well, like the moment Red Esports plumped up the setup of Fatal Link is a little bit of a great idea to set up the combo, but AJ wasn't prepared for the combo, so there was a little bit of a breathing room for Red Esports. But eventually, as the game dragged on by, Box was just out of control. Everyone from the side of SUHAZ Esports was just getting objectives all the way through. Red Esports couldn't even contest at all throughout the entirety of the game, which was very unfortunate.
Yep. After all they did and worked so hard for Red Esports, it just wasn't enough. The second Luminous Lord, after losing 2 inhibitors after the first Lord push, was just way too much damage. And that's why every single time we see a Lord push, especially if it's not even Luminous, getting an inhibitor is such a big advantage.
Agreed. But as of now, it feels a little bit weird here. Somehow, like the drafts in terms of playstyles as well, Red Esports do play a very similar comp towards SUHAZ Esports earlier first game, where SUHAZ usually plays a draft similar to Red Esports. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but they've kind of reversed their draft somehow.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, they're playing a game of musical chairs, and unfortunately, it's going to be SUHAZ Esports that's able to yoink it from right under their buttocks, unless game number 2, Red Esports decides to change it up. I think for now, the experimentations on their side, I guess they're still trying to test this old meta. But unfortunately, I feel like Yin, especially when he's up against Karina, really kind of struggles. The Karina full tank build, man, it takes so long to take her out.
Yeah, it's really difficult. So even with the carry doesn't necessarily is a solution to the Karina, right? Just because of the Shadow Dance. So it's very difficult to do that. But before that, I know you guys at home, especially for SUHAZ fans, you guys are enjoying your time here as well as the crowd.
Oh yeah.
We would like you guys to know that we are going to be celebrating moments with Nescafe. Get yourself caffeinated as you scan your QR code right now, right below, with 30% off with no minimum amount of spending, capped at 20 ringgit by using the promo code NESMPL30.
You know, every fan that has walked into the arena here at the MPL is already given some Nescafe. So what do you think? They're so pumped up to check out their teams.
Oh my
God. Just go and claim that QR code real quick. Saves you a lot of time, and you'll be celebrating just like...
You know, I'm getting so much energy from the Nescafe, and I'm getting so much energy from them screaming, especially when you're chanting for SUHAZ. People are like, oh my god, the energy. Oh, I can't imagine how playoffs is going to be like.
Me neither. I mean, the atmosphere is so different in the room itself, but let's jump in towards the recap here. The drafts definitely could use a little bit of tweaking for the side of Red Esports, but it feels like they wanted to get this Big Daddy composition no matter what at the end of the day.
You know, this comp coming from Red Esports was very situational and very risky because of the fact that Zai needs his space, needs his kills, but in order for him to get those kind of space, it requires Mom to completely slow down Box's farm, which unfortunately didn't exactly go to according to his plan when he messed up his predictions, expecting the Box is going to be the purple buff, and ran through the middle turf, losing so much of his HP bar and eventually dying as well.
Yeah, so it's very clear that SUHAZ Esports is prepared, and they know the simple macro tactics that they can actually use to abuse Red Esports. So now with this in mind, I think this is going to deter Mom from actually picking up the Masha. But remember, within the second phase alone, we do see the Hilda ban for Red Esports. So they want to be able to abuse the opponent's jungler, but they don't want them to start invading them themselves.
I definitely agree, but as of yet, it's back to the drawing board. But it seems like the Masha meta, based on this game itself, might be a little bit off, and also the previous series as well, where TODAK as well as HomeBois completely ignored it. Did the hotfix really nerf Masha to a point that it's no longer relevant?
Well, yes and no. I think even with the previous Masha, it would still struggle a little bit against a composition like this. Again, auto attacks. There's three main ingredients, right? There's ways to delay Masha and start chucking her out early, which is going to be in the form of AJ as the damaged cavalry, right? You push out the mid lane, you immediately look to help your jungler when you see Masha make contact. And immediately after that, that's when you get the Atlas, slow him down. Big, chunky boy, and now with more chocolate inside of him, this gaming experience can't be any better without Cadbury Zip to make sure they can zip up that Masha, put him in a body bag, keep him away from the jungler.
Exactly, and of course, check out the Cadbury Zip as well, and you can get it from the 7-Eleven, or you can also buy it online if you're lazy like me who likes to stay at home and order online. You can scan the QR code right now on the screen and get yourself a Cadbury Zip for a chocolatey experience.
Now more chocolatey. If you haven't known about it just yet, I've been a long time fan.
Have you tried it outside? Like they just gave a couple for me early on. I was like, oh, like that's yummy.
Of course they are. Of course they are.
I actually, you know, you don't tell Rachel. I kind of stuck a few in my pocket, so I'm gonna bring home later for snacks.
Hey, yo, you gotta remember, it's way more chocolatey than it used to be. It's gonna melt so
Yeah,
fast.
you're
There's
right.
gonna be so much chocolate in your pocket. Keep that in mind. But with a minute,
Thank God I'm not sweating. It's a pretty cool area here as well.
Well, I don't know about you. Like in my spot specifically, it's hot. There's a lot of lights, but based on what I've heard, it is cold here in the arena. But now, since we have the time, a minute and 6 seconds left. What do you think the adaptations are going to be for SUHAZ Esports or even Red Esports?
I think SUHAZ can keep up with their normal playstyle. It's more on how Red Esports adapt to the newly improved SUHAZ Esports, right? The drafts didn't exactly go too well for Red Esports, considering that when Zaya plays Yin, it doesn't exactly fit too well. But when Mao plays it, it feels completely terrifying on the goal lane. So I think when it comes to the composition, if they decide to go for the Yin again, do not force it in the jungle.
Yes, I do. It's a little tough. It's a little tough to say. There were very small win conditions for Red Esports, and a lot of it was riding on the roamers actually slowing down the opponent. And
Agreed.
I think as soon as that ended, it became so difficult because everybody on the side of SUHAZ Esports was playing perfectly. Nobody was giving you free kills. All the lanes were winning. Zed's lane, Eevee's lane especially, which is shocking, especially against Rank QT. He was a level up. You don't get to see that very often from SUHAZ.
I definitely agree. But as of yet here, without further ado, we are jumping straight into the draft for game number 2 between Red Esports as well as SUHAZ Esports. Now, SUHAZ Esports is going to be on the first pick phase as of yet. What is going to be the priority? Masha, completely ignored from both teams. Doesn't seem to be a threat. Is it luck coming from game 1, or is it just, I don't know, maybe a little bit of a way they actually dealt with it a bit? But I know for a fact that Lilia is something that SUHAZ Esports is looking to prioritize. So Red Esports, they've got to respect this and ban off the Lilia against AJ.
Yeah, tough call, because there's so much they still have to worry about. Let's not forget about the priority bans. Valentina, Fanny, definitely Red Esports don't want to ban it because Zyd is just a great player when he has Fanny in his hands, and it seems like Box is a little bit more uncomfortable with this highly mechanical hero that focuses on the early game, right? So now SUHAZ, they're probably thinking about this like, okay, what? I think Red Esports is going to go back to playing the comfort picks, right? Mal, he's probably going to go back on a marksman. They could look to punish him within in the second phase, but in first phase, I think it's all about limiting what Mom can play.
Yeah, I guess if you put it that way, the Cho was completely ignored as well, which was very, very weird for me.
Yep.
But I feel like the Karina shit is a big problem coming from Red Esports earlier in the previous game. So they could opt to choose and ban off the Karina or pick off an alternative jungler that can mess up Karina. In this case, Baxia is a pretty good response to match against Karina.
I agree as well. Baxia doesn't seem too bad, but personally, I think if I was in SUHAZ Esports' position, I'm probably thinking about whether I want to get rid of maybe a Yves or Kadita here against Ashe. Now, Red Esports, they ban out the Masha, and I'm guessing they're probably going to ban out the Hilda as well.
I don't think they would ban the Hilda. I think the Hilda was a little bit of a... Like, considering how how the Masha didn't exactly work on game number 1, I don't think the Hilda would actually work as well, considering that players have kind of adapted to this very aggressive invade playstyle over the weekends, especially for ranked games as well as and competitive play. So eventually someone figured out how to re-rotate the entire situation, which SUHAZ Esports is kind of prepared in that regard. So I think that Hilda isn't that much of a threat. They can still let it slide if Red Esports decides to play the exact same playstyle from game number 1.
Well, let's see whether it is going to be the exact same playstyle. As Karina gets banned out for the side of SUHAZ Esports. Red Esports now need to make a decision. Do they give up a Yves? Do they not give up Yves? Do they start focusing on getting rid of these annoying invade-style junglers like Hilda? Or do they just kind of let it pass off? I feel like right now, a couple of picks that we haven't seen banned out yet. Ling, number 1. It could go to either Box or even Zai, but I feel like even Zai is thinking, hey, you know, that's not too bad. So they instead ban out the Yves.
Yeah, good shout on the Yves as well. Then this makes SUHAZ Esports in a situation where they can prioritize the Lilia for themselves. However, need I remind you, there are a couple of interesting picks which were completely ignored in today's entirety of day. Franco, very, very hot pick over the weeks, completely ignored, but seems like Ling is going to be the priority from SUHAZ Esports.
I think most people have the counterplay for Franco. I mean, it's all about making sure that you don't get disrupted level 1 and then immediately trying to make sure you don't get iron hooked.
But that's the thing. Mom's Franco is a force to be reckoned with. I'm surprised they would confidently pick Ling for this, and Red Esports, they might respond with the Franco immediately. Unless I'm wrong, yes, I'm wrong. So it is going to be Angela Grok. Okay.
See, that's the thing. I was expecting Grok. The Angela was a big question mark. I feel like the Angela could be picked up within the next, probably, I wouldn't say the second phase of the pick bans, but definitely as their third pick after SUHAZ passes priority. But the fact that they've showed Angela, they just want to deny Ling that extra bit of like funneling that they can do with the Heart Guard, make him pretty much unkillable in scale for the late game.
It's interesting, right? Considering that how the first draft went as well. Angela was actually banned second phase by Red Esports, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So for them to pick it up this time, I'm a little bit weird. Maybe because of the fact that they are afraid of the Angela Ling combo. So I'm surprised they actually opted to pick it away, but that means SUHAZ Esports is going to get their comfort picks. In this case, Lilia as well as 1-1, 2 arguably S-tier picks in the current meta. And this is kind of scary. I don't know how Red Esports is going to be able to fight this at all.
Yeah, this is not going to be the easiest game in the world, especially since that they were only able to get Hayabusa at this stage of the game. Lilia is really good against Hayabusa. I feel like as of right now, it's very clear what SUHAZ Esports need to ban out. They're looking to try and get rid of Kadita, Kagura, mages in general. Just limit Ashe, because right now all we have is the Angela, and it's not going to be very effective against anything so far that we are seeing from SUHAZ Esports.
I think Aulus is something they need to respect and ban off. If Red Esports decide to pick it with Angela, the Aulus is going to go crazy. However, they are going to lose out a lot in terms of mobility, because 1-1 and Ling are two very, very mobile heroes in the current meta.
Come on, do it, boys. Do it. Come on, you're hovering over it already. The deliberation is good. They've got the Lilia. They're still discussing about their overall picks, and I think the important thing is to get rid of the Kagura. Yes, Kagura is gone. Red Esports have already gotten rid of the Hilda. I think Red Esports at this stage of the game is probably going to ban out Esmeralda.
Yeah, Esmeralda is pretty much a no-brainer. It just benefits from the shield a lot. They still need an XP laner for sure. Hilda on XP is pretty annoying. Esmeralda needs to go. Phoveus, however, doesn't exactly suit SUHAZ Esports comp, but they have picked it before over the weeks. But I feel like the biggest threat right now for Red Esports is what can they do to stop both the 1-1 and the Link? I was expecting a Franco pickup, which you can catch either one of it, but they've showed their cards with the Angela, which is weird.
No. Well, I mean, personally, I think that SUHAZ Esports well, technically, they should ban out the Phoveus at this stage of the game, right? Because Red Esports, let's not forget that Mom can eventually just play the Grok, and then after that, pass Ashe the Angela,
smart.
right? So let's not get too high on our horses here. Ooh!
This is so smart. This is so smart. This is so smart. I was expecting, like, I talked about the Franco. Cho is something that Mom can play, but can be flexed into the XP laner as an initiation to catch Link mid-air. So this is so smart of a read coming from SUHAZ Esports. Now, Red Esports, they're in a pinch right now. What do they do? You can see the sigh coming from Aaron as well, from Ren QT, where, what do I play now?
I think at this stage...
He's forced to play the Grok, right?
I don't know yet. I think Red Esports has the flexibility to go on. I think as of right now, they're asking Mal, hey, what are you comfortable to be playing against a 1-1? There's not a lot of good matchups, but it's still not an impossible lane to win. And here we go. It's going to be the Beatrix first. That's what Mal is comfortable playing with. Now we go back to SUHAZ Esports, and they know for a fact that right now they don't have a true answer if Phoveus is picked up. They could look for lane dominance. We could be seeing a potential Dyra off. Esmeralda is already gone, but SUHAZ Esports can deny it by picking it up for themselves, right? But then that gives that free matchup to Ren QT. So who is going to sacrifice for the team?
Yeah, I think they can just completely ignore the Phoveus, but yeah, I like the idea that if Red Esports decides to go for it as an XP laner and force Grok to play something else, which is very, very difficult to do so, but like you said as well, they need the magic damage coming from Red Esports, but SUHAZ Esports, they will respond with the Therof if Red Esports decides to go for the Phoveus. So this is huge. Edith tank coming from SUHAZ Esports. We haven't seen this in a while. It has kind of fallen out into its favorites here coming throughout the entire regular season. Even though in the first couple of weeks, it was a priority for most of the teams, but with a 33% win rate on Edith, people just completely ignored and strayed away from it.
I don't know. I feel like SUHAZ Esports is really looking for the counter draft against Ren QT more than anything else. Deny his picks, force him on the Phoveus, and let Dyroth absolutely roll over him, right? That's the main idea. I personally think that SUHAZ, if they wanted to have a bit of a different draft, what would be really good here is a Franco. Personally, I think Franco is really nasty for SUHAZ Esports, and there we go. Sicilion is actually the one. It looks like Ren QT is like, nope, I don't want to play the Phoveus. Give me the Grok. I can create the space and time for you, but I cannot be a win condition.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very difficult comp for Red Esports to win. However, knowing Ashe, Sicilion is going to be the key winning factor here to try and set up for a couple of gangs for Zayed as well as Mon to go in for the one-shot. So it's still a very viable composition, but SUHAZ Esports, they've got so much mobility, and I'm looking forward to see whether or not they pull it off. But SUHAZ Esports looking very, very confident as the crowds are screaming for SUHAZ non-stop. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, SUHAZ, they're one game up against Red Esports, and the fans are relentless. They want to see that 2-0. And SUHAZ, let's recap their draft so far. They've got a really top-side heavy draft, making sure that the EXP lanes as well as the goal lanes will have dominant matchups. If we look at Red Esports, they need to play for the later half of the game. They've got Angela to back anybody who is falling behind, but Sicilion as well as Beatrix are the main win conditions. Let's jump right into this game.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game number 2 between SUHAZ Esports versus Red Esports. And seems like Gideon is feeling himself a little bit dirty, not exactly sure why.
No, okay, if we saw at the very beginning there, we did see Grok actually use at level 1 the Guardian's Bulwark to slow down the mid and top waves. Look at where the positions of the waves are right now. That's so dirty.
Okay, interesting enough, but that is going to clear the minions a little bit quickly. So
that's what they want. Like, look at this. Ren QT is now unaffected by Eevee. He can't harass him because he's so close to the tower. What a dirty level 1 tactic is now they contest for the Little Wanderer. Box still wins it out, but this is great for the mid and top lane.
Okay, this is a pretty interesting tactic. Very, very minuscule detail being spotted out by Gideon. And I guess it does give them a little bit more room to work with. They are going to be able to trade 50-50s here, but Mom, he's going to get caught out. Here comes the harassment by AJ. Getting caught by the Sanguine Cloud. Might be actually paying the price, and that's going to be first blood coming in the hands of Red Esports.
Oh, that is not what you want to see. Even AJ was able to use this flicker as well, an important battle spell that's not going to be up by the time the turtle is going to spawn. Red Esports aren't playing around. First blood bounty achieved so quickly, less than 2 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and that's pretty interesting though, even though it should not have happened, but you might be right, the lane control from the get-go kind of allowed Red Esports to set up for the kill, and now here it goes, AJ gonna get picked a second time. That is huge for Red Esports. What is going on now? The Ace looking for the catch, but he won't trade with Mom instead. That's gonna be his pay price, but the OK Shadow Kill coming from Zide from the side is gonna take him out. That is gonna be a trade after trade. Boss gonna be left all himself. The Templar's Blaze comes in, but he's in a little bit of predicament, but he will force Red Esports to be in this position and also stall up the lane for AJ to soak up some XP. Meanwhile, Derov is gonna get a kill onto his Ren QT. Nope, not gonna happen.
Does not land the ult just yet. That probably would have killed Ren QT, but now it's gonna be Zide and Mom on top of Eevee so far. He's in trouble. He flickers out of the way to give SUHAZ Esports the control that they need over the turtle, and after able to achieve 2 kills ahead of SUHAZ, they still lose out on the turtle, but this is a good position for Red Esports.
Agreed. Much better coming from game number 1. Looks like they are all warmed up. Meanwhile, SUHAZ Esports, I don't know, that was a very risky play, but for AJ to die 2 times in a row, kind of a little bit of scary situation. But Ren QT gonna be forced to run away. Eevee gonna be dived in by, it is a bait. He turns the tide and he's gonna die. Great timing with the hard count from Mom to save his buddy there and get himself a kill.
Baited once into diving a turret, thinking that, hey, you know, it's just Croc. Croc's no problem, right? But forgetting about a global ultimate from Angela in the hard card, man, you gotta show respect.
That is huge. That was a big clutch coming from Mon. Well done indeed. But SUHAZ Esports, they are in a very difficult situation now. But still, economy-wise, Red Esports is still a little bit favoring on their side rather than SUHAZ Esports.
Honestly, I think this is really great for Red Esports, right? They've developed a little bit of a lead, and if SUHAZ Esports wanted to start snowballing through the lanes, that has been shut down. Zed and as well as Mal are going 50-50. Eevee has already died, and now Ren QT can forcefully just push these waves. Like, look at this! Look at this! Eevee, he wants to trade against Ren QT, but he does not care. The power of nature and standing close to a wall, making him invincible to CC, which is one of the big reasons why Dairoth is so dominating the game. But the Ace making a great prediction. Finds Zide. He's in trouble. Isn't able to get the Oki Shadow kill off in time. And now Ren QT on the run with a wild charge. A good play. How did he know?
That was nice. He was sitting in the bush for the longest time here, and Zide was already dead throughout the entirety of the fight. So he had a good idea, flickered forward preemptively and going for the catch. So that was a very huge risk he took, but it paid off because I wasn't expecting it. But Zed is a little bit trouble. Oh, Mao, what a clutch! But AJ is going to try and salvage the situation. Can he kill off Mao? He doesn't know. No, he doesn't have enough Shadow Balls, and Mao is going to be able to survive this. Oh my goodness, what a clutch coming from Mao.
Called it perfectly. It was a good attempt for a bait by Zed, but unfortunately he forgets that he's using Inspire, and Mao is using Flicker. Another turtle falls into the hands of SUHAZ Esports, but the lane dominance is not there.
Yeah, this is very tough from Red Esports, but they definitely made a little bit of mistakes. SUHAZ Esports is going to be able to bounce back a little bit more, but slowly but surely, Zed is going to get his farm, and currently, that is the win condition that SUHAZ Esports is going to be looking forward to. Meanwhile, the Ace, can he settle gang Zayed in a very interesting position, because if he get comboed, he's done for. However, doesn't want to exactly take the risk, whereas the rest of teammates is not there. Mao is going to be a priority here as he gets dived on. Box is trying his best to chunk it down, but eventually the crossbow tanks, is it going to be enough? No, he will survive, so that's going to be Mao getting out. The Ace needs to make a run for it, but he's going to get caught out. That's going to be his downfall. He goes for a 2-man stun, but that is all for naught coming in from him.
Yep, the Red Esports fans are trying to hold their joy back here, but oh no, Box getting hit by some big abilities coming in from Red Esports. It looks like SUHAZ Esports are kind of overheating here. They're making some overly ambitious plays, but Red Esports still keeping their cool, calm composure despite the roaring sounds of the fans.
My goodness, the crowds are just fighting against each other all the way through. My goodness. But Of course, that is the positive energy that I've been eyeing for a very, very long time. However, but as the game is not over yet, right? It's still trading 50-50s, even though the score is in favor of Red Esports. SUHAZ is leading in terms of economy.
I mean, the economy, 520 gold is not much of a lead. It really isn't. And it's pretty terrible against Red Esports, who have a much better late-game scaling composition in comparison to SUHAZ Esports, right? I mean, Rank QT, he's going to be way tankier, and Eevee isn't exactly, on Dyroth in particular, is not that great at team fights, is much better at split pushing and taking on isolated fights. And, I mean, Red Esports, they've got way better counter engagement. I think SUHAZ Esports, as of right now, have realized that the counter engagement from Red Esports is kind of strong. They can't really do much about it, so all they can do is just take their time with these fights.
I guess, but leading times available up on Mao, but the turtle will be secured by SUHAZ Esports, and now they are looking to force the fight, but Red Esports not going to be able to get what they asked for, as that SUHAZ Esports is going to back out, but Box now going to try and get a couple picks on the stragglers, but Red Esports is going to be able to back off. Zide here is going to play a ring around roses with Box. Mao, however, going to be the point of interest coming from SUHAZ Esports as he makes a run for it. Box is going to survive, but Mao is going to get chunked away, and that's going to be Zed getting a freebie as Box will survive the engagement coming from Red Esports.
Nicely played, but mid lane has no priority, and they can't afford to lose the mid tier 1, but it looks like they don't have any choice. Lilia has no way to get back in, and Red Esports, despite the fact that they had to sacrifice Mao, they will be getting a very important key strategic point in the map.
Exactly, bottom tower is going to be jeopardized, but Zed is taking a little bit too long because the rest of Red Esports is here. They are going to try and force the fight. They still have a turret, but DA is giving the information Box, looking for the best time, but the wall charge for Red QT will catch on Zed, and that's a big catch coming for Red Esports.
Huge! Red QT timing it well and predicting where Zed's movement is going to be at the end of the day. Unfortunately, no crossbow of tank for him this time as they look to crack bottom tier 1.
Well done indeed. Red Esports, they bounce back. However, with SUHAZ Esports, they will be able to trade a couple more, but Mao is all by himself. Eevee is going to be there. Is he going to survive? Mao, does he have the bullets? He needs one more hit. Oh no, he does not get it. Eevee wins his 1v1, but Zide is going to be here to say hello. Does he have the movement speed? No, he does not, and that's going to be Box scaring him off as Zide backs out.
What did I tell you? No way.
It's not over yet.
Oh, wait, Box, he still has ultimate. Yoki Shadow comes out in time, but Angela's making all the difference, and Box will not be able to win this. Love Tap's going to be more than enough coming in from Mom to finish off Box. A great start, and now Red Esports is going to be running away with this.
A battle of the assassins coming in from both SUHAZ Esports and Red Esports. This is something I did not expect. The amount of flashy plays in one game is insane. But it's not over yet. The first Lord of the game for game number 2. Who's gonna get it? Red Esports is in position to fight this, but SUHAZ Esports, they want to try and contest it, but Box is a little bit too far off, and the Lord is down towards 20%. Looks like they are gonna try and force the issue, but the Lord will be secured by Red Esports, and the Ace is gonna force the back out.
Yeah, they have to walk away here.
Eevee?
Eevee, he might be able to secure the kill. No, okay, Shadow kill with a bad impact secures the rest. Zide is on the run. Wild Charge stuns the Ace, allowing Mal to finish off the Ace as well. Holy, what a turnaround for Red Esports.
What a big catch as well. That is huge coming from Red Esports. That's exactly what they need as well. And take a look at the items real quick as well. Mao going for an early Blade of Despair, but going for the Blade of Heptasis to pair it up with the shotgun to deal a little bit more damage. So interesting enough.
I like it. I do like that Mal is actually opting to try and make Wesker work out, and more importantly, just have Renner in the back, making sure that every time he's in a brush, if he's able to connect at least one shot against any of the members from SUHAZ Esports, they will get slowed down, and I think that's the most important part here for Red. They need someone who's able to kind of chase down the SUHAZ Esports.
Oh, Box, he's gonna get caught off. He's gonna be forced to back out. Red QT with the wall charge as well. He's gonna force the flicker out of SUHAZ Esports. Not looking good for them. Now, Necklace of Durance purchase up on Mon, and the Blade of Despair for Ran QT. They are going to be hitting really, really hard, and SUHAZ Esports, they need to buy a little bit more time for next item power spike, but can they defend? Ran QT zoning them off. Hosguard is going to keep him alive. Here comes the wall block as well, but Zed taking a little bit too much damage. Okay, Shadow Kill is going to be able to RNG his way for a kill. My goodness, that is huge for Red Esports.
Unlucky. unlucky, and now they're looking for an inhibitor here. A turnaround by the Ace. He tries it, but no, it's going to be Zion.
1 HP.
He's still alive. He manages to live, but the damage coming in from Mal is more than enough to deter the rest of the SUHAZ Esports members. They are now going to punish and take away as much gold from the jungle as possible. SUHAZ Esports falling behind by 5k. What a different side of Red Esports.
Ooh-wee! Zion's got to be counting his lucky stars because that was too close to be called comfort as he zips out of there. But it's not over yet. SUHAZ are still giving their all as the fans are cheering them on as of yet. Ran QT going for the invades. The purple buff will be secured by SUHAZ, but the Ace, he might be in a little bit of trouble. But Ash, does he want to go for the Sanguine Claw? Doesn't connect, but the Ace, he's dropping a little bit too low. Can he survive? But he's going to try and re-engage, but instead gets shut down by Mao. Bad call, but crossbow attacks will connect as well as he tries to chain a little bit more. They've got one kill, but SUHAZ, they're looking for more. Can they get more? Unfortunately, no. Zayed is going to respect this and back out.
Oh no, that's not what you want to see. But it's a pretty good trade for SUHAZ Esports, despite the fact that Red is 5k ahead. The Ace trades his life up for an EXP laner, and I think that's still a win in my books.
I guess. But nevertheless here, this next Lord is something that SUHAZ Esports needs, even though he's got the link, but so far, he hasn't been able to get himself a lot of kills at all. This has been a struggling time for Box, especially him on this lane, compared to his Karina in game number 1. And he's gotta make it work somehow, and it's very difficult considering that Red Esports has all the answers to actually force him out of situations. And now he's going to be dived in. OK Shadow comes in, chunks him down to half HP. Oh my goodness, how do you even start the fight like this at all?
No, it's not exactly the best thing in the world, but they're going to have to reset for now when this gives Red Esports priority over the Luminous Lord. Notice on top side, we're seeing this once again. Mom with the global ult can still be relevant.
He does. Here he comes. The global ult comes in. Red QT is going to get burned, and Mom is going to be the next to fall. But the damage coming in from Mao is just so strong. Zed is going to try and go to this, but the snipe from Mao turned the times. One shot him to obliterate, and he's down. Mao, what a monster! What a god!
Holy cow. Holy cow, I did not expect Zed to get one shot. He was popping off there. He got 2 kills for himself, a good setup, and now Eevee is in trouble. Unfortunately, the Oki Shadow kill goes on towards the wave, but tries to turn it around, sacrifices his life, and Box takes him out. AJ's still alive thanks to his black shoes, but oh my goodness, I can't be doing that.
Oh my goodness, he thought he was able to one-shot AJ, but instead, quick reactions coming from AJ to keep him alive. So that is going to give a little bit of room for Red Esports contest, but SUHAZ Esports is no pushover as well. At this stage, the Lord has to be resetted from Zayed, but SUHAZ Esports, they need this Lord compared to Red Esports. So Zayed is going to try and force the issue. Eevee getting slowly poked away by the crystal. The Lord is going to be secure from SUHAZ Esports, and Red is not going to be able to do anything about it as Zayed does not have the Shadow Close to fight this.
Yep, he cannot go back in. He won't risk it. Not again. And Box, this is their time. SUHAZ Esports have finally scaled in towards this game. 39 of 41. They've reduced the 5k gold lead down to 4. All off of a simple mistake coming in from Red Esports and a good counter engage by SUHAZ Esports. These compositions, despite having very different heroes, want to achieve the exact same thing. Bait your opponent into looking for that engage and then look for the counter engage.
Oh my goodness. But now, let's take a look at the itemization real quick, right? Like Ash, he's got a decent amount of items here, but he is going to be just separating his items here to potentially go for a blade armor, which is very interesting coming from Ash, but it is necessary trying to chunk down Zed's HP, I guess. But Zayed, he's gonna get caught out, dropping a little bit too low, but Box isn't too healthy himself as well.
Yeah, he's already used this ult, but they will be able to start getting structures back, right? Zayed, with the help of the Heart Guard, might not be enough. That shield got destroyed so very quickly here, and now Red Esports are on the back foot, having to play defensively after having such a dominant game.
Yeah, my goodness. And Red, how do they play this? Mao is looking for the one snipe. Ooh, Eevee. Imagine if that shot connected. Would he have survived that?
I'll be real with you. I have no idea if he was going to survive.
That was close.
Malefic Roar being purchased by Box so far, and the SUHAZ Esports members realizing that there is hope for this game despite how the early game looked like, making sure that they're cheering on their favorite team. The SUHAZ Esports boys are motivated, but let's see. The macro plays and decision making is going to be the most important thing at the end of the day. Let's see if they're able to actually achieve it. They patiently just wait by bottom rush, knowing that this Lord is coming up in 60 seconds.
Exactly. Box is also going to be pushing up the minions as well to try and sync up the lanes as he farms up a little bit more for the next fight. 8 seconds left before the purple buff, so he is going to back off to try and secure his buff before the next fight. Meanwhile, Red Esports, they've got all the time in the world, and like you said as well, the next Lord fight is very important for them if they want to try and push high ground for SUHAZ Esports as well as Red Esports.
This might be getting a little too close for comfort for either team. They realize that any little mistake are going to get punished.
Ooh, 1.9k damage on the Ace. That's really, really painful.
Yeah, it hurts, and especially since he's supposed to be the general roamer. That's the problem with Edith. The fact that, oh no, they're going to start the engagement. They find Zane, he's in trouble. The Ace is going to fall down straight away. Rank QT with a hard guard. Zai manages to get out just in time. The Ace ends up dying regardless. Oh boy, they trade 1 for nothing. Eevee, he gets spotted out in the brush this whole time, and Mom with puppet on the streak. Eevee has no way out. He's just going to drop all of his He's flicker away with a cyclone eye to make the grand escape.
Oh my goodness, what a clutch. And on top of it all, Red Esports do not want to contest knowing that Zed is in the vicinity for the crossbow tanks, but that means that Lord is going to be up for jeopardy as well. But Box is looking to try and delay and reset for his team to actually push out the lanes and contest this. But as you can see, Red Esports, they're playing it slow. Box is willingly trading his life with the minions, but as of now, they need to get a pick. Asher does have a good angle for the Sanguine Claw, but reviews his position. So SUHAZ Esports, they are going to focus on the minions instead of fighting here, but seems like down towards mid, they are going to be sending their focus on Eevee. Eevee making a run for his life as the hard guard has been baited out, means this is prime time for SUHAZ Esports to force an issue knowing that there is no hard guard for Zaya later on.
Yeah, this is a really big ultimate being used, and I think Red Esports made the smart decision, maybe not with the hard guard, but in terms of macro decision making, they realized that all the waves were pushing in the favor of SUHAZ. Now, once again, they go clear up the lanes, and immediately SUHAZ split apart to try and get these huge, massive building waves, effectively pushing against Red Esports' inhibitors, most ideally.
Yep, the snipes come in, does not gonna end the Ace, but looks like SUHAZ Esports, they are ready to jeopardize this as well. Angela's gonna be showing himself up top, but he does have the hard guard to jump in towards the fight immediately. So SUHAZ, they are gonna try to force the issue. The Ace getting harassed his way through, but chain stun as well. He might actually die, but on the side, Zed, he's gonna get dived on from Zayed as well, but he's gonna be A-okay. Zayed, however, gonna be point of interest for Box, but they do not connect the dot. Mao missing every of his shots, so that is gonna be the full disengage coming from both teams, but the Ace will be the only sacrifice alive. Meanwhile, outside Eevee, he is going to try to push on towards the inhibitors, but the recall is coming Red is not going to be in time, but nope, they are going to be able to defend in time. So great macro plays coming from SUHAZ Esports, but they've lost the Ace in this fight.
Yeah, unfortunately, I personally would have liked to see, especially when it comes down to Box, to actually try his best.
Oh, Zayed!
All the recalls! Zed, he's dead! There's nothing he can do! Zayed continues to move on forward. It's going to be AJ with the Winter Truncheon. It's going to be a double kill coming in from Zayed, and Red Esports looking to end this.
That is huge coming from Zayed. What a chat. Completely shutting down both the Mage and the Marksman. Something that both Zed and AJ wasn't expecting. Where did that damage come from? My goodness, Zayed.
I have no idea where the damage came from.
That's crazy.
He just built it up well. He built it up really, really well. And I think with the help of Maul, no, Maul didn't even get an assist for that. It was literally all Zayed and Mom.
I know, right? It was insane. The amount of damage is just being chunked through. But at the same time as well, Mom's got the fleeting time, the necklace of Dur, and the Ice Queen one. So it makes a lot of sense. He does hurt a little bit more as well overall, but it looks like his next item progression is going to be the Enchanted Talisman coming from Mom, so they don't exactly have a very frontline tank Angela, as this Angela is going to be doing damage as well, and leaving Ren QT being the only frontliner in terms of tankiness.
Yeah, I mean, this is tough. The win conditions for SUHAZ Esports is really, really tough. After they lost the early section of the game, Box trying to proxy as many waves as possible, but here comes the high ground defense.
Oh no, Eevee, he's going to get caught out. He's stranded from the rest of the team as the Bulwark comes in and blocks his way through. Now, Red Esports, they're escorting the Lord. They want to tie the series and drag it to game 3. Edith is going to be the next to fall. SUHAZ Esports is crumbling to pieces. Box is struggling to clear the minutes, but as you can see, Red Esports, they're right below the crystal. They want to tie the series. The snipe from Mao is slowly chunking the crystal, but looks like it might be over, and that is it. Red Esports ties the series, takes it 1-1 against SUHAZ Esports.
What a tough game this has been. Red Esports, again, showing moments of greatness, but also still having holes in their gameplay, allowing SUHAZ an opportunity to bounce back. But GG, well played from Red Esports at the very last moments, making clutch plays to drop it 1-1.
They bounced back really, really hard. Showed us why they deserve to be in the upper brackets for game number 2. And woo-wee, I'm really glad I'm casting today because both of the series looks pretty close and pretty intense.
Yeah, no, they are extremely close and extremely intense. It helps that the audience is here to really increase the ambience of the arena here today. Their cheers fill the room as these plays are being made. But so far, I think, it's a little tough, especially with the game plan that SUHAZ Esports had. It was all about lane dominance. They weren't able to achieve it.
Yeah, if you put it that way as well, I was expecting Box to be actually in a situation where he's able to get a lot of kills, but a lot of instances, Mom's Heart God has been so on point in just making sure that the entirety team fulfills that role, which is very interesting. Arguably, like based on itemizations, which we are going to be seeing as well, that they don't exactly have a very strong frontline tankiness, but because of how Grok is developed in the current meta and the heals coming from Angela, it allows the Grok to be a very, very solid frontline tank despite going full damage on the Grok.
I mean, look at that. Look at what RenQT is building, making sure that he doesn't get bursted out. He doesn't go for the Radiant Armor at all. He goes straight for the Athena Shield, immediately looking to build straight into the second Blade of Despair.
Yeah, he's just zoning them all out, which is very interesting playstyle, but it worked out in the end because every single time he's in the front, the Hearts God is always going to be there to try and push back members coming from SUHAZ Esports, in particular AJ and Zed, which hurts a lot from this Grok swing.
Yeah, man, this has been a rough game. Red Esports ending it with 20 kills to 8. Oh gosh, I mean, you have to give it to Mal. He's been able to find some really good shots onto Zed, even though Zed naturally shouldn't be hit by them. He should be the more slippery target.
Yeah, which was weird, right? But Maus has been hitting some really, really sick shots, and it's very difficult to give who the MVP is. But all in all, I feel like both Mao and Zayed really played really well coming from Red Esports.
Yeah, no, I agree here. I think they played some really strong gameplay, really showing some strong gameplay, but I think it's only going to get more difficult as time goes by. SUHAZ Esports are looking... Again, I think they are going to start going back to comfort picks here. So far, it worked out well in game number 1 with Red Esports. Really were trying to experiment with their draft and go for the double fighters, but now once they get back into the zone, they still are able to execute on very narrow win conditions.
Yep. But without further ado, let's take a look at who the MVP for game number 2 is. It seems to me it is going to be none other than Zayed on his Hayabusa with his flashy solo double kill alongside with Mao, taking out both the mage as well as the marksman coming from SUHAZ Esports. What a chat.
Yeah,
what a chat.
What a chat. 5-1 and 4 with a 45% KP with a match GPM of 787. The man has been standing tall once again on his Hayabusa. Never ceases to amaze me.
Exactly. Like the amount of damage he was dishing out to actually one-shot that was something that I did not expect. But he pulled it off and he made things work because SUHAZ Esports, there was moments where they could have come back. But because of this man right here up on screen to get this kill, completely stopped them for game number 2. Well done indeed from Zayed.
Oh boy, good game that was, but this means that game number 3 is going to be shortly under its way, and I'm curious to see what Red Esports is going to bring to the table once again, right? Are they still going to be drafting for narrow win conditions, playing for that late game and not have that lane dominance, or are they going to be looking to draft winning lanes this time and really bring it to SUHAZ?
Well, it seems like Beatrix is something that they have to focus on, and Beatrix is still very, very important in this game. But let's take a look at the highlights here in case you missed out on game number 2, brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series. As you can see early in the stages of the game as well, SUHAZ Esports, they were dictating so much tempo and just shutting down Red Esports, which arguably we know for a fact that Red Esports do not have a lot of strong roaming lane dominance, right? As long as RenQT does not die and gets his farm later on, he will be the compensation for a tank in the front lane, which allowed them to just completely push them back. But yeah, like I said, the early stage, SUHAZ Esports completely stopping the early momentum.
Yeah, I mean, man, these are like very much winning lanes here. Like I think Wan into Beatrix, it's a little bit more Wan favorite unless Mal is able to get Wesker very early on. But like you can see by the way these fights, like it's tough for a Dairoth to really get in on the fight, especially in bigger team fights, right? He still prefers these small, short, isolated fights where he can really benefit off of his single target abilities.
Yeah, I think the Dairoth pickup was a pickup to actually compensate in case Red Esports goes for the Phobias, but instead that didn't exactly go too well, considering that Grok has showed their cards. So a little bit surprised they actually picked it here, but it could have worked out. But like I said as well, they're looking for 1v1 fights. In team fights, it's all up to Zed to actually go for the rest up. But yeah, this is the catch I'm talking about from Zai, because he completely shut down both Zed and Asia in the process, and that was a very, very important turning point for him to actually close out the game for Red Esports.
Yeah, just good moments after good moments, and even though RNG was on the side of Zayed, some very solid plays have been made by SUHAZ Esports as well. But currently the score is 1-1. Week 8, I mean, just the first day itself, every team is playing at their tip-top shape.
I agree, right? Everybody is looking to secure their pawns, solidifying themselves in towards the playoffs. And I'm really happy that I'm watching this, because if this is just day 1, I can't imagine how day 2 is going to be happening tomorrow.
Oh,
that's
boy.
crazy.
It's going to get even more intense between the teams. So far, the score is 1-1. SUHAZ versus Red Esports. They're going to be deliberating on how to strategize for game number 3. And in the meantime, we're going to go on a short break. And when we come back, it's going to be more Mobile Legends action.
Telah tiba masanya untuk pasukan-pasukan terbaik Mobile Legends Bang Bang daripada seluruh Asia Tenggara berkumpul. Piala MLBB Asia Tenggara atau MSC 2022. Siapa yang akan menang dan siapa yang akan kalah? Pasukan manakah yang akan terbang ke langit biru dan dinobatkan Raja Asia Tenggara? Seperti zodiak, 12 pasukan daripada rantau ini akan bertanding dalam 2 peringkat. Peringkat kumpulan dan peringkat kalah mati. Setiap kumpulan akan ada 3 pasukan dan mereka akan bertanding antara satu sama lain dalam perlawanan terbaik daripada 2, di mana pasukan terbawah di dalam setiap kumpulan akan disingkirkan. 8 pasukan yang masih tinggal akan meneruskan perjalanan dahsyat mereka. Sebagai pentas kepada perlawanan-perlawanan hebat antara gergasi-gergasi ini, MSC 2022 akan diadakan di Bandar Perbezaan dan Kepelbagaian, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Saksikan pertembungan antara gergasi daripada rantau MLBB terunggul daripada 11 Jun hingga 19 Jun. Ikuti #Supremacy untuk ikuti perkembangannya. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, tempat adiwira mencipta sejarah.
Ay, ay.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MPL MY Season 9. Thanks for kicking it back here in the English broadcast with me, getting Q, as well as ICBaby12 for the final game of today. The rest of the week is here to come, but we got to get rid of the first hurdle, which is now. It's going to be SUHAZ Esports up against Red Esports. Current score, 1-1, and this game 3 doesn't seem to be getting easier with great fans, great audience, and as well as a great stage. We have to thank our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, our partners in esports, TikTok, esports charts, EGG Network, as well as our co-organizers, ESI, for making it all happen.
I don't know, man. I'm shaking from watching that 2 matches so far, and now this final game number 3, a lot of our predictions are on the line, especially for you guys at home, the predictors.
Oh yeah.
The predictions coming in from in-game MLBB.
Oh yeah,
coins.
yes, coins. Yeah.
I don't know, our flawless talent predictions over the weekends is on the line as well, because English is red, that side is SUHAZ.
Wait, hold on. Is that Mali at the back over there? Yeah, that is. Hey!
Hey, move!
It's the boy! Mali here to support the boys here. Good to see him up in the stage. He thought he could hide there.
We notice him. Like, he's so shy.
He's so cute.
But he's so nervous as well, considering that SUHAZ Esports, they had a very convincing game 1. Game 2 didn't exactly go to plan, but yeah, these are the fans coming in from crowd. They're cheering non-stop for both SUHAZ as well as Red Esports. Crazy amount of energy in both games.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's important to know that both fans are hoping that their teams win here today. Let's bring up the recap in case you guys missed up on the action in game number 2. Oh, a tough game for SUHAZ Esports, even though they had a pretty decent draft in terms of the laning phase. In the end of the day, Mom making the difference and supercharging the right members to victory.
Yep, speaking of damage output-wise, look at the damage being dished out from both Mao as well as Zai. That is insane. Oh my goodness, that's crazy amount of damage coming from both of them, considering that, I don't know, how is a Hayabusa being able to do that amount of damage?
I mean, he's getting right into the middle of it, and the shurikens are hitting multiple targets at once, going back as well as forward. And now we've already heard the cheers from the back of the stage. I'm assuming that the players are pumped up and ready for this game number 3. But yeah, what do you think the adaptations are going to be? I feel like, personally, I think that SUHAZ Esports are going to revert back to a team fight composition, something a little bit more laid back. I do think that they need to keep an eye out for Zed here, because he was having a pretty rough game overall in the bigger team fights. He just couldn't contest with the raw attack range, bat impact range from Ash.
Yeah, I think Sicilian is something that has proved themselves that Sicilian is kind of in the meta for a reason, right? It's very underwhelming, but it brings so much value in terms of overall team fight, and we've seen it based on the previous series, and likewise in coming this game as well. Ash is very underrated in that fight, but most of the time the bad impact was able to chunk them down low enough for Zayed and Mao to actually go in for the engage. So that was a very interesting factor. But for me personally, I feel like SUHAZ Esports, Box was super uncomfortable in game number 2 compared to game number 1, which is very weird. His Karina was very confident, but Ling was complete different playstyle of how he played Karina. So I feel like he should find a mojo to kind of balance it out, to play how he played from game number 1, rather than go for the original playstyle of his Ling, which didn't exactly work out throughout the entire season for SUHAZ Esports.
Yeah, I think, honestly, I wouldn't even blame his Ling, because again, there was not enough priority in the lanes. The lanes were ending up making mistakes, especially with the Heart Guard activated, and I think Box was the most aware of that Heart Guard. He was making sure that he doesn't overextend himself. Maybe sometimes he should just force out the enemy's Heart Guard and then back away. But even then, what do you accomplish if there is no goal in mind or no objective to secure?
Yeah, that's going to be very, very hard. But I agree, objective-wise, SUHAZ Esports had full objective driven coming from game number 1. It's something that they're really, really good at over the seasons, right? For them to completely drop the ball in game number 2, it might be the draft, but so far the either pickup coming from the A's didn't exactly work out, and we can see why, right? The win, he's got some really flashy kits, but overall in team fights, is just not doing enough compared to Angela, who's just giving us so much in terms of value, in terms of heals, and Grok as well, especially with the Bullrock seems to be forcing out a lot of major battle spells coming from SUHAZ Esports. There is a reason why it's like 30% win rate right now.
That is true. That is true. It's still tough to pull off at the end of the day, and I think they need to simplify. They need to simplify some stuff. I have the oddest feeling that maybe SUHAZ Esports might revert to putting Box on either a fighter,
give him the Boxia,
or the tank as
give
Boxia.
him the Boxia, please. Come on, like Boxia, Karina, what else?
Hylos, Akai.
Those are TODAK, man. That's a TODAK thing.
I mean, what other tanks are you expecting to go into the jungle that can clear fast? Yeah.
Wait, give me a sec. Export? No, that's fighter. Sorry.
Actually, I wouldn't even mind to see an export come back into the jungle. It's a very MPL Indonesia sort of thing. They've tested it out so far. Win rate a bit up and down, but I'm curious to see if they're willing to kind of incorporate that meta here into the MPL MY.
I like the export. Like, I really like how quick he does, but I just don't like how every single other hero just outranges him. But if you want to outrange people, he's got to sacrifice half his HP, in this case the Furaga armor, to try and contest people. That's the only downside about it. But other than that, I love Export.
Yeah, I mean, he's a great way to peel, a great way to deal free, true damage on his enemies, and Day seems to be ready to kind of pump up that crowd. SUHAZ members just getting ready for the incoming draft in 30 seconds, but I guess I feel like Red Esports, on paper, yes, they are technically the better team, but so far, I think SUHAZ is putting a really good fight against them, even in Game 1 as well as Game 2.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It seems like Zayed on his Hayabusa is just so much more comfortable compared to his game, where he struggled so much in Game number 1. And I think, what was he playing Game number 1 again? What was he playing again? I can't remember, but we'll get back to it later a bit. But now, this is going to be the drafts coming in from both Red Esports and SUHAZ, and Red is going to be taking first pick instead, and they will respect AJ's Lilia as they ban it off.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good idea here to ban out that Lilia. SUHAZ Esports, they follow up with the Valentina pick. Alright, so Red Esports, do they say yes or no to the Fanny, or are they just going to let SUHAZ Esports do all the heavy lifting, ban out the Fanny? Red Esports possibly could be banning out the Eve?
Yeah, I think the Eve is something that they got, they just don't want to deal with it, but I feel like the Franco pickup coming from Red Esports wasn't, I didn't expect them to actually win that, considering how mobile SUHAZ Esports was with the 1-1 as well as the Link, right? I didn't expect it at all, but somehow they just made it work, just because, I don't know, Mao is just an absolute monster in the Beatrix.
Oh, well, I mean, Mal, he's got his place in the world, and he makes sure that it is known that he is one of the best marksmen here in Malaysia. Eve gets banned out for the side of Red Esports. SUHAZ Esports now have priority. I'm expecting the Fanny to get banned out, and then possibly maybe the Masha or Hilda.
Yeah, I think the Masha's gotta go. Like, they just don't need to take the risk again, but that's the thing, right? They might be able to rework themselves game number 1, where Mom played an absolutely disastrous Masha, which isn't even his fault, right, from game number 1. It might have just been the drafts, but if they want to rethink this, they can pull it back again. But does SUHAZ Esports want to fight this? But it seems like they don't even care about the Masha.
Yeah, not for now. They don't have to ban out the Masha just yet. They're hoping that Red Esports is going to be the one that does it for them. Let's see whether Red Esports is going to do it or hold it up to try the strategy one more time like they did in game number 1.
Selena is also up for grabs as well. So do they want to ban the Selena?
I don't feel like they want to ban out Selena. Not just yet. I mean, especially since Grok hasn't been banned out, I feel like there's no reason to get rid of it. What else would be a good option?
We've seen 2 games of Grok coming from Red Esports, so I wouldn't be surprised they would prioritize the Grok for themselves. But I think a big threat here is going to be the Selena for me, but so far they just don't want to do it. But it looks like they are going to ban the Masha themselves and prioritize that on the Grok instead.
Yeah, no, I like this. I like this because, Red Esports now have a lot of different options on the table for themselves. Hilda, yes, is still open, but I think SUHAZ Esports, again, they've been consistently banning out the Selena, consistently banning out the Valentina, as well as the Fanny, that I feel that it's fair for them to continue on with the pattern.
Ban the Grok coming from SUHAZ Esports. Let the Selena slide and figure a way around the Selena. Like, I'm pretty sure the Ace plays a pretty monstrous Kufra if you want to mess up Selena's game.
I suppose. I mean, that's one way of doing it, I guess. Well, SUHAZ, they ban out the Selena instead. Still a little too rotten for them to deal with. Red Esports now with the first pick.
All right, so Grok is going to be up for grabs. Red Esports, do they want to pick it again, or do they want to play something else? In this regards, what is there that can be played? Lancelot has been completely ignored, and I know that Zai plays an absolute beast of Lancelot, or they just stick with the Hayabusa. But as of now, Karina is up for grabs. We've seen how SUHAZ Esports was able to stop in game number 1. Do they want to deny the pick away from SUHAZ?
Absolutely. I think, you know, Karina is rather devastating in the meta as of yet, especially if you are trying to play a marksman. The fact that Zed is still hasn't been subbed out for the side of SUHAZ Esports means that he wants to play another marksman. I feel like it's a bit of a no-brainer, but then it really depends, right? It really depends. There we go. It's Ling.
Okay.
There we go. Looks like Zayed is feeling Ling more than the Karina.
Okay. Yeah, Zai plays a really good Link, but at the same time, I feel like, is it because of Zai's capabilities, Box decides to pick the Link away from Zai from game number 2? Was it that case? It might be the case. I'm looking curious here if later on in the interview, we would be able to ask either of this team, I guess.
Well, we'll have to see until then. With 21 more seconds on the clock, it's going to be the Esmeralda as well as the Brody. Just overall, yeah, SUHAZ Esports just playing for the comfort picks every single time they hit game number 3.
Yeah, definitely as well. Like, there's no point to show your Karina from the get-go, considering that they are going to be guaranteed to get it, unless Red Esports says, hey, I'm picking the Karina as a tank, not in the jungle, and which is going to completely throw off the entire game. But yeah, they secure their junglers. There's no point securing the Karina now. They can't leave it for the second phase. But Red Esports, they are seeing the Brody, they are seeing the Esmeralda. Dirov is a pretty good pick if Red QT is confident to match up against Esmeralda, considering that they have already faced up the XP laner coming from SUHAZ Esports.
This could be a bait. I feel like even at Red Esports, they could get a dominant lane matchup for the EXP in either Dyroth or even Khalid. Both are not too bad here, but what are you trying to pair it with? What are you trying to combo? Like, I feel like it's trying to deny the Paquito in one sense or another, and Red Esports, they go for the safer option. They go for the Wanwan as well as Uranus. Wanwan very easily can kite a lot of the heroes, a lot of the tankier heroes from the side of SUHAZ, like the Esmeralda, but the Brody matchup is where it gets iffy.
Now that you think about it, right? The only other team that played so much Uranus and is currently in the upper brackets, being one of the top contenders here in MPL, is SMG, and there's no other teams that play a lot of Uranus except for SMG, and now Red Esports is going to try and match 50-50 with your favorite matchup. In this case, wet noodle fights.
No, this is not my favorite matchup.
Okay, it's mine, fine. I'm trying to shove it to you, but yeah.
No, but I think it's awful. It is the worst thing to watch in the world. But now Hilda gets locked in for the side of SUHAZ. I think this gives them a little bit of security.
Oh, okay. This is going to be a roaming Hilda. So I was expecting maybe that SUHAZ decides to go back to their old comfort roots, having like double XP laners or double fighters, but all right, not going to be happening. This is going to be a tank Hilda.
Wait, what? Who's ever used Hilda in the EXP lane?
Oh, it's pretty good. It's pretty strong. It's scary.
Beg to defer. I don't think it's great at all. I think it's just...
It's scary. You should try it.
I feel like it scales off a little too quick, and you're more useful just interrupting your enemy jungler more than anything else. And I think at this time, this is where SUHAZ Esports gets rid of the counter picks. You get rid of the Angela. You don't want anybody that can slow down the overall damage coming in from the Hilda. Red Esports, they're going to look over at SUHAZ Esports and realize,
ban the Karina.
Exactly. They still don't have junglers.
Yeah, but no, they are going to ban out the Kagura. Sicilian's up for grabs. There is a lot of mages up for pull as well. What else? Sicilian, or Xavier, Lilia. No, Lilia's gone.
I think that Kagura is a good safe ban.
You mean something that they can ban as well? Kadita?
Or I don't.
Oh, they banned Valir. This is smart.
Do they take it? I don't know. Okay,
They ban it.
So again, they're looking for the counter matchups against the Hilda. That's fine. Red Esports, on the other hand, they're still I don't know if they're still going to dedicate another ban to the mages. Do they just want to make AJ feel really uncomfortable here? They've already got 3 bans dedicated to him. Are they going to make it a 4th?
Nah, I think D-Ace is just double downing. Like SUHAZ Esports, they're just doubling down to make sure that D-Ace is going to go in for full invade. So it's up to Red Esports to make sure that they can find a way to secure the links Link's farm because the Hilda is going to make a lot of noise onto his Link's jungle camps.
Yeah, so now the big question comes up. What does AJ play? Lo Yi?
He's got Veil, he's got Loi, he's got Comfort, he's got Kadita as well if he decides to go for it, which is one-shot potential, even though it's not the best matchup against 1-1 against Uranus as well. I think Veil is pretty good.
I think personally he should take Veil. Xavier's not too bad. Not the worst in the world, but again, looking at the composition from Red Esports so far,
I don't think the Xavier is a good matchup.
Yeah,
terrible.
It's pretty annoying to deal with. And now we get the Paquito lock-in coming in from SUHAZ Esports. That's probably going to be the jungler for SUHAZ. And now it's up to Red Esports. Let's see what they pick first.
Okay, so that's going to be Box jungling with the Paquito. So he is going to get a little bit of a decent matchup against the Link compared to before, and he has the one-shot potential to actually shut him down. So this is smart, but keeping up AJ's hero pool up to the last moment. And if you think about it, what other mage can he play? Like, we know about the Whale. I don't think Eudora is great against a Link. They need something that can one-shot the Link, and currently there's nothing from the side of SUHAZ Esports that can one-shot both the 1-1 and the Link in terms of cage potential. But Red Esports, they pick it away. They take the Franco, they take the Veil. Two very, very annoying heroes that can mess up their compositions. Now, SUHAZ Esports, they're in a very difficult spot. Akai is not that great. They need a mage, and oh no, this is tough. This is tough on AJ. What does AJ play?
There's gotta be something he has access to. Loi isn't the worst thing in the world. Admittedly so,
Dude,
but
he's gonna get completely dived by everyone.
Exactly. That's all. I mean, the same can be said about Ashe as well.
Farsa? He's no choice but to go Farsa,
I think Farsa might just be the play.
Yeah.
I mean, what else do you have at this stage of the game that can actually match up with everything else that Red Esports is showing so far? Lunox?
Okay. Lunox is a safer choice. Yeah. At least you have some sort of defensive mechanism to actually back out team fight. So I guess it's the best out of the worst situation.
I think it's alright, but I think Red Esports has done a very good job at forcing AJ to not have priority in this lane, especially since Hilda is not going to be there to back him up compared to Mom, who instantly is going to be doing his job. I think this is a really smart adaptation coming in from Sora Bayong. Kudos to him for the draft.
Yeah, well done indeed. I'm looking forward to see how this draft is going to work out Red Esports. I definitely like Red Esports draft a little bit more, but I'm curious how SUHAZ is going to be able to pull this out because AJ is in a very, very difficult position. But the drafts have been set, ladies and gentlemen, with 1-1 being played by Mao on his signature hero coming from Red Esports, the Franco or Mom that has won them games and strides here in regular season. They're looking to close up the series. Meanwhile, SUHAZ Esports is also going to be fighting back here with the Hilda on the invade. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys are watching the deciding match for this match. Game number 3, SUHAZ Esports versus Red Esports.
Welcome back. If you're just tuning in, this is game number 3 with Red Esports. Currently 1 point on the blue side up against SUHAZ Esports, who also have 1 point for themselves. Mom, he pulls the purple, but it doesn't matter because Box is on the opposite side of the map, and the same goes for Zayed. He's almost done with the purple. The ace has to just make him, force him to use the retribution. Is he stealing it? Oh, so close. So very close.
But AJ, he gets hooked up, forces a flicker, so that is huge coming from Mom. So nevertheless, great rotation so far for Red Esports. Box, however, it's not going to be interrupted, but the Little Wanderer will be contested. Who guts it is going to be Red Esports.
Yep, Red Esports playing this pretty well so far, and I think the good adaptations from both sides is making this work. Ran QT taking a little bit more damage than he should, but Eevee, he knows this matchup extremely well. He can actually kill Ran QT right here and force him back. Nicely done. He's under the turret, and I think he's waiting for cooldowns. They can just get one more in before pulling back out.
Yeah, meanwhile, the ace is going to annoy Zayed as much as he can, but Zayed is doing a fantastic job dealing with this pressure coming from the ace. I was surprised that SUHAZ Esports is not sending in more manpower for this, but considering how Lunox is struggling in terms of wave clear, is no surprises. But meanwhile, the ace is forced to sprint in out of there, but the crossbow attacks, is it available? No, it's not. But the link will be enough to seal the deal. The hook comes in, Zed will be able to dodge his way, so that is going to be first blood in the hands of Red Esports.
And unintentionally, he ends up making Zed collateral. He lost his battle spell, and I don't think that's a good idea because Red Esports, if they don't have priority over this top side, they can easily just dive dive Zed down on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, that was a big offense here coming from Red Esports. The Ace now going to be going for the invades. Red QT going to be in a little bit trouble. It's taking too much damage, but Eve doesn't have the mana to continue the pursuit. The Ace is going to go for the wrap around. Mom is here to say hello, but he's taking a little bit too much. Here comes the wombo combo, but it's not going to be enough to shut him down. Ash is going to be able to flicker out that, but he's going to be okay. Meanwhile, the sniper from afar, the Ace gets the kill. He gets not one, but he gets a second one. He's looking for more. This Hilda is getting the stacks that he needs.
Oh yeah, he is maintaining this really well. Mom looking for an opportunity to try to get a hook, but it doesn't matter. The damage has already been dealt, and Box will have control over the turtle. Nicely done, and there's some redemption points coming in for the Ace.
Oh my goodness, that was huge from the Ace. That was really important for SUHAZ Esports to actually bounce back. Like, they needed some way to slow down the rotation. They've got it done. But Zayed, there's gonna be a lot more pressure coming in because Mao is gonna be here to provide the assistance. But Mao, is he gonna go for the bite? Yes, he will. But can he proc the crossbow dance? Yes, he will. But he will sacrifice his life, risking that the crossbow dance is gonna be chained to his teammates. So that's gonna be a very sad day for the Ace.
Yep, Hilda is not getting away with enough, and so far it's a little rough as Red Esports and SUHAZ Esports both have strong sides of
the hook.
Right now,
no, the reset retribution. Oh, you hate to see it.
Well, I mean, they're still even in terms of how many camps that they've taken so far, but right now SUHAZ just more top side dominant compared to Red Esports, who is more south side dominant. Oh wait!
Oh, that's
Ash manages to get the initial win. But Mom pulls Evie back to give the kill over to Zayed. A good initial play by SUHAZ Esports, but Red Esports just playing it slightly better.
Holy moly, what is that reaction? Oh my goodness, great teamwork coming from Ash and Mom to set things up. That is going to give them a little bit more space. Zayed, however, once again getting pressured. He is going to be able to force the retribution, but the Ace is starting to get a little bit annoying in the point of the roses here. Is he going to get his Sky Guardian helmet very soon? I'm not exactly sure, but Red QT is going to say hello for a little bit here, trying to whittle down his aggression. So that's going to be a little space, but Mom will be paying the price on the other hand instead.
Oh, Mom ends up dying, and now the score is starting to even up 3-2 so far. But SUHAZ Esports, they still have the later stages of the game. They need AJ to start scaling up, and the same goes for Ash. He just needs time.
Yeah, and I don't know, man. I want to take a quick look at items real quick before we head towards the next fight, because there's a lot of the like that they need to focus on, especially coming from both Ren QT as well as the Ace, because the Ace, once he gets his Sky Guard and helmet, he is going to be harder to kill. But great hook coming from Mom, and AJ is gone, deleted, and the Ace is here to fight back, but his only attack, Zion, not going to be able to do too much against him, but SUHAZ Esports, they are not going to try and respond to this as AJ has died too many times.
Oh, Box actually dodges the wind blow. They don't know he's there, and Ren QT ends up falling into the trap, thinking that it's safe, and the Ace just using the sprint, dodging a lot of the abilities, gets hit by the wind blow, but Mal unable to proc the crossbow of Tang, still has one more weakness point that he wasn't able to get.
Yeah, even though it's been buffed up for 1-1, 3 weakness points is all he needs, but it's still very difficult to hit those shots. So it's all about timing. The hook comes in, Box is going to be okay, but Ash from the sides, here comes the arrow, and he connects. Here comes the combo, but he won't live to tell the tale. So that's going to be Box getting out of sticky situations, but Red Esports still, 50-50 with SUHAZ Esports. This is very close. Very close game.
Way too close for comfort here. I think at this point, the way that SUHAZ Esports is positioning themselves, they're looking to try and punish Red Esports more than anything else, and hopefully they do that. It's going to be the Ace who is going to get locked down here. He's getting hit by every ability, forced to come on out, but Zion gets a mega kill on him. Box, can he find the return? No, he does not, and unfortunately, the bait caught what it was looking for, but there was no pull to bring it back on the boat.
That was a good reaction from Zion as well. He forced out double KO punches from Box, not allowing him to actually trade just now. So that was very clutch coming from Zayed in that fight.
Yep, it's going to be Eevee and Red QT up on the top side. Bottom side completely in control over by Red Esports. I think they're going to eventually set up a dive sooner rather than later, but Red QT, on the other hand, is going to be dead straight away. Double jab from Box is more than enough.
Nicely done coming from him. However, Red Esports, they are looking for trades down bottom as well. As you can see, Zayed is going to be focusing on the inhibitors. They're on the tier 1, and that is going to be downfall. So that is going to open up a little bit more map control for the Lord Pit later on, which is going to be about 90 seconds. So this is a very, very comfortable situation for Red Esports, and they need to figure a way to actually get out more map control for SUHAZ Esports, because Lord Pit is down bottom. And the top side is okay for Red Esports, though.
I mean, it is a pretty dead even game as of right now. And ooh, Zayed opting to go for the Berserker's Fury as his first item. He didn't want to go and greed out for anything else, and he's very close to getting an Endless Battle. Yep, there we go. The Endless Battle purchase is through with Box. He's already got a Hunter Strike and a Malefic Roar, so any armor at this point is basically useless.
Eevee now. Gonna try and make a run for it. He's gonna try and make space for the team, but he does know that the rest of Red Esports are all here, so they are gonna trade a little bit more, but the flicker from Mom is gonna buy him down. He's gonna be able to drop the crossbow attacks, and even he's dead, he's gone, he's deleted, and Red Esports very, very quick reactions with the Franco. However, Lord Pit still 40 seconds on the clock, but meanwhile, Box is also gonna be pushing down the middle lane, but Red Esports, they're looking to force more out of this. They want to take this middle tower before heading towards the Lord Pit.
Yep. And now, the Ace gets hit by the Iron Hook, but no follow-up here. They don't have the damage, and especially since the damage dealers are on the top side of the map, they cannot afford for Ash to be wasting his resources anytime soon.
Oh no, they take a tier 2 with a huge creep wave up top from Red Esports, and that is even more map control favoring towards Red Esports. The creep waves down bottom set up by Box is not going to be able to trade with the tier 2s instead, so that means Red Esports is very comfortable in the next few fight unless they get ambushed. But as of yet, Mao playing as safe as can, but the conceal comes in. Oh, the hook! AJ is gone again! No brilliance for him at Red Esports. They open up the map for the Lord Pit, and it's up to Box to do something about this, but Mao on his Fame 1-1 is gonna start to be chunking down his way through. Mao with the hook, not gonna connect, but Box, he takes a fight with Rank QT. The memory torn apart memory is not going to do much, but the chain combo from Ash from the side, they catch the ace, he's gone, and the crossbow attacks is out of control, and he gets a little bit more out of it. Box is done, there's no retribution, and the Lord is in the hands of Red Esports.
Yup, Red Esports are finding all the picks that they want now. It's going to be Eevee on top of Zayed so far. He gets hit by the Bloody Hunt. AJ with the Darkening is here. They see the rest of the members as Ren QT walks up to zone them out, and SUHAZ, they can't really fight this, and unfortunately for Zed, he does not have the space or the time, but he most certainly has the damage.
Oh no, but the middle turret is going to be down, but SUHAZ Esports, they have to force the back off, but can they find a catch? The hook comes in, ooh, a little bit too close, but as of yet, SUHAZ Esports, they have to play this slow. The Lord's going to be pushing from the top side, but Red Esports, they are going to play this safe, secure the buff, and then re-engage in the next upcoming team fight.
I think at this stage of the game, Red Esports, if they continue to play for picks, I think
Box, oh no.
Yep, this is what we're talking about. These are the picks that they're looking for. SUHAZ Esports are just playing into the plans of Red Esports, and with the Lord pushing on, this could be it. Red Esports could set it up like how they did in game number 2.
Oh, this is huge. This is huge. They are looking to close up the game. AJ hasn't been able to play this game. He's on the top side, and Ren QT is going to be here to escort the Lord, but is a little bit too weak to be called comfort. Meanwhile, can they get an inhibitor? SUHAZ Esports, they're still clearing the minions, but Zayed is just standing up in front. He's got the conceal, but bottom inhibitor is going to be priority for Red Esports for now, and they will get it away from SUHAZ. But here comes the hook again. He gets one shot and again, and that's going to be the wombo combo from Ash, and he takes him out. My goodness, Red Esports playing a phenomenal game with this Franco.
Oh, playing a technically sound game coming out from Mom. He's been hitting some huge iron hooks with quick follow-ups coming in from Ash. It feels like there is no counterplay at this stage. SUHAZ already 6k behind, and they're looking for another inhibitor. Hook doesn't land initially, but Eevee, he wants to get back into his, but he sees all 5, and there's no point jumping in. Red Esports could get another inhibitor once more, and that's all they're going to get. SUHAZ are willing to sacrifice it all.
Oh, the inhibitors are gone, but the big catch from H10 is huge, and they are separated, but instead Box goes in for that, gets bit out, but the crossbow attacks from Mao takes them all out. AJ is going to be next, and and he needs to run for his life, but Red Esports, they don't care. They're focusing on the Crystal, but another catch from H before they close the Crystal. Clean 2-1 from Red Esports. They bounce back 2-0. My goodness, what a game from Red Esports.
What a solid push coming in from Red. Clinical, well thought of. GG, well played for Red Esports. A 2-1 victory over SUHAZ Esports.
My goodness, that is what a game. They deserve to be in the upper brackets for a reason. But I'm looking forward to see how the mic check goes between both of these teams in this final series, this game.
Pecah. Ni naga. Ha. Dia lompat. Dia nak naga. Relax lah. Dia nak naga. Aku nak bagi dia naga je. Dia lag tu. Betul. Ya, habis bawah ni. Naga, dia tak ada naga. Dia tak ada naga dah boleh end tu. Sumpah boleh kasih.
Itu Z boleh gas. Z kata gas tu pelan-pelan je tu. Gila Z.
Boleh.
Tapi pelan-pelan.
Tak apa.
Ya, jangan bunuh aku, woi.
Jaduk. Sini. Tak apa, Bi. Nice try.
Tahu je.
Jangan habiskan semua skill tau. Biar skill aku. Mati tu. Nice. Boleh naik ke? Atas. Dati budak. Aku standing. Mati. Aku standing. Buat. Dairot. Mati. Mana Dairot?
Bawah.
Tahan. Masuk mid lu. Mantap. Masuk mid. Kena boleh end. Boleh end. Tahu. Tahu. Minit lagi. Minit aku. Jangan kat awal. Mati tak? Mantap. Tak mati eh?
Mati.
Tak.
Tahu mid tak?
Jom. Sumpah. Tidak kongsi. Osah tu. Boleh. Pergi mana? Pergi mana tu? Bos!
Mana wah?
Mi pula. Dapat betul. Dah. Atok je. Tok ada minion.
Perlawanan yang cukup mantap dari pasukan Red Esports. Saya Ijaz Suzuran sebagai anda punya stage host dan sekarang ini berjaya bersama dengan Ren. Apa khabar Ren?
Baik.
Okey Ren, kita nak recap balik untuk game yang pertama tadi Ren kan. So, pada pendapat Ren, okey, apa yang menyebabkan pasukan Red Esports? Ya saya? Apa yang menyebabkan pasukan Red Esports kalah tadi?
Okey, pada pendapat saya Red Esports kalah sebab kita orang terlampau overconfident dan kita orang ada mistake draft sikit.
Okey, itu mistake draft. Okey, kalau kita lihat kedudukan pasukan Red sekarang ni boleh dikatakan agak selesa dah sebab dah tempah slot dekat playoff. Jadi, apakah perasaan Ren sekarang ni? Happy ke?
Perasaan saya mestilah happy sebab kita orang dah cuba yang terbaik dan kita orang akan secure upper bracket untuk playoff.
Ui, mantap lah. Soraklah sikit! Macam tu betul. Jadi, last but not least mungkin Ren ada ucapan nak bagi kepada peminat-peminat pasukan Red Esports. Silakan.
Okey, pada pasukan Red Esports, terima kasih sebab menyokong kita orang. Dan korang memang the best lah. Thank you.
Korang memang the best lah. Thank you. Jadi, untuk ulas kita punya game dengan lebih lanjut, jom kita bersama-sama dengan Syamilo dan juga Lafel. Silakan.
Red berjaya untuk comeback kembali 2 berbalas 1. Anda bersama saya Syamilo dan juga kita berada di posio ditemani oleh Gideon dan juga Aiman Lafel. Kita akan bincangkan apa sebabnya, apa kemenangan untuk pasukan Red.
A few things yang kita boleh cakap. Number one, kita tak boleh nafikan yang Red dapat draft antara yang paling bagus untuk mereka. Mal dapat 1-1, dapat Franco dekat Mom, and then Zaid dapat dia punya Link. So, dia punya draft, dia suka sangat dengan draft tu. That's my opinion lah.
I think I could agree with it for game number 3. I feel like game number 2 was a little bit more interesting in terms of how they started adjusting and what kind of an overall playstyle that they were looking for. Let's look over at the item build real quick, and I think we can even talk about it a little bit more because yes, Lafel, you're absolutely right. This composition that Red Esports, I think it was genius the way that they held this Franco and Veil pick towards the end, especially on blue side, not only knowing that SUHAZ Esports will send the ace to go and invade, but they also have an invader of their own from a safe distance.
Ya, macam mana sekalipun, kalau kita tengok Red Esports, this is, boleh katakan mereka punya style juga, especially untuk Ash, di mana Ash, dia akan dapat 1 atau 2 hero that is very, very good, specifically untuk counter apa enemy cuba lakukan. And try kita tengok apa SUHAZ Esports cuba lakukan, di mana Box dan juga di Ace, dua-dua hero ni, arguably EV juga yang menggunakan Esmeralda, diorang akan datang straight daripada depan atau dari tepi mana-mana sekalipun, tapi it's a single direction. Senang untuk Ash keluarkan dia punya wind blow, knock up and then counter engage dekat situ. So overall dekat dalam game ni, apa yang saya suka for the side of Red Esports with the draft, kalau mereka bawa masuk Franco dan juga Veil, mereka punya engage tu bagus. But just in case kalau Mom tak kena dia punya Iron Hook, then yes, Veil boleh counter engage. And other than that, untuk pasukan SUHAZ Esports, dia punya box early game, the damage is good. Tapi kita dah start nampak mistake SUHAZ bukan pada mereka punya mechanics, tapi mereka punya macro decision, mereka punya pergerakan kat map tu.
Yep, kalau kita sebut pasal pergerakan dekat map, kita nampak yang pasukan Red Esports sentiasa baca pergerakan pasukan SUHAZ. Kita nampak macam mana box, ada berapa kalinya dia offside. Z kali ni, dia kosong.
Ya, I pun baru perasan dekat dalam game ni. Tak banyak action. Dia macam bila Arta main hari tu. Yang masa lawan dengan Munton.
No, I totally agree. I think that in this particular situation, it's rather tough for Zed to win his lane. And I think, more importantly so, that SUHAZ Esports, they need to start playing for a lane. They can't just depend on the mid lane and say, hey, we're going to slow them down. Box, keep making things happen for the team. I think they need to decide whether or not they can start punishing a side lane or not. I think EV did a great job at going toe-to-toe against RenQT for the most part of it. Same goes for Zed, but the biggest problem in their draft came down to the roamers as well as the mid laners. That's where Red Esports really punished them.
Lafel, damage to tower. Boleh komenkan sikit tak?
Well, macam mana Gideon cakap? Gideon nailed apa orang putih tu cakap kan. Tapi apa yang Gideon cakap tu betul. Sebab untuk pasukan SUHAZ, mereka dah kena start main dekat mereka punya lane. And kalau mereka kalah lane, kalau mereka tak boleh nak push minion, dan damage pada tower 4,000 je lah kan. Ini apa yang kita cakap exactly true. Because kita tengok first game, dekat kita punya analysis, kita sendiri cakap yang diorang punya key to success ialah ada clear direction ataupun clear rotation yang mereka nak lakukan early game. First game diorang ada clear rotation. Second game dengan third game nampak macam mereka tak pasti apa yang mereka nak lakukan, especially game ketiga. Mal menang dia punya lane, RenQT menang dia punya lane. Kat bahagian tengah pun bila Mom dengan Ash, akhirnya Mom tak masuk dalam jungle, dia just fokus kat apa yang dia nak lakukan. Diorang boleh menang semua lane. So untuk SUHAZ, I rasa itu yang biggest downfall kat dalam game ni. And ternyata damage to tower itu membuktikan kat lane diorang tak kuat.
But we can't forget about Mom. He was basically Liam Neeson in this movie. And unfortunately for someone like the Ace, he was, well, as you can see, detaken at this point of time. 94,000 damage, all being received. And Mom was still able to find the right targets each and every time. He will find the correct person and he will kill them.
Dia bukan setakat Liam Neeson. Dia Scorpion, you know?
Get over here.
That perfect. Perfect.
Thank you very much. Itu
tadi Batman. Ini Scorpion. Jadi kita akan lihatkan MVP kita untuk game yang ketiga di mana diberikan kepada Mal. Yep, kalau digunakan 1-1, dia sebenarnya layak untuk dapatkan MVP dengan match KDA 408, match kill participation 80%, match goal per minit 784. Jadi
setiap player dia akan bagi masa untuk kita punya production prep awal-awal.
Okay.
Bila nak masuk dalam draft, nampak Red Esports dapat awal siapa pakai? Mal. Okey, kita prep awal dia punya MVP punya ni, tinggal nak update score je. Update item, you know, few heroes. Chiku dapat dia punya Roger,
apa lagi?
Chibi dapat dia punya Link,
alright.
Link, Lancelot,
Zaim Sempoy dapat Selena.
Ya.
Banyak lah sebenarnya. Tapi kita balik kepada kat sini, apa pandangan awak tentang kalau Mal gunakan 1-1 lah? Saya tak pendapat, tapi saya tanya juga lah.
Honestly, I don't know how he does it, but he seems to always have the crossbow of tank at the perfect times. I don't know how he procs it so often or how he kind of thinks of the trigonometry of the game to ensure that he gets all three of the weakness points. But you can tell that he understands a lot of his lane matchups if it comes down to marksman. Maybe it's difficult for him playing on Yuzong up against the Brody, but I would have imagined that, you know, maybe he would make a mistake here and there and Zed could look to punish. Mal played a mechanically perfect game this time.
I rasa Mal sebelum ni bila ada 4 weakness stack, dia tak ada masalah untuk pecahkan semua 4 fight. I rasa kalau tiba-tiba ada 12 weakness stack pun dia boleh pecahkan semua.
Ini kita akan lihatkan dekat highlight yang dibawakan pas oleh Samsung di mana macam mana Mal boleh dapatkan stack dengan sangat pantas. Kita bincang tadi, kalah lane. Macam mana mereka nak pastikan lane mereka menang kalau semua pasukan Red Esports dapatkan mereka punya comfort pick.
yang tu tadi memang tak aci, tak fair. Masuk depan kena win blow. Cakap okay tak apa, I boleh larikan diri, tiba-tiba Mom tarik balik. But yeah, kalau kita tengok dekat dalam game ni, ini apa yang kita cakap, diorang punya key to success. Early game diorang kena ada clear rotation apa yang diorang nak lakukan. Awal-awal nampak okay, DAs masuk dekat dalam mereka punya jungle and then cuba untuk slowkan the farm.
Alright.
Benda tu dah tak jadi. And then I boleh nampak kat mana lane yang DAs berdekatan, diorang pun tak sure nak tolong DAs ke nak just fokus kat lane kita sendiri. And Mom is tak aci lah. Memang macam ada aimbot kat situ.
Right, it's so gross. It's so gross. Every single time he positions himself, he always seems to find the right target every single time. And then once you see, again, you are just seeing Mal just absolutely go ham. Nobody can stop him at this point. Even Zed wanting to go for the corrosive strike instantly. You see him pop the crossbow of Tang. So well done for Red Esports.
Ya, jadi kita akan lihatkan kedudukan kumpulan selepas tamatnya game seperti tadi. SUHAZ Esports naik di mana mereka berjaya untuk ada di tangga yang kedua dengan 15 mata. Untuk pasukan Red Esports, pasukan TODAK tak ada perubahan. 23-23 masih lagi belum tahu siapa yang akan berhadapan dengan pasukan SMG kat sini. Jadi apa komen awak tentang tu, Lafaz?
Saya takut.
Awak takut?
Saya takut sangat sebab kalau point sama ni, kalau tiba-tiba kena tiebreaker, takut. Tapi ya, kalau kita tengok untuk SUHAZ Esports, at least pada pendapat saya, mereka punya position a little bit more secure. 15 point. Jadi ada kemungkinan pergi relegated, maybe ada, tapi jauh lebih selamat dibanding dengan HomeBois dengan MLBB. So SUHAZ, walaupun mereka tak menang the entire series, mereka dapat 1 point, is still very, very, very crucial untuk SUHAZ.
Ya, boleh katakan 1 point itu sangat bermakna untuk kesemua pasukan dekat grup A. Jadi kat sini untuk Rafael sendiri, apa pandangan awak untuk pasukan grup A? Mungkin awak dah...
Kenapa cakap Lafel tapi tahu Gideon?
Saya cakap Gideon.
Okay. Gideon. I dengar cakap pendapat Lafel.
Pendapat Gideon.
No, honestly, I mean, if we're talking about the groups as of this stage of the game, I think Group A is interesting. There's some very clear differences between a lot of these teams, but I think all of them have really started to mature over the weeks. Maybe not during week 1 or even week 4, but week 8, it feels like Group A is throwing everything at the wall and hoping something that sticks to try and make it into the playoffs and not get relegated. I think well done for Group A, making this one of the most competitive seasons so far. Group B is still my pick for by far the most deadliest group.
Deadliest group tu yang kita bincangkan. Jadi kita nak tahu kat sini di mana game yang kita lihatkan sebentar tadi, game yang sangat boleh katakan sangat hebat lah. Di mana game yang pertama dimenangi oleh pasukan SUHAZ dan terusnya Red Esports berjaya untuk menang 2 game berturut-turut dan skor kita 2-1. Kita ada bincang yang pada awalnya pasukan Red seperti ingin membaca terlebih dahulu apa yang pasukan SUHAZ lakukan. Betul ke tidak, Alfa?
Apa dia?
Apa yang pasukan Red mereka baca terlebih dahulu tindakan ataupun drafting pasukan SUHAZ?
Ya, untuk macam mana kita nampak tadi dekat dalam interview, game 1 dorang pandang rendah. You know, they're like, long as SUHAZ, kita probably can get away with this kind of draft. Game kedua dengan game ketiga, I rasa game ketiga, yes, dorang dapat baca. Tapi untuk game kedua, legitimately I rasa pasukan SUHAZ, mereka yang laku banyak mistake. Sebab banyak mereka cuba untuk menang 1v1. Contohnya yang I masih ingat fresh kat I punya mind is Dyrov cuba 1v1 dengan Grok kat atas, tiba-tiba agak masuk kat dalam, and then ada banyak sangat mistake macam tu. So I rasa for game number 2, it's just about mechanics and kesilapan daripada SUHAZ. Game number 3, dengan ambilnya Hilda, it's very easy untuk Red baca apa yang diorang cuba lakukan, and then Mom just cakap, it's okay, I hope you guys kill,
Oh, boleh kata untuk game yang ketiga ni lebih kepada pasukan Red betul-betul dah bersedia dengan apa yang ingin dilakukan. Sebab kalau kita fikirkan balik, Hilda nak kacau Link pun agak sedikit sukar. Jadi kita akan lihatkan key to success yang kita bincangkan sebelum bermula permainan di mana untuk pasukan Red Esports. Kat sini key to success. Apa yang awak boleh kembangkan lagi?
Well, I mean, they really... what can I honestly say about this, right? Contesting Lilia and Yves has been the big question since game number 1, and I think, you know, Red Esports have matured very, very well, and Sorpayong is really smart when it comes down to the draft, especially game number 3, making sure Lilia and Yves were both banned out while still having enough of a pocket pick for Ash to punish his opponents. Was he capable of unleashing Mom? Absolutely, game number 3. But securing the late game scaling is something where I'm a little iffy about, because again, I feel like Red Esports has become a way more versatile team. They can play for early, they can play for late.
Yeah, I would say game number 3, definitely Mom was unleashed. I feel like game number 2 is where the late game scaling a little bit there, because we saw that the Beatrix deal a lot of damage. They have the Sicilian, one bad impact half HP was gone. You weren't here before. Kenapa aku cakap bahasa English Kau tak ada kat sini tadi. Tapi basically bad impact dia punya damage Batman. Susah lah bila dia gini tiba-tiba terkeluar orang putih dia.
Tadi dah ayat-ayat Batman dah keluar tadi. Macam-macam keluar tadi sebenarnya. Tapi tak apa, itu yang berlaku sebentar tadi di game yang di mana kita lihatkan yang damage dekat late game untuk pasukan Red memang sangat hebat. Dekat game yang kedua, game yang ketiga pun sama. Kalau Ash dapatkan hero-hero yang scaling, nampak yang sangat-sangat selesa. Jadi itu apa yang berlaku pada hari ini. Kita nak tahu apa yang akan berlaku pada hari esok, di mana kita ada kelainan sikit. Ada 4 match yang kita akan saksikan pada minggu ke-8 hari yang kedua. Match yang pertama, saya ulang, bermula pada pukul 10, MLBB menentang pasukan Geek Fan. Inilah game penentuan. Begitu juga untuk pasukan SUHAZ menentang pasukan Karakal pada match yang kedua. Game yang ketiga, Orange menentang Red. Dan match yang keempat, SMG menentang pasukan TODAK. Jadi terlebih dahulu saya akan tanyakan kepada Lafel, match mana yang awak paling excited dan kenapa?
Saya akan tanya soalan balik dekat Melo. Sedia ke esok kita cast game pertama tu? Sedia ke nak cast 4 game esok? Saya tanya balik soalan dekat host. Selesa tak?
Nervous?
Saya okey. Nervous, yes.
Tapi game-game yang last tu, saya rasa kita dekat sini semua akan agree. Di mana tadi even Momo cakap dia nak jumpa SMG. And then esoknya dia terus makbul. Inilah rezeki Ramadan.
Betul, bila saya tanya balik, kat playoff nak jumpa SMG tak? Tak nak.
Dia dekat atas stage lain. Atas stage
kena
lain.
nampak cool.
Kena nampak cool. Betul.
Itu yang penting. Jadi, untuk Eden pula, apa yang awak rasa untuk permainan yang akan berlangsung esok?
Honestly, I think it's really coming down to SUHAZ Esports up against Team Karakal. I think that's going to be a make it or break it for everybody, and it's really going to decide who's going to get relegated, who isn't. MAB as well as Geek, but I feel like there's a good chance. But I mean, everybody's excited for SMG TODAK. Let's get that out of the way.
If Geek suddenly shows up tomorrow, kalau Geek tiba-tiba perform gila-gila, MAB kalah 2-0. Group A semua diorang akan lega sedikit. So actually first game tu, benda tu yang akan set tone sepanjang hari Sabtu tu dengan hari Ahad sekali.
Dia maknanya kalau MLB menang 2-0 dekat grup itu semua akan berpeluh. Wah,
semua berpeluh.
Bukannya pemain ataupun tim-tim dekat grup A saja berpeluh, talent-talent pun sebenarnya berpeluh. Jadi agak sedikit sukar untuk kita jangkakan apa yang berlaku pada esok hari. Jadi kat sini kita akan bacakan kepada anda semua di mana hashtag MPL Predictor yang dimenangi oleh 3 orang kat sini. Kita ada Arif Sky, Haris Daniel, Bukhari Ibrahim. Mereka meneka dengan tepat itu pasukan Red akan memenangkan match kali ini, dan mereka betul. Macam mana nak join? Sertakan komen tim mana yang akan menang. Kemudian game ID, server ID jangan lupa, sebab kalau anda menang lepas tu tak ada game ID, server ID, macam mana kita nak cari pemenang?
Betul.
Jadi kita kena sertakan ataupun letakkan semua benda yang patut. Tadi anda boleh dapatkan kemenangan ataupun dapatkan skin Ruby tersebut.
Lemah lembutnya cara host
saya
kita marah.
Boleh katakan macam bulan Ramadan kan?
Bulan Ramadan. Okay, kalau orang lain dah marah. Kan?
Nak marah tapi kena sabar. Gideon macam apa benda.
Dia yang kena sabar itu. Tapi sebab dia tak sabar itu, tu yang dia.
That's my problem.
You throw lah. Kita punya motor dah dekat situ. Kita tak macam tu. Nanti one day kita akan cerita apa yang jadi.
Kita akan post kat TikTok nanti. Kenapa macam tu? Sebab kita juara. Tapi kita nak tahu apa yang akan berlaku pada esok hari. Jadi kita akan saksikan permainan yang akan ditunjukkan oleh kesemua pemain pada esok hari. Jadi jumpa anda pada hari esok. Bye-bye.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku
kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik